game handshake. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Cute at that. So do that. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the rainy District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. He's an NFL legend. I'm a big-eared blogger. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am doing well, brother. How you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling weird, honestly.
I just saw weird, and now I'm in here. You feeling weird.
Well, Jeff talking about me in the shower to kick things off didn't necessarily help.
Well, he was in there saying,
how good I look.
I need to stretch.
No.
I don't know what you're drinking, B.
Stop that.
B, can you show Landfill the giant bottle of liquid you have?
It's airborne.
Landfill, what's that look like? Mountain Dew at best?
No, I poured some.
Looks like Gatorade
I put
or something.
2 tablets of airborne in this
Are
water.
you sick?
No, I'm drinking it so I don't get sick.
You got halls working. You got airborne
hey, bro,
working.
I like to do stuff before. I try to keep it away.
B's planning ahead.
Hell yeah.
I have an announcement. We're
What's
having
that?
Landfill's birthday party today. Landfill's birthday's on Thursday, right?
That is correct.
Also, my sister-in-law, Julia. Happy birthday,
Why
Julia.
we doing it today? Why
Happy
we gonna do it
birthday,
tomorrow?
Landfill.
Oh, we won't be here.
We're going to be in Ashburn tomorrow.
Okay. We need to send Jeff downstairs to get some
Well,
something.
Drew's bringing in a whole party. Mobile Drew party.
Yeah, but Drew may not be bringing in with
Sure.
landfill drinks.
But downstairs isn't open till 11. I've thought of everything.
Let me call Aisha.
Well, all right. You
See if we
call
can get her to open up her store earlier.
But here's where I think I'm going nuts. So I was listening to podcasts all
That's
morning.
24/7.
Okay, but this is a specific thing. I always listen to podcasts at like a time, like 1.5 speed, 1.75 speed.
Mm-hmm.
And Landfill just played Tribe Called Quest. We hear that song every morning. It sounded like it was going in slow motion. Like I just had some purple drink and everything was moving slow. Did it sound like that to anybody else?
No, only people that listen to their podcast every morning at 1.5 is you.
Yeah, nah, that's insane, JP.
It sounds perfect to us.
It sounded slow.
That's psycho behavior. Listening to that. That's like you need help.
Okay. Now, listen, maybe I do need help. That's a different debate. I think the vast majority of the podcast consuming world listens at 1.5 or higher.
And I think psychos. Vast majority
of the
are
world
exactly
is crazy.
psychos.
I think this is like the traffic circle roundabout thing. You guys are just wrong on this one. Jeff, I think you're
We're
the
not
only
wrong.
one here.
We're right.
Who does anybody listen to podcasts? Left hand up.
Yes.
What podcasts?
I listen to
Like aliens, UFOs.
Yeah.
I only listen to motivational things.
And then everybody listens at regular speed.
I think at regular speed.
Of course.
Yeah.
You guys are nuts.
Because I'm not a crazy person. And who talks that fast? That's like listening to somebody who auctions
only
stuff
It's a
person
off.
way
that
to
talk
consume
fast
more
is myself.
information. You consume more
No,
information.
that just gets you more confused.
I'm telling you. I think you guys got it wrong. Maybe I got it right.
Well, we know you got it wrong, Jay, because you are always confused and can't remember what needs to happen.
Speaking of getting it wrong, Chargers looked real good for about 3 quarters last night. And I was pretty impressed by the Ravens late in that game. They end up winning 30-23 on the road in LA. And let's be real, Baltimore needed that win in a bad way to kind of keep track with Pittsburgh. And I think they may be in a tie for first place now for that division.
Yeah. Because the horse was ready and victory came from the Lord. That's why the Steelers are now tied with them.
Jameis is that dude. All right, so the Steelers are still ahead. They have They're ahead in the loss column. Steelers are 8-3. The Ravens are 8-4.
Okay.
I think the Ravens and the Commanders have that late last bye. Did you watch last night?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I liked it. It was a fun game. Very, very interesting game. And then the ultimate thing down the stretch, Lamar, the pass to I forgot Bateman in the end zone.
Hell of a throw.
Hell of a throw, but hell of a catch, hell of a concentration. Because he was being interfered with like hell. And for him still to be able to reach back and pull that thing in is unbelievable.
Who was my man number 7? Fulton? Was it Fulton on the Chargers? He had a rough day.
Yeah, he had two passing. Well, he had the pass interference.
And then
didn't
gave up the
one
touchdown.
they should have called that was a touchdown.
Yeah, I thought Herbert was excellent in the first half. I think his receivers kind of let him down. The first round pick Johnston, that late drop he had on what would have been a first down is just a brutal drop. We've seen plenty of those here in Washington.
Yep.
I think Henry. I mean, is there a better dude to close out games? And you see Saquon.
Well, maybe Saquon.
You see Saquon go ballistic Sunday night.
Yeah.
Then you see Derrick Henry last night, 24 for 140.
But think about that. He was 24 for 140. Saquon was 26 for 255.
Yeah. I mean,
he had no touchdowns. Saquon had 2.
Do you think, I was texting with somebody about this last night. Do you think the success of Henry and Saquon could possibly change opinions on signing veteran running backs? Or do you think those guys are kind of outliers, exceptions?
I think it should. I mean, Christian McCaffrey got paid years ago. I mean, about 3-4 years ago. You still got the kid up there, and Jacobs. He can still play. That dude is a hell of a running back. So you got enough running back in the league.
Well, and they just signed him from the Raiders too.
Yeah, but like if running backs keep performing at this level, you're going to have to believe. Let's be real. Every coach tells you what before a game? We got to run the ball and stop the run. But the league is telling you, oh, running backs are unimportant. But when you get to the playoffs, what do you say? We got to be able to run the football. We got to close games out. Can't close it out throwing the damn ball all day. Ask Kyle Shanahan about that. They were up 28-3 and lost the damn Super Bowl.
Sure.
So that stuff about them not being important, that was something that they made up in the room.
Well, I wonder also if there's some recalibration of how to finish out games, because the thought for a while has been just keep your foot on the gas and you got to throw to win. And maybe people will say, I mean, if you look at how the Ravens won that game, I feel like they leaned on the run more in the second half when they were down. And it was the Chargers that couldn't get their run.
The Ravens ran and threw. They were doing both things. They also have a running back who's unbelievable and a quarterback who's out this damn world. So their running game is different than most teams.
Right. When the Ravens scored the first touchdown of the second half and early in the fourth quarter, it was a 14-play, 80-yard drive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it was like a 7-minute drive.
Yeah.
They established Henry finally. Now, LA did a really good job in the first half, I thought. They were really good. I thought you saw a well-coached team. I thought the D-line really showed up. They had some kids on that D-line I liked a lot. Big fellas. The kid Tart. How about that guy Tart with the feet he had for the size he had getting to the edge? Is I'm going to butcher this name. Tui Pulatu?
40, 45, 46, 45. Yeah, I watched him in a game earlier this year.
Is he a rookie?
He destroys guys.
That might have been their first round
pick.
That
kid could do everything, man.
Okay, yeah. He was a second rounder last year out of USC. Good. He's good, dude.
Yeah, he's good.
I said it at the beginning of the year. I got the Chargers at least in an AFC title game by next year. They might be ahead of pace. That is not – the AFC is so loaded because you got Mahomes, what the Ravens are, what the Bills are. The AFC is just loaded. The Steelers are still good. But the Chargers are a team nobody's going to want to see in January. I think their game will travel, too. I don't think they're dependent on good L.A. dome weather. I don't think they're quite there. I think if the Chargers were in the NFC, would they be the third best NFC team? I think Detroit and Philly have clearly separated themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you say is the third best team in the NFC, B? Everybody wants it to be San Fran. At some point, we got to give up on San Fran.
Be Seattle.
I mean, that would be the seeding right now.
To be honest with you, it may be Seattle. Like we could sit up here.
That would be the seeding right now.
Yeah,
They're the 3
we could
seed.
keep wanting San Fran to be what we want. San Fran got some injuries just like other teams do, and they are not anywhere close to what they were for the last 3 years. They got talent galore. But when you start getting people banged up, you start to find out, do you have depth? And they may not.
Do you think – I think we both agree Kyle Shanahan's a good coach. It's hard to come to any other conclusion, right?
Yeah.
But he also – he listens to podcasts at 3x speed. That's a dude that pushes hard all the time. When you come up short in a Super Bowl, and then you've come up short in 2 out of 4 Super Bowls, right? Maybe 2 out of 5. Could that wear guys down?
It could. Because
I'm asking. I don't know.
I would say yes, because what happens is once you make it to the Super Bowl, you don't just have the thought of, like, if we make it to the playoffs, we are happy in this town. He can't make it to the playoffs and be happy. He has to go to a Super Bowl and probably win it to have those people satisfied. They've gone to 2. They've been in the NFC Championship game. They have to win something. So the stress level he's dealing with is way different than some of these other coaches.
Bro, what Mahomes has done to fan bases, organizations, you've got Lamar and Josh Allen are now firmly Karl Malone and Charles Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
Like until you break through, you're in that category, man. And whether that's fair or not, it ain't up to me. That's just the way of the world. The universe does what it wants. Kyle Shanahan's approaching Marv Levy, Jerry Sloan, like bridesmaid. And that weighs on you, dude.
It does. But like I've said before,
now Andy Reid was that until he broke through.
When people show the capabilities of what they have, you don't lessen what you expect from them. You begin to expect more. So when you show us, I made it to the Super Bowl, making it no more matters. You got to win it now.
Yeah.
And that pressure, see, the thing about it, hell, you saw Buffalo went to 4 straight and lost all 4 of them. It's not easy to win for Super Bowls. So just because he made it. Will he make it? Because what's going to happen eventually? It's always they have a constant little turn going on. In 3 to 4 years, you don't get that thing done when you got a damn good team, injuries will start to pop up. Other things will start popping up. Other teams may come and be just as good as you. So they've had like a 4-year window. Will that thing continue?
Well, and I say this with the absolute acknowledgement that this is not happening in Washington yet, like anywhere close to it, right? But every coach, no matter who it is, has kind of their mindset, their mentality, their attitude, their message, their impact on a team.
Mm-hmm.
And generally, no matter who it is, unless you're like, eventually Tom Landry got fired. Eventually Bill Belichick got fired. Bobby Bowden got fired. Like, eventually your message wears out.
Well, like, you get a lot of jealous people.
Sure.
Tom was fired because he was bigger than damn Jerry.
Sure. But I'm saying, like, the legends of the world, eventually it ends, right? I think it's premature to say that's happened. I think if you look at McVay in LA, he had to completely reinvent himself. He said he got pushed to the brink of quitting.
You know why? He got burned out.
Right.
That's why you got to get a balance. Stop listening to them saying they 1.5. Drop it to 1. I'm just saying, bro. Listen, everybody, you can say what you want. People talk about I can indulge and get more information. You only have a certain amount of memory in that body. Don't care what the hell you do. So get a balance, brother. Get a balance.
We're working on it.
I'll teach you that.
With the Commanders, we're 24 hours removed from that loss. It's funny. I listened to multiple podcasts this morning, and the national perspective is what a terrible loss for Washington. And I think nationally, most people only paid attention to the last 7 minutes when things went bananas.
Yeah.
When there were just touchdowns galore.
Mm-hmm.
are you now, with the benefit of a little time to pass, are you more concerned about just the various levels of stupid, especially special teams mistakes late in that game, or the offensive and defensive performances for the first 50 minutes of that game? What concerns you more?
What concerns me more is the fact that we didn't capitalize on a lot of stuff early. Because what happened at the end of the game, if they had kicked the field goal, they don't kick the ball to Turpin at all. The extra point, if they had made that one.
Right.
I don't think the ball's kicked.
Because it's a tie game at that point?
Yeah, and then the onside would never have been.
Hell no.
Would have never have been kicked. So that it's just like you have to understand that thing got out of hand because you had some circumstances that don't ordinarily happen. The pass to Terry and him to go 86. How many times have you seen something like that? Not often. You know what I mean? So those things get out of whack. It's what got us into that situation where we had to go gung-ho. We had to go out there and try some crazy stuff because we did not capitalize. And, I listened to Revo talk. I listened to Terry talk. Actually saw, yesterday?
3 turnovers.
Saw Quan yesterday. I didn't know Quan lived right not far from my house.
Oh.
So I was sitting there talking to him. But the thing I'm starting to see is that these guys understand when you have opportunity, you got to capitalize on it. Because you can't keep missing them and think, oh, we'll make it up. Listen, what Jaden has shown, he can do some things magnificent at the end of a game, come back. They have guys that can do that.
He doesn't quit.
But why have to do that? It's similar to what I would say about Ron. Everybody say, Ron, teams always started slow, but they finished strong. Well, you have to if you start slow. If you start fast, you don't put all that pressure on yourself. So I would say, why not capitalize early in games to where late in the game you don't have to have heroics? Because heroics come where you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity sometimes, and you don't get multiple once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. You know what I mean? That's why it's called once-in-a-lifetime. Like the Hail Mary. Magnificent play. You don't want to depend on that every week.
Dude, I'm with you. For me, the end of that game is so fluky, so weird. There was a block in the back on the Turpin run back.
Right in front of the referee.
There's so much that happened there that you can look at that as its own entity. But the 50 minutes of football prior to that, where the offense continued to be ineffective, at some point, dude, Quinn and Witt pound the table for turnovers. Ball is life, get takeaways. The defense did it, has been doing it, and the offense does nothing with it. My concerns aren't with Jaden. I am concerned about the interior pressure rates. I think defenses have realized.
I watch him play.
I think defenses are stacking the boxes and trying to get up the middle.
What that defense was doing, they had 2 people attacking Biotic.
Yeah.
It's like when we double team
A-gap stuff all
when we
day.
double team on like a defensive lineman, they were doubling him, hitting him, bam, knock him off the ball, and then somebody else would come through a free hole because he couldn't get off of it.
Jeff heard you talk about gaps and holes. I think the defenses have clearly shifted to stacking the box and interior pressures. Dan Quinn doesn't want to hear about Cliff's struggles in Arizona, and I can understand that. That was a different team, different organization. I think it's possible we're making too much of that. Cliff needs a counterpunch. Whether that means you run that pistol with Sennett in there as a chipper on the interior. Like, defenses have come up with a new plan. You got to counter it.
Yeah.
It's time.
I'll tell you what a counter can be. Come out straight off the sideline, go pace. You'll have them in a tizzy.
Sure. And I think you saw some of it with Jaden being really effective to the edges, but it almost seemed like Dallas was comfortable giving that up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I told the people at Hayfield, I told them, don't mess with Azra Nomani. I told you she's a bulldog. She's going to get to the bottom of everything. Once I saw Azra was investigating Hayfield football, time was up, man. I knew where this thing was headed.
You need to go to this superintendent.
Yeah, we're going to ask. Azra Nomani joins us next. She broke the news last night. Hayfield is now out of the Virginia high school football playoffs. If you are unaware of this story, you got to stay tuned because it's all sorts of adults messing up things for children. Nobody go anywhere.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now's the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. And always remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
The Caps snapped a very short 2-game losing streak with a huge 4-1 win last night versus the Florida Panthers. Lars Eller had 2 goals. Jacob Chikrin had a goal himself and 2 assists, while Ivan Marichenko had an empty netter to seal the win for the Caps. Monday night's win was Washington's first in the regular season against Florida since November of 2021. But this actually goes back even further. It was their first win on the road against Florida since November of 2019 and their first regulation road win against Florida since January 2018. So this win, it felt pretty good. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Wow.
Mhm.
Look at this. Azra Nomani joins us now. Once upon a time, Azra was a professor of mine at Georgetown University.
We need to know about that.
Your boy had very different visions then of covering politics and all sorts of stuff and not blabbing about football for 4 hours a day. Azra, what's up? How are you? Thank you for making time for us.
Oh, my gosh. I am so honored. And yes, I have actually revealed to the world your assignment.
I just saw this.
I
This is
just
crazy.
posted it on Twitter, so there is no running from your incredible, studious self.
Oh,
I
my
have a
gosh.
lovely.
We're going to have to get you to
Good
come back on,
job.
Ezra, and tell us about this young man that will come in your class. Because I know he's a little off kilter today. I can imagine how he was then.
It was a different time,
Can you imagine? This was his beat. I love this.
man.
Militant groups in Pakistan.
Yeah. Now we're talking about football.
Which you could call militant group somewhere, right?
Sure. Well, it's funny because, I mean, you've spent a life doing real investigations, the Daniel Pearl project we all worked on at Georgetown, all your work at the Wall Street Journal. Like your professional byline profile is so significant, and yet we wanted you on because you just took down a con job for a high school football team. For folks that have missed this story, can you get us up to speed? And then we want to ask some questions kind of about what happens next.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all the same, JP. You know this. Like, reporting is reporting. And there's a saying, all politics is local. So everything is about corruption, vested interests, money, follow the money, and power.
Yeah.
And so you apply that to any story, and we all know sports has it in spades. But what happened in Fairfax County, Virginia, right across the border from the Potomac River, was that in early this year, great news emerged out of Hayfield Secondary School that they were going to hire Coach Daryl Overton from Prince William County, who had won 2 football championships. Well, this was well received by many people, but what we just discovered this weekend that we reported at the Fairfax County Times, where I'm doing my exclusive work, is that the athletic director knew that Coach Overton was going to be bringing some transfers over, and the real smoking gun that led to a big headline yesterday is he acknowledged that they were going to use this federal law that protects homeless students and gives them the right to be able to register into any school without having any questions asked about address, to basically enroll players that shouldn't otherwise have been given authorization. And so it's been a scandal that's rocked Northern Virginia, and some people call it the biggest football scandal, high school scandal of Virginia sports. But I think you guys know better than me the careers of the stars, and you know how much people invest from the earliest days. And I think the story has just reverberated because it speaks to questions folks have about this multi-million-dollar youth sports industry that we've got in America today.
See, the thing that gets me is this story has been out there. And I have a couple of friends that some of them went to Hayfield, and they've been
great.
talking about information that, I don't think anybody has to look hard to find. What kills me is that they say they had these so-called investigations, but they
Right.
didn't find the stuff that popped out yesterday.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
the investigations are, I think, a big hoax and a bunch of lies. So the superintendent should be next.
I love how you hold your opinions close to the vest. I love that. I love that straight talk. And that's what I've loved, you guys, about reporting this story. I love the fact that the coaches, players, families, they are just no BS about all of this. And you put your finger on it, because what has happened is in June, we got reports that we could then write for the Fairfax County Times. And it's this young reporter, Shervon, who has been covering high school sports for years, since he's a graduate of Fairfax County Public Schools. And he got the tip from a mom who had her son lose his spot on the Hayfield team. And she was just like, what's going on with all these new people in the locker room? And she was raising questions, and there's retaliation. Well, Shervon, came with the story, and I just wanted to mentor a young journalist a little bit. And now, 6 months later, here I am on your show.
You got a story.
Wow, how did things happen? But you're absolutely right, because in those 6 months, the superintendent, a woman named Michelle Reed, literally stood in front of the parents and many of the team players and family members in Hayfield Secondary School. I was there at the town hall meeting, and she said that she supported the principal Darren Thompson and the football coach Daryl Overton. And lo and behold, then in less than a few months, we see these text messages that nobody asked about, nobody investigated, and we got it because Shervon just had really great sources in the community.
That's the way it's supposed to go. We're talking with Azra Nomani here. You can follow her at Azra Nomani, ASRANOMANI. All right, so the athletic director's legitimately moved to France or something, right? Like, he's left the country.
Well, he couldn't have a job anymore.
Germany, possibly.
That's
possibly
crazy.
Germany. I don't know if he's left yet, but he put in, that's the headline, he put in for a 2-year leave of absence before the text messages came out. And, and even then, when before we reported it publicly, they were just going to give him the leave without telling the public anything about what had been written about in those text messages.
So the principal, he had to have known something. I don't think this was just one guy knowing this.
Right.
So he pulls them out of the playoffs. Well, a little bit too late for that, brother. I think the whole plan, nobody should be able to get through this.
Yeah, and so the state regulatory agency, if you could call it that, but the state authorities that every school district has signed into from the public school system is called Virginia High School League. Mm-hmm. And I put in the money, JP, you'd be really proud. I did exactly what I taught, and I got the court records. And sure enough, in the court records, we didn't even talk about that, but the players and, VHSL first, in October, they issued a decision that there was a recruiting violations after Fairfax County had cleared the school, and they put a 2-year playoff ban on Hayfield. Well, I've just learned exclusively, breaking here on your show, that Michelle Reed had the opportunity to negotiate, and she did negotiate a 1-year ban. But then she took it to her counsel, with John Foster, a lawyer here, paid, they're all paid huge salaries. And he said, no, we can win this in court. So we can win this on appeal. Well, they lost, and somehow it gets even murkier. The outside counsel for the school district is representing the players and their families in court, pro bono, he says. Uh-huh. So he won a judge's decision allowing Hayfield to play in the playoffs. But this is just this mess that could have been avoided many times over, to your point. Like that's mm-hmm. exactly the case. And the principal, he was very much a part of the decision making to bring the coach to Hayfield.
It's just crazy to me that ultimately to me, it's just to follow the money or the power or the prestige of winning a state high school title, I guess. But you've got the coach who's obviously complicit in everything. The AD, the principal, maybe it goes all the way up to the administrators. Even if it doesn't go that high, they clearly made mistake after mistake after mistake. I want these kids to get the best opportunity to get college scholarships. Like, if that's the plan, I support that fully. But the audacity of using a federal homelessness law, is that lost on these people? Just what the hell are you doing to go after a high school state football title? I mean, I don't know the specific distance in some of these homes in Woodbridge to some of these homes in Fairfax County, but you're talking 20, 25 miles and stuff, right? Like, how much, what are you doing to these children? What are you teaching these children?
Yeah, that's exactly what I always, go back to. Look, I'm a mom. I became a boy mom, and you saw my little son running around the campus.
I remember we went to that football game.
Right. Oh my gosh. Right. Exactly. And oh my gosh. And he's grown up to be. He's 22 now. I was the football team mom. I was doing, like, what do you guys call it? The chain gang.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Teaching 7-year-olds how to put their uniform on. I did it all. Ran around the Beltway. He ended up playing fencing as his sport because I was afraid of the concussion thing. And I ran around the Beltway. I did it. I picked him up in high school. I was like 3 hours. My hips were going out. I was so happy for COVID to come because, oh, wow, I get to not drive 5 hours around the Beltway.
Right.
I get the chase. Like, I get it. But something has happened to youth sports that is so corrupt. And
adults.
And we know it's because of the big
business.
money.
It's adults. That's
Big
what they have
business.
to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the issue here in all of this is that it's not just these boys who are not going to be playing the playoffs, because the headline, of course, is that yesterday, after these text messages were revealed, Hayfield pulled out of the playoffs, and of course, just like you guys are saying, there's questions about whether there was a cover up, because what happened is that the principal and the superintendent knew for 6 days about these text messages and did nothing. And Edison High School was slaughtered in the first round of their playoffs here, 75-7.
Wow.
Yeah.
75-0 at halftime.
Damn, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Woo.
Oh my gosh. I know, JP. You don't know high school football scores for every playoff game that they're
Wow.
You're
This
75-7.
Hayfield team is loaded.
But on top of this thing, there were some younger kids that came over to that school as well.
Yeah.
So
yes.
it's a secondary school. They got some 6th, 7th graders or whatever, 8th graders, whatever it is, that came over. So it's like 35 kids total.
Bro, I understand if it's a 17, 18-year-old kid. A 6th grader, you're talking about, what, 11, 12 years old? What are we doing?
Yeah, well, I'm like now also understand this whole, Twitter, X kind of social media campaign that kid athletes are doing now with colleges. I've seen 8th graders quote commit to colleges, even though they're not allowed to do it. Right? I've seen the dance. Like, there's such a social media dance with colleges, and
we're worried that these kids get some money. How much money are the adults getting?
Yeah.
That's the thing, and that's the part in the text messages that really got people's attention too, because the athletic director said he likes to win and he likes money.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose we all do, but you got to find at least quasi-legitimate means to get it.
I don't see how anybody make it through this little ordeal.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
Dude, I told you, Azur's on the case. Nobody's going to make it. The truth is coming out.
Oh my gosh. I can't tell you how many people call me after you said last week, oh, okay, if Oscar is on the case, we're going to get the truth. I love your confidence.
Thank you for making time. It's so great to hear your voice.
Oh my gosh. Always. And, my last message to everyone is, fair sports and fair life, right? Like that's what life is about. Like just be the best that we can and do it correctly. So thank you guys so much. Thanks for being the voice of common sense out there.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Seriously, appreciate
All
it.
right, take care.
All
Okay,
right.
bye-bye. Bye-bye.
That's Azra Nomani. Listen, she's coming. So tell the truth. That's all I can tell you. She's gonna get it out one way or another. It's very hard to go from that to what's next, but Barstool Nate joins us at 11. Who is this, Lanville? Devo? Give me a hint. It's definitely 80s.
Yeah. You'll never guess it, though.
It's a good hint.
There's no good hint. You'll never guess it.
Is it the Cars?
Nope.
Jeff, you got a guess? Jeff, could you put a rhyme down on this track?
I will have to write to it. This is Gary Newman.
It's a Gary Newman. That's very specific.
It is, yeah.
Oh, shout out to Jeff.
Yeah.
Shout out to Gary Newman. I never would have gotten that.
I told you.
I went to high school with a guy named Peter Newman. Good guy. I think he lives in London now. Jeff, did you see? I have no idea what is real on Instagram anymore because it could just be like one account goes viral. But some dude claimed Mobb Deep Shook Ones as the greatest track of all time. Like not necessarily the rhymes, but like the actual track. What's your opinion on it? It's pretty hard.
It's hard, but like it's a lot of music out there, JP, to call one song the greatest track of all time.
Yo,
man.
some entity on Instagram proclaimed that. That's all I can tell you. I have no idea their level of expertise, but I saw it everywhere. Did you see that be on Instagram? You live on Instagram.
Oh, what?
That somebody proclaimed Mobb Deep Shook Ones to be the hardest track of all time.
Nah.
Not the song, but like the actual beat.
Nah, I didn't see that.
Okay, well, it exists.
I'm not on it, Instagram as much as you think.
Just during the show?
Yeah. I got to keep my brain totally occupied.
One little inside stuff for people. People wonder what the media is always talking about. There's a lot of talk about the media. One thing the media is always talking about is hotel points. And most people are Marriott people. Shout out to Mike Phillips. He's a Hilton guy, but I swear in any press box anywhere in the country, there will at least be 30% of the conversation dictated by hotel points, specifically Marriott points. I just got 2 offers, B. I'm telling you to do this too. You can now sync your Uber to Marriott points.
Yeah, I already did that.
And BetMGM, which I use.
I did that already too.
All right, you're ahead of the game. Tonight I got an Altcast. Have I told you who's on this yet?
No. Don't talk to me.
How do you know? Who's on it then, Landfill?
Is it Steve Buckhantz
It is Steve Buckhantz
and Phil?
Buck and Phil tonight.
Mm.
I believe this is the first time they're going to be together. I've done Altcast with Phil Chenier, and I've done Altcast with Steve Buckhantz, but I think tonight's the first time the gang's back together. I will be the weird third wheel interloper, just kind of bringing us in and out of commercial. But it's going to be awesome.
Really?
Dude, to get to watch a hoops game with Buck and Phil
Hell
is
yeah.
kind of my youth. I'm fired up about that. What is going on the phones right now? I almost want to take a photo of this and tweet it out, but I don't want to dox the phone number. Someone named Dairy Queen Bra is calling in, but they're calling on 3 lines consecutively.
It could be Dairy Queen.
Or her bra. I don't know. It's very odd. But dude, not only is it Buck and Phil tonight, which is so cool, Gary Williams coming on.
Oh, gee.
In studio, I believe.
All right.
Dude, it should be a really
That's
fun
going to
night.
be an interesting show for you.
I mean, I'm just, at this stage of my career, I think I'm friends with Gary, but I'm still just in awe every time I hang out with him. And so tonight, I'm just going to be like the skit of Chris Farley when he got to interview Paul McCartney. That's just going to be me hanging with Buck and Phil and Gary.
Yeah.
There may be another guest, but I don't want to say that unless that's
Man, why are you going to tell people I'm coming? No, I'm joking.
You are always welcome.
Oh, no.
I kind of figured that was the answer.
Yeah.
You are certainly welcome anytime. When we come back, Barstool Nate joins the program.
This sports update is brought to you by Commuter Connections, guaranteed ride home. Some big breaking news this morning. North Carolina's coach Mack Brown will not return to the Tar Heels next season. Brown said on Monday that he intended to return, although he hadn't had any discussions about his future with the athletic director, Bubba Cunningham. Well, I guess after those discussions, apparently not. He will coach in Saturday's game against rival NC State, but no decision has been made on whether or not he will coach in the postseason. We'll stick with some college football news. Duke's head coach Manny Diaz says that quarterback Malik Murphy will face discipline internally after extending both of his middle fingers skyward in celebration after throwing a touchdown. Diaz says that Murphy's gesture was directed at their offensive coordinator in the booth after a bit of practice banter from a few days earlier. The head coach said that Murphy kind of just let the excitement get away from him, but that is unacceptable in their program. Get a free ride home for an illness, unexpected emergency, or unscheduled overtime when you share the ride to work. Get started at commuterconnections.org or call 1-800-745-RIDE, RIDE. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Our vision. You were the one.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. You hear that song, you hear OAR, means it's time to talk to our boy, Mr. Barstool Nate, Eric Nathan, Little Nate X. Nate Dogg, how do you do?
Fellas,
What's up, Nate?
I'm going to surprise you. I want to switch some stuff around. You ready for this?
Sure.
The Caps got a huge win yesterday. We usually go all football and then a little Caps at the end. But, dude, they hadn't won since Obi got hurt.
Yeah.
And you go to Florida, defending Cup champ, win in Florida. How big of a win was that yesterday?
It was a huge win. Yeah, on the road at the defending Cup champions in their barn. Florida's not playing great this year. They have a bit of a Stanley Cup hangover. But the Caps are now 14-6-1. We don't have Ovi. The first couple games, you could tell that, they had to figure it out. It's really hard to replace the NHL's leading goal scorer on the season, the guy who, is the king of the power play, the guy who's the emotional leader in the locker room, all that other stuff. But this team is so resilient and so deep and has the best head coach in the NHL that I think we saw them play one of the most solid games of the season last night, and that's without Ovi. I mean, honestly, if you watch the game, it could have been a 7-1 game. We had a lot of chances. The Panthers goalie played phenomenal. But, yeah, the Caps, even without Ovi, I'm not worried about them at all. It's kind of nice. You can, click them onto the TV every other day and watch just like a really fun, really good, high-scoring team in the league, hockey team. So,
do you think they all, they say, let's go out here and do it for Ovi when he gets back, and then, boom, we can keep going?
Yeah, it's Ovi, right? Like, it's like he's still traveling with the team. I don't think he has.
I love that.
He's 39 years old, 20th season. The captain has a family. He's on the plane with them, going to Florida. He's flying around. Also crazy that he's not on crutches and doesn't have a cast. I don't know what they're juicing him up with, but I need some of that for my foot.
He has a boot?
But yeah, I'm not. No, he has nothing. He's just wearing his suit and watching the boys. So
wow.
Yeah, I have no qualms about this Capitals team. I think that Carberry is the best head coach in hockey.
That's what I wanted to ask you about specifically is I remember, and not to compare the situations, obviously. The situations are wildly different. But it was a few years back. It was back when we were having Garnet on the show regularly. The Caps got red hot in January. They were kind of mid. Then they got red hot in January. Ovi was really pushing them. I think they got up to first or second in the Metro. And then Ovi's father passed. And he understandably took some time off, went back to Russia, all of that. I want to say he was out for like 2, maybe 3 weeks. And then when he came back, it just didn't get in sync, and they lost a lot of games while he wasn't there. And when he went down in Utah, and then they lose the next 2, I was worried, like, oh, man, this might be similar to that scenario a few years back. And I feel like last night's win is a real testament to Carberry and certainly the players, but Spencer Carberry has some buzz in the kind of broader hockey circles. I follow Biz on social media, and Biz is always talking about him. What do you think they got in Carbs?
They have just an intense leader who the players respond to. And, Carberry, he's not a player's coach per se, but they love him because he gets the most out of them. They trust him so much, and they play so hard for him. And, he's not playing patty cake with them. He's not, just your prototypical player's coach because he's so intense. But I think this team, the mixture of the veterans, like the Carlsons and even like the Tom Wilsons, they love him. And then the rookies, the young guys, they need him because he's getting them to play just so well in such good team hockey, and nobody's above the team. And you're seeing them respond. And it really, really helps if you want to compare last year's team to this year's team, that we brought in 7 clutch key pieces to this team that improved them over last year's squad. And you're just seeing them every single night just exceed expectations. It's just a blast to watch, even without Ovi. And he'll be back either next month or, early January. And hopefully, a beat won't be missed and they'll just improve when he's back. You honestly cannot say enough good things from top to bottom, ownership, management, players, about how good this team is right now.
I'm with that. Talking with our boy Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate, Little Nate X, a buddy of mine that's a doctor. After it was interesting that hockey never provides any injury information, but they kind of came out and gave us a little bit of an understanding of Ovi, what was going on. And a buddy of mine's a doctor and was like, for what they say that injury is and what they say that timeline is, it's way faster than I would expect. And then Nate Dogg's reporting, no boot, no crutches, no nothing. Maybe Ovi's back.
Maybe just a fracture instead of a break.
Yeah, maybe it's just like a hairline.
Yeah.
I know that's a term.
Yeah. But I remember my second year. I told you my roommate had a high ankle sprain. Donnie Warren broke his ankle. Okay, Donnie Warren was playing football, and that dude was still running around with his high ankle sprain like in November. But he broke his ankle. He was playing ball in like 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, he played ball in 6 weeks. He's back on the field.
Mitch, you played in a time before X-rays, so they just kind of had to guess.
No,
so
they didn't. All they had was X-rays. But I'm saying the mere fact that guys break their ankles and get back and goes,
your team doctor rubbed a stick of butter on it and told you to get back out there.
Why do you have to be an idiot?
Well, Nate, you're right. We had real men back then instead of little pansies like you.
Nate hurt his foot blogging.
You stepped off a damn curb, broke your ankle. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm back. A year and a half later, I'm back.
Here's an announcement.
And still limping.
I don't know if the world's ready for this. Friday, 3:00 puck drop. Taking the girls to see the Caps. I don't think my little one's been to a Caps game yet.
All right.
It's a perfect time.
That's my little homie right there.
She'll be wild.
I like both of them.
Yeah, they're different little girls.
I like that. I like her attitude.
Are you going to be there, Nate Dogg?
I will not be there.
Yeah, she'll be taller than Nate.
Shelby is so tall, she'll give Nate a run for his money. That's the 9-year-old Nate. I didn't mean that as an insult.
The 5-year-old. Yeah.
No, it's great. Like you need a D1 athlete in that family because I know those genes aren't coming from you. So
that's true. It's true. We're counting on Lauren. Lauren's got the feistiness. Nate Dogg, I think you have been honestly pretty correct in your assessment of most Commanders things right now. That if we go back to August and said, they'll be 7-5, 8-4, 8-5 at the bye week, I think everybody would run to that. Everybody would be excited about that. There are reasons, there are real questions, but I think you're trying to take the big picture view. Is that right?
You have to. And I appreciate what you said, because I think even while the first half of the season was going on, and we were the most fun team to watch in football, bar none. And, I was throwing parades for Jade and all that. I still made sure when I came on this show to be like, I don't understand how this secondary is doing it. It's very bend, not break. And I kept saying, like, we came into this season with a very poor offensive line, and they are just exceeding expectations. And it helps that Jaden gets the ball out fast. But I've always said every week how impressed I am with the talent that we have and how they've played. And I've used that same Madden comparison every week where we have a bunch of like 65s in Madden that are just playing so far above their player rating. And now we're seeing the other side of it, where you can only get by for so long with the lack of depth and the lack of skill at very key positions. And it's unfortunate because these guys are busting their asses and they're working so hard and they're trying so hard. But at the end of the day, you can only win so many games with Hail Marys and stuff like that before just your complete lack of talent, which is so unfortunate because these guys are awesome, but it just catches up to you. And I always blame Ron Rivera, and I think it's very fair still to blame him because we have 4 years of draft classes with nothing to show for, and you cannot make up for that. It's just really, really difficult in the NFL, no matter how good your rookie quarterback is and no matter how good your coaching is, which I think our coaching has been great for the most part. Lack of talent will catch up to you, and we're still rebuilding. And a lot of people are comparing it to the Lions first year under Campbell when they were like 3-13, and how the Texans, they were the darling of the NFL, and everybody thought they were Super Bowl bound, and now they've kind of regressed. They just lost to the Titans, who we have this week. So I think as a fan base, we did nothing wrong. We were watching an electric, awesome team win games, and we went crazy. But we also have to remember to manage our expectations, have some perspective, and remember this is a rebuilding team with a lot of depth, a lot of holes in the depth. And, sometimes the carrot turns back into the pumpkin, but this team still competes. We still could have won the Steelers game. We still could have won, obviously, this last week against the Cowboys, which was a gross, disgusting, just block of a game that you want to forget. And I think we could have won that Ravens game. So we're so close. We're almost over that hump. This team has a lot of talent, and we have a lot of room to bring in more talent. So I'm very happy with where we're at.
Nate, I'm agreeing with you on that point, man. I like that.
Hell yeah, B-Man.
People got to understand, I think the ultimate thing is because, like you said, the fans did nothing wrong, but the fans are the ones that come up with all these narratives and these thoughts and things. And when they go, like I was thinking about when we say a letdown game or those type of games, who let down who? Did our over expectation let us down? You know what I'm saying?
And, you're right, but I also don't blame us, the fans.
No, I'm not blaming the fan, but they got to understand. And so when things happen, the only reason is they're not there just yet.
Well,
not all this other stuff that we go into.
I'll say this: there is a good group of fans who understand everything that we're talking about, but are not happy about Cliff Kingsbury's offense. And I think there's a lot of credence to that. I'm not blaming Cliff because I think the talent on offense is so poor. And I've talked about this nonstop, how the wide receiver room is Terry and a bunch of nobodies. And I like Noah Brown, but he's not a number 2 wide receiver, and they target him more than Terry, and he drops the ball nonstop, and it drives me nuts. But I can't even blame him because he's a number 4 wide receiver, maybe a 3. He's not a 2. Zach Ertz is just like a corpse out there for half the game, over half the game.
Ertz is a lot better than people think. That's one that I push back on. He's a really good route runner, man. He's a really good route runner.
I don't want to depend on Zach Ertz to be the weapon in my offense. I'll put it that way. I think he's a solid number 3, number 4 weapon for any offense.
That's fair.
Right now.
Dude, they identified that Jahan was not the right person in August. They made a move, and that's been a hole. I think when this team drafts 21, 22, 25, whatever their pick is, I think you're looking at wideout. I think, honestly, a lot of people are going to get fired up about T. Higgins. Maybe Debo becomes available. Like, there's going to be some interesting stuff in March. But draft picks, like wide receivers come out of college so freaking polished now that I think I'd be looking draft there. I also think, dude,
JP,
you got to address running back at some point.
JB, if you recall, I was leading the charge that we should bring in Devontae Adams. I said we need a wide receiver to complement Terry in the worst way.
Yeah,
we cannot
I wasn't with you.
I wouldn't with that one, dog.
I said we should overpay for him because
he needs to go with the crazy person he's with. That's what he needs to do.
He wanted to go where he went.
No, and I understand that, but my point remained that in August, I was looking at the depth chart, and we knew Jaden was going to start. And I said, we need to give Jaden every weapon possible to succeed. And he succeeded without that extra weapon. And now people are, saying, hey, has Jaden regressed? Is he a fraud? This
I
and that.
think that's stupidity.
Right. But the point remains that he made a lot of magic happen in the first half of the season without a number 2 weapon. And now, defensive coordinators are good at their jobs, really good. And the more tape that comes out, they see that Noah Brown can't catch a football, and they force Jaden to throw it to Noah Brown. And guess what? You're going to punt a lot more in the second half of the season when you're so dependent on Noah Brown. It just is what it is.
What concerned you more from Sunday? The first 50 minutes of that game where Washington's offense and defense were largely ineffective, or the last 10 where all hell broke loose?
The first 50 were just disgusting displays of football. If alien life forms came down and they said, what's the world or America's main form of entertainment on weekends, and we showed them a football game, they would laugh at us and nuke us. It was so ugly of football. It really made you wonder, how much. For a bit, I was wondering, how far behind are we in this rebuild? I was so disgusted by it. But then, I calmed down. I remembered everything I just said. But no, it was just a pathetic football game. And even with the holes that we talked about and the lack of depth, they had to be better. And they weren't. And it was coming off that mini bye, as we call it. And I just didn't like where we were at. I mean, Frankie Louvu played phenomenal. And then there was just a lot of guys who decided not to show up. And you can't have that. You need everybody playing at 110% at home in a divisional game. And you can't let Cooper Rush look like Joe Montana, and we did. So it was a very disappointing, very, very disappointing game, a letdown game, as you called it. I don't think that's who this team is. I don't think that's who most of these players are. But I think it really showed, just the fan base, hey, this is going to be a big offseason, and a lot of these guys probably won't be back next year, just like from last year to this year, because we still have a little bit of ways to go to completely overhaul this team, which is fine. But it was kind of eye-opening, right? It was oh, okay, this is kind of who some of these guys are.
Yeah, I largely agree. Last one for you. What do you make of – I don't know how much we should read into Arizona. Different situation, different quarterback, different team, everything. But there's an undeniable slowdown with the Commanders' offense over the last month. There's a lot of factors to it. But what do you make of Cliff's role in all this?
I'm not ready to blame Cliff for all the reasons I just said. The defensive coordinators across the league having more tape and Cliff not having solid weapons on offense to work with. You can only, cook a meal with whatever that phrase is, with the ingredients that you have. And his ingredients right now stink. Most of them are spoiled. And the offensive line is banged up. We haven't had our bye week. These guys are limping to the bye week. And it's hard. There are things I don't like that Cliff does. I don't like that he doesn't get Eckler more involved. I don't like that he doesn't get the ball to Terry more often. But I understand there's a lot of nuances to the game that I don't completely understand. I don't think Cliff is calling bad games. I don't think he's calling as good of games as he did in the first half of the season. He was calling some perfect games. That Browns game, the Panthers game, when we were just unstoppable on offense.
Bengals.
The Bengals game was amazing. So, I'm not ready to say that this narrative that Cliff regresses in the second half of the season is real. I do think other teams get better with the more tape they get on a rookie quarterback and offense that has clear gaps in it and they're exploiting it. These defenses are for sure exploiting it. But I will be ready to judge him next season when, after a new draft, a new free agency crop, and another year of just everybody getting a little bit better, I think we have to give him one more year.
All right.
Last thing.
I'm with that.
Nate Dogg, you want me to break? Landfill wants me to break, and it's Landfill's birthday. Nate, say something nice to Landfill. It's his birthday.
Landfill, happy birthday. You're the best in the biz. Keep doing the good work. And to the show and to the millions and millions of Nateaholics and the JP and B Mitchellholics, happy Thanksgiving. I'm thankful for all of you. I love you all, and I can't wait to kiss you all on the mouth.
Thanks, buddy.
Well, that's not going to happen. Save that for JP.
You, B Mitch.
Depends how many
we're
beers.
All
right, I'm going to put this fist right in your face.
Goodbye, Eric. That's our friend Barstool Nate. You know what's wild with Nate Dogg is it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We had a real good conversation about the
And then
Caps.
he said something stupid.
Then he said something stupid, and we had a real good conversation about the Skins. Then he said something stupid. When you have friends in your life, it's okay to have friends that say dumb stuff. But when you're making probably the biggest financial decision of your life, you need the smartest, the sharpest. You need John Leahy.
Yeah, you need John, just like Brandy and Dave did. They were relocating for a job opportunity and needed to sell their current place in Germantown in order to be able to purchase what would eventually become their next home. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group were more than up to the task. John and his team had the couple's home sold in just 4 days and got $10,100 over the asking price. Brandy and Dave were worried about moving twice, but with the Fine Living Group's VIP seller program, John and his team managed to get multiple offers, sold quickly, and help Dave and Brandy move straight into their new property without an extra move. If you're looking to sell, don't delay. Contact John Leahy right now. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. And if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
You heard B mention it there, but the home valuation tool on John's website, johnsellsdmv.com, can be really valuable if you're interested in maybe checking out the housing market. You just go to his website. That's johnsellsdmv.com. John with no H, by the way, Jon. Click on home valuation at the top of the page, and you can get an answer on what the value of your home is in 30 seconds. You might have a ton of equity in that thing, and you're not even aware of it. Check it out, johnsellsdmv.com. 30 seconds, you figure out how much your house is worth. Once you know that, you talk to John, you figure out what you could get, different neighborhood, maybe you want a pool, whatever it is, have a conversation with John. That's what I've done every time we've had some housing stuff. That's what you should do too. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Jerry Jones literally cannot help himself. He can't help but to make news. So the Cowboys are 4-7, and they're on track for their second losing season under head coach Mike McCarthy, who entered 2024 under pressure to make up for an early postseason exit the year prior. Well, owner Jerry Jones doesn't seem too concerned about the direction of the franchise. And even this morning, he teased a potential contract extension for McCarthy. He said this on 105.3 The Fan. He does a radio appearance with them once a week. He said he doesn't think that it's crazy and that there is still plenty of season left and that Mike McCarthy is a Super Bowl capable head coach. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
I like this song, Landfill. Not going to lie to you. If I just lay here. All right. Shout out to our guy, Drew Cohen, his beautiful wife, and her father. Got to meet the whole family. We got a cake. Jeff, take some photos. It is Landfill's birthday. We believe he's 27. I don't know where Stevie went. She was going to be our singer.
Stevie right there.
Jeff, since you're in there, you and Stevie serenade Landfill with happy birthday, please.
All right, we're gonna let Stevie pop it off, but y'all gotta join in and sing too.
I'll sing, no problem.
Harmonize with you.
All right,
Okay, here we go.
You want me to sing?
Yeah.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Cha cha cha.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Andrew Jim Mullins.
Andrew Jim Mullins, Dr. Landini.
Happy
Birthday to you.
All right, let's get it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Wow. He's going
Solo B.
Jeffrey, who has appeared in the doorway there?
That was Savannah.
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 Yeah.
Sav J on the updates. Savannah's welcome to the party. I just figured because there was food about, it was Rooster, even though the show doesn't start for 3 hours. Here's my idea, and Jeff might go nuts. We're going to go around the room. We're going to wish Landfill a happy birthday and say something nice about him, and we'll open the phones. 800-636-1067. You got to wish Landfill a happy birthday and say something nice. You can also just tweet me. I'll read it. I haven't checked in on the stream yet. Let's do that now.
What's that stream?
What's up, stream? The first comment I see, not always accurate apparently, but the first one I see is
I saw Jupe.
Jupe says good morning. Shout out to Jupe.
Yes.
All right, Jupe, if anybody on the stream, youtube.com/1067, something like that. If you want to say, Sean Minotti says, happy B-Day, Landfill.
Landy.
Phone lines are open if you want to wish Landfill a happy birthday. I will start. Happy birthday, Landfill.
We just sung it to him, JP.
That's true. You are the best you're very witty. You make very funny jokes. And nobody can more stealthily dance in a chair without getting caught on camera than Professor Landini.
Oh, I've caught him before.
You have video, though?
I have some video.
Okay, well, B is one of one. Brian, you have something nice to say about Professor Landini?
Landfill, have a happy birthday, brother, and I pray you have many, many more.
Wow.
Thank you, B.
That was nice. Jeff, you go quick, and then we'll hit these calls.
Okay, so
happy birthday, Landini. My dog. Appreciate you. You're always looking out when your boy tires flat.
Which happens
when
shockingly
your boy
frequently,
not coming in.
with a lot of regularity.
No one has more tire issues than this show.
There are a lot of times. I mean, knock on wood. I feel like it's generally only Jeff. Have you had tire issues lately, B?
No, I did have a flat, and I went in to get it fixed.
On
said,
your current
I
car?
said, can y'all just patch it? Because I nailed it gone. He said, oh, nah, we can't just patch it. We got to order it brand new. And I said, why? He said, you have like a pillow inside the tire. I'm like, what you mean a pillow? He said, that's why the car rides so smoothly. They have cushions inside the tire. So it has to give me a brand new tire.
Wow. All right. Your car is so like technologically advanced, for lack of a better word, that I can kind of see it needing like you can't just patch those tires because it's there's a lot of moving parts. With that
I'm
vehicle.
like, I kept pumping it, but he said if you were to patch it, and you'll feel rough, and I will feel a rougher ride when I felt the nail in it.
Okay.
I found the nail in it. I didn't pull it out. I just kept putting a little air in it, but they have cushions inside the tires.
All right. Jupe is on the line. Wants to wish Landfill a happy birthday. Jupe, fire away, buddy.
Hey, the legend, the man that only makes sense on this show at all times, Landfill. He's the real star of the show. I'm sorry, JP, with your big ears and be miss or be wanting to fight everybody. It's Landfill. Happy
Dude, I'm
birthday,
ready to fight you
Landfill.
now.
I know. I'm ready, B bitch. I'm ready.
I think. Thank you, Jupe. I appreciate you, buddy.
Good stuff, brother.
I think the highlight of the It's Landfill's birthday segment was that he still had to answer the phones because Jeff was locked in, like fighting with somebody on Twitter or something. I don't know. The phones were ringing. I could see them. I almost took them hot because I could see who it was. But Jeff, shout out to you, bud.
Yo, I'm about to cut you up too, JP, because I'm over here doing work actually.
Well, I'm proud of you. Double D in the stream says Jeff's tires always flat from his big ass wearing them out. I thought that was kind of funny. Landfill, have you ever gotten a happy birthday message from Commander Tequila?
I haven't. No.
Are you prepared for one?
Oh,
As prepared as I can be.
oh, he gave me a mini sombrero.
Here goes nothing. Hello, Commander. You're up.
Hey, you guys, happy birthday. Hey, Landfill, feliz cumpleaños. Happy birthday. ¿Y qué más? Ay, ay, ay.
Muchas gracias, Commander.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
That
Que vaya
too.
bien.
Yeah.
Gracias, amigo.
Yeah.
Hey, the Commander gets it done, man. I'm happy for you to have a birthday where it's truly a national festival of overeating and taking naps. Like your birthday on Thanksgiving, that all tracks. You know what I mean?
It's correct.
Hey, what do you think? Everything. Where you going to I'm going to take a nap.
Yeah. Dude.
Eat some food and take a nap.
Yeah, man. It's perfect.
Hey, Landy, same thing I'm going to do on Christmas. I mean, on Thanksgiving.
What
And
ti-
Christmas. too.
What time does your house get going Thanksgiving morning?
No, I get going around 6:30. My family don't get up till 11.
What time are the first turkeys getting fried on Thanksgiving?
Oh, about 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Damn.
Hey, yo, we got another birthday shout out tribute to Landfill.
Okay.
Go ahead, Landfill.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jimmy Mullins. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Mullins. Happy birthday to you. How old are you?
That rhythm is a little off, wasn't it?
29.
Bruce Dizzle is
He sounded
something.
like he was trying to be like Frank Sinatra, but he ended up being like Busta Rhymes mixed in with it.
I'm the only crooner here. All right. There's only room for one crooner on this corner, and it's me.
We're gonna call you something, but they're gonna call you crooner.
We got a lot of happy birthdays to Landfill via X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Mike Anderson says, "Happy birthday, Mullins. I like how you're such a positive person." I think that one.
I think that was like a kind of
Yeah.
backhand compliment.
I mean,
Where
it's
is he out-
accurate.
He
though.
is not positive most times.
Chief of DC says, "Happy born day to Landini the Great. May your day be filled with the mixed emotions of joy and happiness." So good luck with that.
That's a good one.
Titus Jones, Landfill, says, "Me and Mullins share the same birthday." So he didn't wish you a happy birthday. He just wanted you to know that you guys share a birthday.
Well, he's saying
That's all right.
He's saying happy birthday to us.
Happy birthday to both of you. Happy
Yeah.
birthday to Titus. John Guy says, "Happy birthday, Landini. May your day be filled with Twinkies and ice cream."
Well, Landfill, we're celebrating your birthday on the day that I have twin grandnephews.
Oh, yeah. That's a legit born
Yeah,
day.
they just were born today.
Wow.
That's great.
Yep.
Happy birthday to them too.
We
We also
like Dyson Dimitri.
shout out to our boy Drew who provided a birthday party for Landfill. We got steak, twice baked potatoes, birthday cake.
Potatoes off the chain, bro.
Dude.
Steak is good as hell. Too.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Shout out to Drew.
And there's some great lemonade game.
Can I borrow $1? Says, happy birthday, Landfill. You enrich the show. Wish you many more.
Thank you. Actually, we also got another audio message. Here it goes.
Feliz cumpleaños and prospero año e felicidad.
What the hell?
I think we should see if Rooster will actually come in and
we
wish
should
you.
have to lay him down and let him talk to a psychiatrist.
Oh, I mean, of all the things he needs, that's certainly one of them. All right, I'm going to try to break on time because it's Landfill's birthday. That's probably the best present I can give you. Jeff, fire up those phones. We're going to listen to DQ on the injuries and everything he said yesterday coming up at noon. Landfill's birthday till the end of the hour. I guess all day, but till the end of the hour.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This Thanksgiving, we're serving up epic football moments with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel app serves up all the ingredients you need to place live bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. Plus, when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today and get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN. Make this Thanksgiving extra special with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, celebrating Landini's birthday. He's somewhere between 25 and 35. That's all I can tell you. Benji Man on Twitter says, happy birthday, Landfill. Wish you many more. Question, though, what's your real name? I've been asked this multiple times today, and I don't really have a good answer. I believe the closest I've gotten is Dr. James Andrew Mullins the 7th, a.k.a. Professor Landini.
Esquire. And you actually nailed it.
Okay. This is another question that I was asked that I legit didn't know the answer to. I was asked, how old is Landfill? I said, I don't know. And what name do you prefer?
27.
27. Forever 27. Of all the names, what is your preferred name?
I can't reveal that. It's a secret.
Man's got secrets. C-Dub 1906, and this is now the second person that Sav J just said this over at the stake line. C-Dub 1906 says, happy birthday, Lando. Damn, who was the great female vocals? Stevie at the tail end of Happy Birthday flexed a little bit. Did we know that? I did not know that Stevie could sing like that.
Yeah, she was saying it, boy.
Hey, you got to get Stevie on one of them songs, though.
Yeah, Jeff. Like,
All
that could
right.
be your Miss Kim.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to get her on one then.
I like that idea.
Yeah, you man.
He's got ideas. He's out here producing.
That's what I do.
It is a Tuesday. Is Wendy here? We do need Wendy Knows Sports in our lives. Jeff, I know you text with her all the time. Can you find out if she's in the office? Thank you. B, we got to get into some of these injuries. And I think specifically the run game has been a problem. Eckler concussion protocol, B-Rob injury situation. The Titans, the record is not good, obviously, but the surrounding information with the Titans is not as bad as you'd think.
Mm-hmm. I know they got a quarterback that he tries to lower his shoulder on people.
Their rushing defense is actually somewhere between decent and good. The defensively is really fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
They're second in yards allowed and 27th in points allowed.
I mean that they turn over the ball a lot on offense.
Yeah, sure does.
And
A lot of short fields.
People get short fields and they score. They don't stop them from scoring.
B, they are first in pass yards allowed, 8th in rush yards allowed. The problem is he just turns it over so much that they're just giving away every sense of field position all the time. But they've got some players. I also think I'm not going to pretend to know Brian Callahan. I don't.
Well, we know his dad, and normally
I know his
sons are very similar to what their dads do.
I know his dad pretty well, frankly, and the family. I know his mom. Like, they're really nice people. They're going to build that thing the right way, and it may take a little bit of time. Hello, Wendy. Please help yourself to some steak and potatoes, or birthday cake. It may take a little bit of time to build how they want to build, which is old school football, winning in the trenches. And then eventually where Brian has evolved from his father, that dude is going to run some high octane passing offenses once you get the pieces involved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brian Callahan was the OC in Cincy for the last 4 or 5 years, kind of during this Burrow run. And this Titans team is going to be one that is a really tough out late in the season because they're going to be coached tough.
Yeah.
And this game honestly makes me a little bit nervous, frankly. I think the way Tennessee, I don't want to gas them up to be something they're not. This is not the 85 Bears coming to town.
Mm-hmm.
They're 2-2 in their last 4, and they were all pretty tight, and then turnovers killed them offensively. They could not run the ball against Minnesota 2 weeks ago, but outside of that, they've been able to run the ball pretty consistently. Tony Pollard is a back that has really hurt Washington in the past.
Yep, with Dallas.
Yeah, and I think Washington all of a sudden is a little turnover prone. Not just Jaden, but fumbles, all sorts of stuff. The interception on the Hail Mary, I don't really worry about, but they have fumble.
They have to just focus a little bit more. That's all mental.
I think Tennessee, I mean, you were showing me that clip, the interior stuff, right? The interior offensive line, the interior pressures, the A-gap blitzes. You saw a lot of that from Dallas. I think you're going to continue to see a lot of that until Washington proves they can counter it. And I think Washington's been pretty bad against the run. There's no way around it at this point, defensively, I'm saying. And I think the Titans are going to come in here with a very clear game plan to get Pollard go. If Rico Dowdle can go for 90 on you, Pollard might be able to do some damage.
I think this game is more about offensively what we do. And we have to figure out a way, like you and I were talking about the interior pressure. In that game against Dallas, they were having two people attack the center. Make them pay for it. If you're going to try to collapse it, the inside like that, then you should attack the outside edges.
I think you get Jaden going fast, but let's just play it out, right? Let's hypothetically, we're not ruling anybody in or out for this week, but if you go into this game with no Robinson or Eckler, it's a little hairy.
It's hairy, but you know what? There are guys out there that want to play. We saw in 2 weeks, McNichols went in the end zone 3 times. Run McNichols. You got to bring other guys. You have to bring C-Rod.
C-Rod, yeah.
You know, whatever happens, happens. But I think no matter who's running in the backfield, the 5 guys up front got to get their job done. If they can open those holes and give them little creases like they did prior, I think all the running backs can go have some level of success.
All right. When we come back, you're going to hear from Dan Quinn. You're going to hear from Brian Robinson. Nobody go anywhere.
Sorry, everyone. Savannah McCann was a little busy celebrating Landini's birthday, so here comes your sports update. This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. North Carolina announced today that Mac Brown will not return next season, one day after Brown declared his intentions to return to the Tar Heels. Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham informed Brown of the school's decision this morning. Now, Brown will coach the team in the regular season finale against NC State, but a decision has not been made whether or not he's going to coach the Tar Heels in their bowl game. Now, he does still have 3 years left on his contract, but those remaining payments will be paid by the Department of Athletics, not through state funds. And much of the discussion around Mike McCarthy during the Cowboys' struggles this season has been about his in-season job security, but not so fast. Jerry Jones said this morning on 105.3 The Fan down in Dallas that he could actually receive a contract extension after the season. He said that wasn't crazy at all. This sports update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, you can visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. Celebrity joining us, Doc Walker. Doc paying tribute to Landini. What Doc give you for the old B-Day celebration?
He gave me some red wine.
Ooh,
yeah,
nice.
He wants some Coke.
I know what he likes to mix it with.
Coca-Cola.
I have a theory, Doc. You could just give me a yes or just a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I feel like you don't eat birthday cake.
That'd be correct.
I feel like birthday cake is too soft for you. Canines can't be eating birthday cake.
No, you can, but it's just not a good look. It's not a good look, and especially during a loss, a pathetic defeat.
But it's his birthday. It ain't got nothing to do with a celebration. It's his birthday.
I know, but for Landfill, I'll have a drink in his honor.
Attaboy.
Well,
but I'm not
Drew's got him out there.
Well, Drew, man, Drew.
Hey, Drew, Doc needs a drink.
I was on the radio with Doc Sunday night post game. He was not in a birthday cake mood. I know that much.
Yeah. Somebody comes and say, "Hey, man, is Doc Walker okay?" I say, "Yeah, that's how he is all the time. He good."
Doc is the best, an absolute gem of a man. You can listen to Doc Walker on with Chris Russell. I believe that show starts at 2:00. Is that right, Landini?
One little dime.
Yeah, 2:00.
2:00. All right, let's run through some DQ stuff from yesterday. Quinn addressed the media yesterday. DQ, real or perceived, very much in everything is cool mode.
Yeah.
Let's start with the injury updates, Landfill, because you're talking Eckler, Robinson, and Andrew Wiley. This is fairly significant.
Yeah.
Number 2, Landini, sorry.
Hey, Dan, can you give us an update on Austin, Brian Robinson, and then Andrew Wiley, please? Thank you.
Yes. Austin had a chance to visit with today, and fortunately last night did all the scans, and that side came back good. It certainly was sore, but he will be in the concussion protocol. But, man, it was good to see him. Those are scary moments, John, when, those concussions like that take place. Brian was the next one I think you asked, and came and treat him today, ankle, injury to go. We'll have a better see how much work that he does during the week. So I'll have a better sense for you as we get further along. And then Andrew Wiley is in the concussion protocol as well.
You know what, Jay?
Not great, B.
I think I'm about to go back to the lab, dog. You need a running back and a kick returner. I'm gonna have to give up this seat for a few weeks, bro.
You said you were working out this morning.
I'm ready, bro. Saying. No.
I mean, what's the Toby Keith song? I'm not as good as I once was, but once I'm as good as I ever was.
Yeah, I could be as good twice.
Bro, B, you play against the Titans, then you get a bye.
I lay this on a couple people, they're gonna be in trouble, dog.
B needs that one extra return yard.
That's true.
They could turn this like into a movie, like with
that's a punt return yard.
That Bernie Mac movie where he came out of retirement to get 3 more hits so he could get 3,000.
Mr. 3,000, right?
Yeah, that would be like B Mitch.
Oh boy.
All right,
I'm gonna stay away from that.
Well,
I love my health right now.
You got my vote. Not a great situation for Washington. Let's just be real.
It's not, but I think it's not as bad as you may think, because one thing this is how I felt, and I'm sure I know I talked to a lot of guys, they feel that way. Guys get opportunities, man. Young guys down the stretch get opportunities. They could go out there and make you really turn your head. You know, because when that Monday Night Football game happened in 1990, kind of late in the season. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And my job for me was to make sure the coaches realize, okay, we could use him on our team going, as we go forward. And I think there are a lot of guys. If those guys can't go and those guys get opportunity, you can rock, because you have to be. If you are the coaches, you have to be concerned. This is 2 for Austin this year.
Beyond the coaches, I think if you're Austin, you got to be concerned.
I mean, this is what guys do. Like, players don't ultimately get concerned as soon as you told you can go. Like, everybody thought Tua shouldn't play tomorrow. Hell, he out there.
Right. Sure.
So I just think, as the coaches think about it, you got to be careful with that.
For sure. Hope the best for Austin. I mean, that's serious. You take care of yourself. Whatever you need to do, understand. Robinson's an ankle. You're hoping that could be different. I will say the injuries have continued to be a factor throughout Robinson's tenure in Washington, and it stinks for this offense. Quinn was asked, though, and this answer gets even harder if Robinson and or Eckler are out on Sunday. But number 3, Landini, how do you get the rushing attack going?
And then along those lines, so the running game has not been working the last weeks, as I'm sure you know. And now you have possibly 3 key people who would not be part of this. How do you get this right going forward, and how important is it to get it right moving forward?
Yeah, let's start with the last part first. How important it to get it right? It's critical, for us, because it takes all 11 to run it. It's the quarterback on the fake. It's the tight ends, wide receivers, perimeter. I think so much is put just the offensive line, but a really rock solid top to bottom run game. It's about everybody. And so fortunately for us, we do have a big, deep crew at that position. And as we work through the weeks, we do practice, the other guys, including the practice squad, through that at the running back spot. It is a position, John, that you better have depth at, due to injuries and such. So that's where we stand along that. And it's
but he's right. Everybody matters, but it's 5 people that matter more than anything.
Yeah.
If the only running back in history that I know that had an exceptional career, where he had one dominant offensive lineman. Okay, my man from Maryland played center for him. Barry, talking about Barry Sanders.
Okay,
but the rest of the offensive linemen weren't that great. But the center was. He was a Turk.
Right.
I think everybody else, if you don't have a good running back, just like quarterbacks, if you have a good line, you're not going to be able to be a good quarterback. If you don't have a good line, you're not going to be a good running back. So the offensive line has to start first. And I think they're at a point now where it's about health.
Kevin Glover, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. It's about health over who's the best. You get what I'm saying? If a guy is the best, but he's like 65%, I'm going to go put the guy that's a little less than him, that's 100% or 98% or 95%. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we're at a point now of the year, like Dallas figured out Tyler Biadasz is a dog. He's a He's a bad man. So they started sending 2 people to attack him and knock him off the ball, which does 2 things. It stops your running back from having a clear spot up the middle, and it damn sure makes your quarterback feel like he got to get flushed out the pocket. So if Tennessee tries that, what you need to do is have those guards, give them hip pointers, tear their asses up all day in the hip, and then up to a linebacker, and I guarantee you'll stop it. But you got to have help at the offensive line, then everything goes. Because if you're blocking well enough, the guy who none of us know his name can go out there and run the ball very well.
I mean, you saw that. I mean, the best example of that is when Mike Shanahan was running Denver. And
no matter who he put back there.
Dude, Mike Anderson, Orlandis, Gary.
But like all the stuff they did back in the day is considered illegal now.
Yeah.
They were cutting people, hitting them in the back of the legs. You can't do all that right now. But they had a hell of an offensive line for what they allowed.
But to your point, I think an area that I'm just not going to entertain, and people can do whatever they want, but I'm not getting caught up in Jaden versus Bo Nix. I will say, though, Bo Nix is playing much better football now than he was a month ago, 6 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not lost on me. That O-line in Denver, if you watch any of it, they're good. And I just saw this from Ben Baldwin, who's a analytics stats guy. He did a chart of the best pass protection in the NFL. And you've got your usual suspects. The Eagles are obviously up there. The Chiefs are up there. Vikings, Ravens, Bills.
Mm-hmm.
But the best pass protection in the NFL, Denver.
Okay.
And that, like, people, I think, falsely are trying to make this big race between Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels. That's fine. Do whatever you want. I don't care about Rookie of the Year. But Denver's built a really good team, and they are coached to really protect and help Nix.
Yeah.
And that's good. Like, good for them. That's what you should do with a young quarterback.
See, that's the whole thing. Like, for me, Jay, and I don't care about hurting people's feelings. When I hear a lot of people discussing Jaden and they only blame Jaden, they don't see the protection. They don't see the injuries on the offensive line. I completely look at them as dumbasses. I'm going to be totally honest with you. And I don't care who you are. Some of them might work at our station. I call you a dumbass. But the ultimate thing to me is quarterbacks don't do a damn thing by themselves. Like when we came in here today, you said Herbert was good in the first half, not the second half. His offensive line started getting their ass whipped in the second half.
Yeah.
So, and Herbert is a guy who's been here a while, top notch.
Rocket of an arm.
I watched Pat Mahomes look this year like he did last year because his line is not as good as they were last year. You know, you watch Lamar. When Lamar's out there running, that offensive line is blocking stout. When they're not, he doesn't look the same. But now it's people that want to prove their idiotic-ass points. They want to forget about the other aspects of the game. I'll say it again, and I said it a million times on this damn station. The most dependent position in all of sports is the quarterback. And now you flip it over to the running back. He can't do a damn thing without the offensive line either. So our first thing is to get better play out the offensive line, and then you could do whatever you want from that. Hell, Cliff Kingsbury is getting knocked right now. If you don't have a healthy offensive line, guess what he can't do? The things he want to do.
Perfect segue. Number 5, Landfill. Let's talk a little Cliff. Here's DQ.
Hey, Dan, to be a little more specific on that topic, whether you agree with this conversation that exists about Cliff Kingsbury's offenses over the years, it does exist, and you probably were aware of it prior to making the hire. What was your thought about that at the time, and what's your thought of it now when people bring it up because the offense has been in a little bit of decline of late?
Sure. I probably don't give it as much, Ben, and here's why. You're talking about a different program with different people and different players. And so I think going into, and you're putting in a system together, you want to make sure that you're featuring the players and the things that they do best and all of that. And so I think Cliff's done a good job of that. Although there are like peaks and valleys and, any season that's going to go, I don't have a sense of what somebody did, well before, because the system that, was in place there is not the same exact carbon copy as the one here.
What do you make of that?
I totally agree. Because when he didn't even address that when he first got here. He said, when I was in Arizona, I was the head coach and I had no influence from anybody else. I put in my stuff that I ran at Texas Tech. No, Texas Tech, right?
Yeah.
He say, now we're implementing an offense where I got all types of other people giving me ideas of what to do. And so what he's putting in now has some Anthony Lynn in it. I told you I hear Quinn talking so much about it. He has some Dan Quinn telling them what gives them problems on defense. You know, he has, I'm sure, what's my man, the tight end coach? You got him giving him some stuff where he thinks we both believe is going to be a offense coordinator or a damn head coach in this league.
Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson brings the stuff from Philadelphia.
Bobby Johnson.
So this is not exactly what he had. But let's be real, Jay. Things may look similar, but they may not be exactly what it is. But as I told you before, and I'll say it again, we got a lot of lazy journalism. People jump on narratives and they just run with them.
Well, there's
listen,
there are numbers to support it.
Numbers can support what they want. If you got the exact same stuff, yes. When you don't have the exact same stuff, that's not easy to just fall on. You can't say his offense is doing something without addressing the fact that the offensive line is looking like they're in shambles compared to what they were early on.
For me, specific to the Arizona stuff that I don't think gets talked about enough when people want to point out the numbers, because the numbers are real. He had a rookie quarterback the first year. Generally, these guys kind of hit a wall and slow down late in the year. Kyler Murray took almost 50 sacks that year.
Yeah.
Like those numbers are going to be impacted. Then in 22, Murray got hurt about halfway through the season. When you lose, and the year before they went 11-5, it was Cliff's best year. That's when he got the extension. The next year, Murray gets hurt and he goes down and he blows out his knee and he's going a while. Your numbers are going to look worse after the star quarterback goes down.
That's
that the offense is built around.
So now in a different offense with different influences, you can't automatically say that's the reason. It's just a pattern that happens. You got to dig a little deeper into the thing and see what's going on. How many people do it? Not many. Listen, we live in a profession where we can question a lot of stuff. I, unfortunately, for a lot of people, have lived on both sides of it. I've been questioned by a lot of people that don't know a damn thing about the offense or what's going into it. But I've also been on this side of it for a long time where I can now say stuff and understand how I see people on this side that just jump on narratives instead of investigating it a little bit deeper. So when I keep talking about the offensive line, I am telling you that's very damn vital to any offense out there.
Sure.
But how many people really even care to think about it? No, that's not juicy. That's not a good thing. I got to go over here and get this thing that sounds like, oh, this is what's going on right now. It's a bunch of crap to me.
But at the same time, injuries happen throughout the NFL.
They happen.
You got to be able to keep it moving.
So go and tell me all the other teams in the NFL that have hurt linemen and tell me they're doing the exact same thing they were doing.
But here's my point. You are a next man up. You got to keep moving no matter what.
I understand that.
Right now is a little bit of, and we were talking about the interior pressure. Cliff, I think, needs to show a counterpunch. They got to come up with something, right?
Yeah, but the thing I'm trying to tell you, they are putting the same guys out there, okay? You're talking about next man up. A lot of these other teams have next man up that could be starters somewhere.
Would you go, specific to that, would you go Trent Scott again at right tackle, or would you go Lucas?
I'll try Lucas. I'll try Trent. I'll try Lucas because Lucas was a swing tackle.
Right.
He can
He's
play
played
both.
right.
And he's damn good when he's on the field. I'll try him out because I don't care who's out there. I need the best five. The best five that day, I need them playing.
Is there anybody you would want to make a move then? Because it doesn't look like Wiley's going to play with the concussion.
Well, I think you got those two guys right there on the team that you know can play the position, so you go with that. Then you're going to have to try somebody else out and see. Listen, I believe everybody that gets paid, you got to be able to prove me something. I don't just think, I know I hear every year, oh, we don't have nobody because we haven't seen the guys play. We don't know their names on a regular basis. How many guys were nobodies that became somebody when they got an opportunity? So hopefully somebody on this damn staff, on this roster has the mindset that, you know what, I'm going to get my opportunity. I'm going to go show what I can do.
Give me number 7 real quick, Landfill. I think this is where a lot of people are, that there are concerns, man. This thing was 7-2. Now it's 7-5, 3 straight losses. The offense does not look to have the same gear it previously did. Where's DQ?
Yeah, what I told the team today, Scott, as we're 3 months in, nothing's been decided, and that really fires me up because I want to see this identity just, reveal itself about how we play. And those things will play out as we're going. And that's what I want to see from the guys, that the speed, the effort, the finishing. And if we do those things right, Scott, the score will certainly take care of itself. But that's what I want to see. And so can we be so disciplined that we don't look far down the road? And that was part of the message today. Can we just look at this one and go from there?
I don't like mentioning effort. Otherwise, I understand his message. I think publicly, that's what you talk about is, we just got to clean our stuff up. We just got to execute better. I do think strategically inside that building, you got to look at your offense and see if you got to make some.
But I don't believe executing is about effort. Executing is just being mentally there. But let's I'll take you back to 3 of these games, and I'll take you on those drops. Okay? We've seen a lot of drops. If those were caught, no one is saying anything about Jaden, and ain't nobody talking about Cliff, right? If they catch those passes, Diami.
What, in the Pittsburgh game?
Ertz.
They ended up scoring on the
that
Diami
game.
drive.
But I'm saying, but if those passes are caught, then other passes that hit people in both hands, they drop them. Nobody's discussing anything, but it's easy now because you know what? The narrative points a little to, it's Cliff's offense. I don't buy that.
That's fine.
And I'm willing to have an interview with everybody that want to write the stories. I'll talk to you.
I just think what I said going into the Dallas game, it was a perfect opportunity to extinguish the narratives. Shut everybody up. That the numbers would tell you Dallas's defense could not play. And they got here and played pretty well.
Still got to play football, dog. See, the problem is
when does that
the numbers don't always work out, Jay. You know that in every game out there.
Dallas's defense outplayed Washington's offense in that game.
Okay,
numbers
they did.
are not.
But you could tell you straight up, did Cleveland's team not outplay the Steelers?
Sure, but it's not one off.
But it's not just a one off. What I'm trying to tell you, I told you before the game, you thought it was going to be a blowout. Rivalry games, you could throw that scrap out the window.
Sometimes.
Most times.
Dallas has kicked their ass for 3 years.
And they have beaten Dallas when they suck too, right?
Yeah.
When the team has sucked, they've beaten Dallas, right?
The recent history has been mostly Dallas blowouts.
But the problem with all the people today, you can't just go to the damn numbers. Numbers ain't the only thing that tell the story.
But I'm with you. I agree with that.
And that's why I say everybody goes to numbers all the time. How about watch the damn game and not just look at the numbers?
Totally agree. Watching the games, the last month, 5 games.
The players got their ass whipped in certain games.
Right.
That wasn't a scheme.
When does something have to happen for you to look at the scheme?
I'm not looking at the scheme when I obviously see you not executing and getting whipped at the point. Scheme ain't got nothing to do with that. That's just having gonads or not.
Now you heard it. We're going to take a quick break.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I'm Roll Forsey. We're brought to you by Commuter Connections, guaranteed ride home. Commanders, got to figure things out. Guys just talking about it, the cliff theory of why the offense is struggling. Either way, the Commanders are reeling. 3 losses, 7-5, heading into Sunday's game right before the bye week at Tennessee. Here's what Jaden Daniels took from Sunday's disappointing loss to Dallas.
Anything can happen, whenever. And the Washington Commanders are going to always fight until the end.
And any given Sunday, and again, this is a chance to bounce back before the bye. Running back Brian Robinson has an ankle injury. They'll know more about his status as the week goes on. We'll see. Running back Austin Eckler and offensive lineman Andrew Wiley, both in concussion protocol. Of course, this week, Thanksgiving Day triple header, both games, all 3 games, starting with the Bears and Lions, 12:30 kickoff. We're here on the Fan and over on the Team 980. Caps get a huge win on the road last night, beating Florida 4-1. First victory since Ovi went down with the injury last week. And in the NBA, Wizards and Bulls tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Wizards dropped 11 straight, now have the worst record in the NBA. Get a free ride home for illness, unexpected emergency, or unscheduled overtime when you share the ride to work. Get started at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE, 800-745-RIDE. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Shout out to Richmond John. You see the tweet he just sent? Can I say that on the air? Richmond John just tweeted out, when Landfill sees the bag of weed I bought him for his birthday, with a gif of a woman taking her top off. Great news. Wendy is here. Wendy is available. Jeff was able to negotiate with her publicist. We will have Wendy Knows Sports at 12:45. Next segment.
Uh-oh.
Now, Stevie has an idea that we let a listener ask Wendy a question.
Ooh.
So if there's one listener, only one will get through.
Wendy said, what the hell?
But if you want to try to get through for Wendy Knows Sports, I would try sooner than later. Sarver PW on X says, I'm glad Brian Mitchell is setting you straight. It's not the system. It is the injuries along the offensive line and their inability to execute when needed. I don't know that he's setting me straight, frankly, but I think
I'm setting somebody straight, not JP necessarily.
Yeah, I understand. My point is, I'm not too worried about Arizona. I think the quarterback was the primary driver of a lot of the second half swoons.
Didn't they have a thing where the quarterback had to do a certain amount of time?
Right.
But you gonna blame the offensive coordinator for that?
I also think he got hurt, so the numbers are going to look very different and bad. Yeah. Man, I don't know what's going on in the aquarium, but Stevie's hugging up on Landfill, and Wendy's kind of hugging up on Jeff. It's like a double date in there.
Damn.
No.
I'm just looking over.
This is how rumors get started with JP.
This is how stuff start. James, they are trying to shoot their shot at Wendy through the chat.
In the chat.
So I'm letting her see it. 'Cause I think she be thinking I'm playing when I say, yo, they be in the chat looking for you. So,
all right. Landfill, will you confirm that you and Stevie were hugging?
It was a birthday hug.
I'm just saying. I look over and Wendy's perched on Jeff's shoulder, and Landfill and Stevie are hugging.
Yeah, some days I think JP not cool.
We gonna have to jump JP out this.
Hey, when he go into that when he go to get his truck, we gonna meet him in that damn garage over there.
CRH Henderson on Twitter says, Cliff can make an easy adjustment. Kill the up-tempo and move Terry from side to side. Don't let the defense get comfortable covering one side of the field. Defenses are covering the left and pressuring the right with no routes down the middle. I think that's oversimplification. I do think it wouldn't hurt to move Terry around more.
Well, the fact that you told me 27 times he's been on the right side and it went to him, he had how many receptions?
7 of 8 targets.
7 of 8 targets, and he has
on 27 routes, 8 targets, 7 catches for over 150 yards, 2 touchdowns.
I mean, moving him around can help, but on top of it, though, the main thing is if you move him to the right side and Jaden gets the ball and somebody's in his face, he don't see Terry on the right side either, right? So I'm just listen, man. That whole offensive line thing. You look at my stats in college, the stuff I did, and people, oh man, you had a great. No, my offensive line blocked their ass off for me to get those opportunities. And I think too many times we just look at the specialty position and think they do it all by themselves. They don't. The Hogs played for almost 10 years together. Everybody that got behind them looked good, right? We had running backs that had great years. We had quarterbacks that had very good years. We had damn receivers that had multiple years in the same year. You know what I mean? So when your offensive line is great, great things happen.
Sure.
And you got to take advantage of it when they are.
Here's the tricky part, though, is these guys are beat up, but you don't necessarily want to bench anybody. So you have this limbo of just a banged up offensive line, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
So you got to try to figure out some other things. But I'm just saying, it's just not a simple, oh, it's the person. No, it's not that simple. But you got to find a way. I brag on Coach Gibbs, and I'm always say he's the best coach I've ever seen in my damn life. This man was so good to where he would practice what he knew was going to go to because he knew people were going to try to stop a certain way. And 9 times out of 10, he was exactly right in what he said. They got to start figuring some of that stuff out, you know.
Well,
he can help it once you get into the game. See, like this is my show, my play sheet. I'm in the second quarter. If stuff ain't working, hell with it. Got to go now. We're going to start now and try to figure it out.
I agree with that. And I think you also got to wonder, specific to Washington's slowdown, especially in the run game, Brian Robinson missed 3 games already, probably going to miss a 4th. When he was out there, it doesn't necessarily look all the way back. That's a pretty big factor. B-Rob is not Josh Jacobs or certainly Saquon or Henry or any of that, but whatever that second tier of good back is, I think he probably lands there.
He's there.
But he doesn't stay on the field enough. And that's been a problem for this offense too.
Yeah. I think the game just the other day, it was a freak accident, and I cannot believe.
He looked like he was going to be out for a year.
I thought he was done. I can't believe that they did not call hip drop. That was damn sure the definition of hip drop.
Now, Brian, I ask you this. The Commanders, depending where you look, their odds have dropped from what they were of making the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting here today, 12:38 on Tuesday, November 26th, I think, we always, in our casual conversations, not even our on-air conversations, we always talk about after Halloween is when you kind of know what a team is. After Thanksgiving is when teams kind of stretch their legs and become real players, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a playoff team?
I think they are. And I say it because what they showed me earlier shows the capabilities here. What they showed of late shows you a team struggling, trying to find their way. I believe now is where leaders and coaches have to be the guide to make them find their way. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the time of the year where you sacrifice a little bit more. Maybe or early in the year, y'all were going to do this at the time and blah, blah, blah. Maybe now it's just look at your damn film. Study a little bit more. Make sure your body is completely healed. If you just sit at home doing something that can help you heal your body, that might be better than going out here and doing something else. You know what I mean? So those type of things pop up. When I came in as a young player, all I wanted to do is go to practice, get done, and hang. Quickly realized that wears you down. And I had guys say, man, try this, try that. And I became a much more adept football player by studying just 1 hour longer. Sitting down, doing a contrast on an injury or something that was about to come about a little longer. I felt something about to come, so I started treating it before it happened. Like I'm drinking this stuff right here, the airborne, before something happens to me,
Right.
All those little things can help. And I think players need to hear those little tidbits those little things, like the smallest thing might have the biggest impact for you late in the football season.
Put up or shut up time for the Washington Commanders with the Tennessee Titans coming to town on Sunday, 3 days after Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is Landfill's birthday. But next, it's a celebration for you. Why? Because it's time. Everybody's favorite segment, Wendy Knows Sports.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's all gravy this weekend on FanDuel, which means you're getting a feast of rewards all weekend long. And right now, all customers can get a no-sweat NFL same-game parlay to celebrate the occasion. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay, you'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. NFL same-game parlays are a perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you in a FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. So what are you waiting for? Start your feast now with a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Max wager is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the Rooster walking around, cockadoodle doing. All right, I don't want to delay because I know how much excitement there is in these streets. It's everybody's favorite segment. Does Wendy hear me? Does Wendy have headphones? It is time for Wendy Knows Sports. Hello, Wendy. How do you do?
Hi.
Now, I have been informed, and I'm going to chastise a bunch of people. Wendy won't come sit next to me and be in the stream because people are being jerks to her in the stream community, and I will not stand for it. So, Wendy, I support you not being in the stream.
No, I said I didn't want to be in the stream because Jeff said I looked like I was going to burglarize somebody's house.
What's up with that, Jeff?
Jeff can't hear you. Wendy has his headphones.
He said, "What's up with that, Jeff?"
I mean, she do got the army fatigue pants with the black sweater and the black Scully on her head.
How would you describe Wendy's look, Landfill?
I'd just say normal.
Okay. Wendy, you ready for Wendy Knows Sports?
Yep.
All right. Now, Stevie left. Everybody left. Drew left. B left. Everybody's gone. But Stevie's idea was one listener can call in and ask one question for Wendy. Should somebody do that? Cool. Until that happens, I will ask the question. Wendy.
Yes.
The Commanders lost their third straight game on Sunday.
I saw that.
Who'd they play?
Dallas.
Who's their coach?
Okay. Now we're asking questions that I don't know the answer to.
Who was their quarterback in that game?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Well, you're familiar with Dak Prescott, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I've heard that name before.
He was not the quarterback.
Okay.
He's injured. His hamstring fell off the bone. Jeff, can you move so I can see Wendy, please?
Jeff actually put the chair all the way down because I was sitting in the sky a minute.
There we go.
Okay.
So not knowing the coach of the Cowboys is one thing, but there's a very, very, very famous another person involved with the Cowboys. Do you know who that is?
Their owner?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's his name?
Jerry Jones.
Yeah, let's go. Jerry Jones was obviously at the Commanders game.
Mm-hmm.
Not the most famous person there, though.
Jay-Z was at the Commanders game.
Yes. Who else was at the Commanders game that maybe goes by initials?
Not
RG3?
me.
Yeah. Wendy's on fire. Yeah. What position did RG3 play?
He was the quarterback.
Yeah, buddy. All right. Well, you're on fire today, Wendy. We can't stump you. Who played last night, Monday Night Football, Wendy?
I don't know. I worked last night. I don't know.
Where did you work last night?
I was at Capital One Arena last night.
Wiz?
No, it was Rod Wave concert.
Oh, how was that?
A lot.
A lot. All right.
It was just a lot.
Okay. The Wizards play tonight. Do you know who they're playing?
Hold on, because I work tonight.
So
They
do
play
I.
LA one day. Is that today or tomorrow?
No, they play the Clippers tomorrow.
Okay. See, I was close.
Sorta. Let's do
Today?
this. Is Landfill giving you answers?
No.
Hold on. Let's do this, Wendy. Los Angeles, big city, obviously, right?
Yes.
They have a lot of teams. They
Yes.
have 2 teams in every major sport,
Yes.
I think. At least, yeah, they do. Let's see how many Los Angeles teams you can name.
Okay, we have the Clippers,
Sure.
the Lakers,
Yep.
the
It's an early stump.
okay, I got basketball.
Right, but there's 3 other
How about
major
football?
sports.
Football? No, because the one that I named a couple weeks ago, you guys told me was wrong.
Listen, their football teams, there's 2 football teams. They both played on national television. One played last night and one played Sunday night.
No.
What about the baseball team? They just won the World Series.
If you have an electric car, what you need to have?
Electricity? Oh, the Chargers?
That counts, Landfill. We're up to 3.
All right.
Wendy, their baseball team just won the World Series and is an honestly like iconic brand and name.
Yeah. It's a childhood game with a big ball they would throw at you. What you call that? What ball?
A childhood game.
Yeah. You have to avoid the ball. What do they call it? What ball?
I don't know.
There's a movie about it with Ben.
Oh, the
Stiller.
Dodgers.
Yeah. All right, we're up to 4.
Dodgeball.
Got it now.
All right, how else can we get home on this? Do you remember Nelly? Were you into Nelly at all?
Yes.
Do you remember what his football team was? He would wear their jerseys in the videos.
He's from St. Louis.
Right. Now the
What was
team
their
may have
football
moved,
team name at that time?
but what's the name? The team name. I think he had a car painted with these
The Rams?
Yes. All right. What are we at? 5? 5 of 8?
Oh, we're still naming LA teams?
Yeah. And you haven't gotten there yet.
So I named 1 baseball, 2 football, 2 basketball.
Yeah. There's another baseball one, and they made a movie with this team with Danny Glover in
The
it.
Angels.
Yeah.
I just watched that movie the other day. Actually.
You just watched Angels in the Outfield?
Yes, I love that movie.
Of all the bizarre things.
Great movie.
That's 25 years old, isn't it?
Matthew
love that
McConaughey's in that movie.
He is.
Wendy, can I ask a question? Seriously? If you just watched that movie and you love that movie, why was it so difficult for you to remember the Angels?
Because I'm put on the spot and I can't think.
Also, in Wendy's defense, they're the California Angels in that movie.
Yeah.
They've been the California Angels.
Anaheim.
The LA.
What do you consider Anaheim, LA? Kind of.
Yeah, well, they're officially the Los Angeles Angels now.
But they're the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Not anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know what? I think we've got a chance here. We got a real chance for another one.
Oh, they have the Ducks too.
Well, you just gave it away.
Oh.
Okay, what league is that in?
Hockey.
Surely you've seen that movie, right?
Mighty Duck.
Yes.
Not all together. Like I think I've seen pieces.
You haven't seen all of Mighty Ducks? Mighty
No.
Ducks is great.
That's what Michael J. Fox.
You don't watch movies. Clearly,
No,
Wendy
Emilio
does.
Estevez.
Oh, okay. No, I think I've seen pieces.
I think confusing Michael J. Fox and Emilio Estevez is kind of fair.
They're the same person.
Yeah, they're like short actors that were really famous in the late 80s, early 90s. That's totally fair. I don't know how we're going to get home on this last LA-based team.
Wait, what's left?
One more hockey team.
Oh my god.
Wayne Gretzky played for him.
Oh my god. I know that name.
That's a good start. I think currently the Queen of England died, and her
Queen
son.
Elizabeth?
Sure.
Okay.
Who's in charge of England right now?
Charles
What's his title?
King.
What's the LA hockey team called?
The Kings.
Yeah, we got.
Oh, Sacramento, right? No, that's basketball.
That's basketball, baby. Hey, she had just passed the
Sacramento.
test, had the A walking out of class. So is that hockey about your Sacramento Kings? Yeah.
What league are the Sacramento Kings in?
Basketball.
Since you brought them up, that's correct. Another rousing edition.
Way to go, Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy. We
Thank
always
you.
love when you join us. That was Wendy Knows Sports. Coming back, Nikki Jabala.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. So, Commanders were 7-2, and now they're 7-5. Third straight loss, a crazy finish Sunday against Dallas. Dan Quinn Monday asked how concerned he is about this struggle here in the last few weeks.
We're 3 months in, nothing's been decided, and that really fires me up because I want to see this identity just, reveal itself about how we play. And that's what I want to see. And so can we be so disciplined that we don't look far down the road? And that was part of the message today. Can we just look at this one and go from there?
Now, for DC football fans, you have to hope that history isn't repeating itself. Dan Quinn's first year in Atlanta, the Falcons, 2015, were 6-1. They lost 6 in a row, 7 of their last 9 to finish 8-8 that season. Now, year 2, they did go 11-5, went to the Super Bowl, so that wouldn't be a bad thing. They're going to have to try to get things turned around right before the bye week this Sunday. The Commanders 5.5-point favorite against the Tennessee Titans. Capitals with a huge road win last night. First one since Ovi went down a week ago with the leg injury. Caps end a 2-game skid beating Florida 4-1. Wizards host the Bulls tonight, looking to snap an 11-game skid. They have the worst record in the NBA, 2-13. That's 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Us. B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Whenever you hear that song, it means time to get smarter. Talk to Miss Nikki Jabvala from the Washington Post. What up, Nick? How are you?
Who am I?
I'm good. How are you?
We're good. B and I had a pretty interesting conversation earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you at concern level with the team? If you three-game losing streak.
I wouldn't say concern. I'm more like curious what's really going on and are they going to be able to fix it this season? I mean, they were like one of the hottest teams in the league in week 3-4, and now they just seem flat.
Yeah.
I think the last game I take as an outlier because I feel like everybody played like crap. They had some good moments, and they were squandered on offense. You think about the takeaways, which they've preached however many times, and they can never turn those into points. That's probably my biggest concern right now, and just kind of getting the offense reset. But I mean, I think there was also an expectation that there would be some bumps in the road. You know, he is still a rookie quarterback, Shaden Daniels, and I thought he actually played pretty well in the last game, looked more like himself. And there's still a lot of holes on the roster, and there's going to be way more in the offseason, but that's a different story. So, yeah, I'm mostly just curious on, you know, how are they going to get it back on track, if they can get it back on track? And, you know, is the playoff still a realistic expectation at this point?
When you look at those questions, you said something very interesting in there that there are going to be even more holes this offseason. What are you alluding to? Just because it is a ton of guys on one-year deals. But
that's the biggest thing is, you know, they signed a lot of veterans who have turned into really good assets, but they're on shorter-term deals. So you're going to have a lot of free agents, a lot of starters that are going to be free agents.
Yep.
So and then there are some obvious positions that you would think they'd try to upgrade. So probably need at least one, maybe two tackles, you know.
Draft also, yeah.
Definitely need tight ends. Definitely need receivers.
Running backs.
Definitely need more backs.
Yeah.
The whole defensive line, corner, depending on what they do with Jeremy Chin, probably safety. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to have a lot of holes to fill.
Yeah, I think we got we knew it was a rebuild. Things started going good. We forgot about the rebuild. And now we're seeing this is a rebuild. You know what I mean? Because like when you build a team, I think the ultimate thing people forget, teams don't win by having 22 good starters. Well, let's say 25 with the kicker, the snapper, and the punter. If 25 good starters, people think, oh, yeah, we're going to win. No, you got to have backups. And right now, this team don't have enough legitimate backups to be competing at a level once they start getting injuries. And their injuries hurt more than any other team injuries hurt.
I agree. I thought there was a small margin for them, like a very small margin for them to have errors. And this is where the concern about the offensive line came in. And I thought they did really well in the early going. I thought the way Jaden played helped them a ton too, because he can evade pressure, extend plays with his feet. But they don't have any depth on the line. This is that was the one benefit of Washington's line 4 years ago, was they could go down to their fifth center and still be okay. But the depth, it's not there on the line. So, of course the offensive line is going to get banged up. That's an inevitable. At least one guy is going to be banged up, usually way more. To have, really three, maybe, they're still playing, but they're not close to, being right.
Yeah.
And they don't have, the talent behind them to really make it a seamless transition if they need to step away.
Talking with our friend Nikki Jadbala from the Washington Post, Commanders Insider. You can read her work at WashingtonPost.com. Or I use the app, the Washington Post app, and I have notifications for Nikki's work, which is actually pretty damn helpful. You can follow her on X at Nikki Jadbala, NICKIJHABVALA. One of the hot topics, and B. Mitchell could definitely laugh at this, in the Skins media room of late is a lot of people want to leave Twitter and are going to the new app called Blue Sky. You are refusing, Nikki, is my understanding. Are you still holding strong?
Well, refuse is a strong word. I'm not refusing.
Oh, she's caving a little.
No, it's more it's just another place that we gotta. I sound lazy, but that's not really it either.
It's just another thing we have to do.
It's just another thing, and then I thought, oh, remember when Threads was going to be the new thing, and everybody moved there, and that died pretty quickly. So I want to see that Blue Sky is legit first.
Yeah,
and then
I created
and then I'll
one.
go over.
I am JP Finley DC on Blue Sky. To me, the
Did
whole
somebody
thing.
take JP Finley?
Yes, JP Finley was taken.
Oh, somebody took that. They're gonna sell that to him.
I ain't
They're
buying
he
it.
making all that money. I'm getting some of that.
I ain't buying it. Actually, it's someone named Jonathan Finley. He's a Blue Sky adult volunteer in UK scouting. I guess he's a Boy Scout in England. So follow that dude too if you want. I think this will go by the way of Threads, frankly. I think this feels overtly political and in response to events over the last month.
I think it's going to be another one that's going to come out that's going to compete.
If there was, this would be it because it looks the most similar. Just hard to get that migration. It's also
I just think it'll end up being toxic anyway. If it gets enough people and it becomes a real competitor to Twitter, it'll just end up being toxic.
I think they should make everybody have to really, really do a background and put your real stuff out there. That's where you get rid of the toxicity.
Yeah.
Because anybody that can hide behind an avatar and a fake ass name, they're going to always be toxic.
Correct. I totally agree with both of you. All right, back to football. I asked Brian a question a few minutes ago that I'm going to ask you now. Currently, the Commanders are 7-5. If the playoffs started today, they'd be the 7 seed. Unfortunately, we'd be heading to Philly in January for the wild card game. But the season doesn't end today. They've got a game Sunday, then a bye week, then 4 more games. Nikki Jadbala, the question is relatively simple. I fear the answer is not. Are the Commanders a playoff team?
Yes, I think they are, but by a hair. Yes. I mean, the schedule is friendly.
Sure.
I think. Of course, now the Titans are starting to get decent, and they face them at the wrong time. But and we also said there's they absolutely have to beat Dallas, and they did not.
Right.
So, life comes at you fast.
Yeah.
But I still think they get there somehow, some way.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the remainder, you get you get Tennessee, which to Brian's earlier point, like who knows? You never know week to week. Who the hell knows, right? But I do think when they finally get to this late bye, they're going to be the freshest team in the NFL down the stretch. They have 3 games in 30 days, including a full week off. I think that gives them a real chance. I don't think any of those late games will be easy. Who knows what Dallas will have left at that point? But Dallas just beat them, so it's not even
right.
Like,
You can't.
It's crazy
Can't,
to talk
and
about.
it'll be in Dallas and at New Orleans, so you can't totally count them out either. Like
Right.
you can't count any of them out. But yeah, I mean the late bye is just so brutal. Like no team has had week 14 bye, which is the latest possible week for 3 straight seasons. Only Washington.
It's crazy.
That is crazy.
I do a bye week trip every year, and we have to go further and further south to find some warmth.
To find warmth.
How do they get? All right, so if we say they're a playoff team, their last month they're 1-3. That ain't playoff team. How do they turn this thing around?
Win.
Sure. How?
No, I mean they got to get this offense together. They got to get. This is where I agree with Quinn. I think. Well, I say agree to a point. I think you have to make some adjustments to the offense. You can't just keep all the same things when defenses are adjusting to you, which they do seem to be doing. But I think a lot of it is execution, and they got to figure out, why it's not translating from the practice field to the game. I think it helps that Jaden Daniels did appear to be a bit healthier.
I thought Jaden looked pretty good.
He had looked like him. Yeah, he looked explosive. He doesn't have that pinpoint accuracy, but maybe those few games were the outliers, and it's hard to throw that accurate all the time. So yeah, and I think on a lot of those incompletions, I think it's knee jerk to always blame the quarterback, and that's not. I mean, many times it's not the case. Like I think the deep one to Zach Ertz, I think that was. I don't know this for sure. I'm not in the meeting rooms. I obviously can't hear the calls, but it looked like he was expecting Zach Ertz to go higher on his route and then kind of flatten off.
That's the same thing I was told by a couple of receivers I was sitting next to. They said the exact same thing, and a cornerback. So,
yeah. I mean, there were some that were, hit Noah Brown straight in the chest and dropped. So yeah, I mean, it goes down to everybody. So they got to clean that up in all 3 phases. The one I'm really curious about, and I'd be surprised if we see him this week just because of the bye coming up, is Marshawn Lattimore. I mean, like, you make that trade when you're winning, when you're doing well, and when you feel like you're a contender. He's hurt, obviously, so he can't play, and now you've lost the last 3 games. Is there? I hate even saying this before the guy gets on the field, but like, is there any remorse about making a deal like that when clearly you're going to have some work to do in the offseason on the roster? It just looks like they're in a different state post trade deadline than they were going into it. A drastically different one.
Agreed.
Yeah, I thought he would have played by now. I hope he's playing this week.
Yeah, and specific.
I'm at that point now where we got him. I was excited. I need to see him. I know what he's capable of, but I can't listen. I'm one where I don't really go full bore until I see you play on this team in these colors. Don't care what you did in somebody else's colors.
Well, and let's. I think this just came from Fowler, and if you need to check your phone, check your phone. That Commanders are working out Jerry Jacobs, who's another corner. I don't know.
Yeah.
The fact that they're working out other veteran corners to me doesn't sound that great for Lattimore playing this week. I
would be surprised if even if we were close, it's like he could have another 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Or you push him for this week.
I agree with you. What is the structure of that deal going forward? Because I know New Orleans ate a lot of it to make the trade happen, but like looking at 2 more years on the deal, yes, no remaining guaranteed money on that. Do you think they have to kind of rework that thing to make that a long-term investment?
Possibly. I mean, they have a good bit of cap space for next season. So I think the roster, honestly, and this is such a vague answer, but I think there are going to be a lot of a lot of new deals, whether it's extending, some veterans that are on expiring ones or bringing in new talent, that it's kind of hard to say how they will want to structure that, because it could depend on how the others are structured. But I mean, I'm looking at it now. I mean, he's got a roster bonus due early next year in March, right? So maybe they look to restructure and kind of move some into
could that be related to somebody else other than Lattimore?
It could be.
Could it be related to somebody else other than Lattimore? I mean, listen.
Yeah.
One thing we learned about these dudes, if you're not performing at the level that they want you to perform, they don't mind letting you go.
Or that somebody's hurt. Somebody from Sunday is just hurt, and we will find out tomorrow when we're back out there. Next
I mean, what they've been doing too is they work out guys just for future reference.
Yeah, for 2 weeks from now, after the bye or whatever. The moves. One move I would be interested in, and I think, frankly, could come when the season ends. I don't think at this stage you would really address it, but I could see something between January and March. I think you try to get Chin back because you got Luvu back.
Yeah, I like him.
Like Luvu's got more years on there. I would try to get Chin locked up before free agency opens. Do you agree with that?
Chin definitely. Yeah, I would say Chin definitely. I mean, he's been such a great asset to a secondary that's with a lot of young players too. He's been great for them. Wagner's the other one. I mean, it's kind of up to I would think it's up to Wagner on what he wants to do, but I mean, he doesn't look like a dude that's got 13 years in his belt.
He's still playing well,
he can
man.
still play.
Yeah, I agree. I think Wagner, Luvu, Chin have been probably the best players on that defense. Fowler has been quite good too. Specific to the run game, talking with our friend Nikki Jabvala, Washington Post. Give her a follow at Nikki Jabvala, NICKIJHABVALA. Use your crystal ball and tell me who's the leading ball carrier this weekend.
Oh,
B. Mitch.
Yo, Nikki, will you
Brian,
tweet this out? Will you tweet this out? If you tweet it out, I'll put it on Blue Sky. Brian, per sources, Brian Mitchell considering a return. He understands Commanders need help at kick return and running back and thinks he's got something left.
Brian Mitchell files for reinstatement.
Yo, did you ever formally turn in your retirement paperwork?
Yeah, I'm done, dog.
No, it's never too late. Shaq Barrett just filed his reinstatement papers. It's never too late.
Hey, Nikki, that means I got to go work out like real intently.
Yeah,
you worked out this morning.
Yeah, I was working out to walk to the sideline, not run up and down the field.
Please tweet it out. Yo, per sources, Brian Mitchell contemplating reinstatement paperwork with the NFL. That's
I wonder how many phone calls I would get. Hey, man, you really? Nah, bro.
All right, now that you can't say B. Mitch, who's your leading ball carrier this weekend?
Oh, gosh. At this point, not seeing how Brian Robinson is after that game, Jeremy McNichols? I mean, I feel like they got to sign. I mean, they released Chris Rodriguez. They got to either sign him back to the practice squad or something, or sign him back. They got to have some depth there. And maybe
I
they're
think
waiting
Brian's
to
gonna
see
play.
Rob on the field. What's that?
I think Brian plays.
You think so?
When the knee thing and the hamstring, I understood. This is an ankle.
Right.
You tape up an ankle or you go.
Well, they did that, and then he came out again for the ankle.
He didn't have a carry in the second half of that game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. I'll say
he just seemed to be a different level of cat than most of these guys.
Oh, yeah, no, totally. He's one of the toughest guys I've ever been around.
I'll say McNichols is my leading ball carrier this weekend. Who's yours, B?
Yeah, okay.
We'll learn a lot more tomorrow.
I'm going to still go with B.
You're going with Brian Robinson. Okay.
Brian is still my guy until they say he's not playing.
Yeah.
Okay. You know who it could be? Jaden.
That's possible, too.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay.
I just want him to do his
I didn't
thing.
know that was the option.
That's an option.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, Jaden.
I mean, yeah, it should be, honestly.
Yeah. I think, honestly, I wish they had ran him more against Dallas.
Hey, isn't
on
it
the
funny,
edges.
Nikki, where people didn't want he can't run. Now everybody want him to run?
Oh, I know. I was just thinking that before you guys called. Like, remember when people are so concerned about the 16 carries? And
Now they want him
now
to
he
run.
can't. Yeah, I mean, I wish they would just let him loose more.
When does Terry McLaurin get his first catch?
Oh my God! If it's not in the first quarter, jeez. I can't. How is this possible? Every single year, no matter the quarterback, no matter the coordinator, no matter the head coach, they can't carry the ball till the third quarter. What about this is so difficult?
Well, basically, what it shows me that they know when they need a play, they can go to him, and I think you should automatically assume that I'm gonna need a play. I'm gonna go to him early. That's what I think they should do.
But to me, that means like get some more playmakers around him, so there's, he has a better chance to get open. Make it easier on him.
Nikki, before we let you go, we got breaking news on the Fan. I'm just seeing this on Twitter. This is from the B. Mitch and Finley account. Per sources, Brian Mitchell considering filling paperwork to come out of retirement.
Let's go! Yeah.
Oh Lord, Larry, I didn't think you would do that to me, dog.
Nikki,
I'm retweeting that definitely.
Oh hell!
That might get
I
me
was
on
debating
Blue Sky.
retweeting, and I'm like, oh man, if I do this, it's going to become a thing. But you should totally do it, Nikki.
Oh Lord.
How about this?
I mean, I'm not answering my phone the rest of the day.
I'll probably see you tomorrow, but have a happy Thanksgiving in case we don't.
Thanks. You too, guys. See ya.
All right,
Nikki, take care.
The great
Bye.
Nikki Jabvala. Breaking news on the Fan. B. Mitch considering filing paperwork to come back out of retirement.
Oh, I sure wish I had it, bro. I would.
We're going to do a little Thanksgiving bit.
I can't make less than $1 million? Oh, hell yeah.
Folks are upset that the Commanders have lost 3 in a row. Should we take a quick pause and remind ourselves they're supposed to stink this year? They're already over the win total. What are you thankful for, Landfill?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This Thanksgiving, we're serving up epic football moments with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel app serves up all the ingredients you need to place live bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. Plus, when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join the day and get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. Make this Thanksgiving extra special with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders got to snap this skid sometime. 5.5-point favorite Sunday against the Titans, trying to get right before the bye week. You just heard B. Mitch and J.P. Finley talk about it. Running back Brian Robinson with the ankle injury. Dan Quinn didn't have much info, said they'll know more as the week goes on. Also Austin Eckler and right tackle Andrew Wiley are in concussion protocol. Thanksgiving Day triple-header NFL here on the Fan. Monday Night Football. Too bad both Harbaughs couldn't lose. Someone had to win. Ravens over the Chargers 30-23. Aiden O'Connell is going to be the Raiders starting quarterback for their Black Friday game Friday afternoon against Kansas City. Caps get their first win since Ovi left with the injury a week ago. Caps beat Florida last night 4-1. Wizards host the Bulls tonight. That's 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Listen, I'm not going to name names here. Jeff just told me something that I found profoundly disturbing. We're not going to name the course. Somebody taking Jeff out to play a very nice golf course?
I was invited to watch, however.
He is trying to. He was like,
I think I know who would be
no,
giving
we
the
were having a
invitation.
conversation, and he was like, who's going to be your fourth? And Jeff said, hey. Like, I turned my head, and Jeff walked from this side of me around to my left and got in my face about, I can play. I say, not that close.
There. Jeff, I owe you a round over at Haynes. We need to get back to Haynes. Maybe there's a time in the future where you could play Needwood. Like, there are places we can go play.
Oh, that's a spot.
Yeah, Needwood.
I never heard of that.
It's a golf course.
I thought he was playing. Y'all too, right? Y'all are sickening. Both of you little bastards are sickening.
All right. What matters more? You guys ready for this?
Okay, let's go.
Jerry Jones, earlier this morning, speaking with our boys down in Dallas on 105.3, said it's now Mike McCarthy's contract is set to expire this year. Everybody assumes McCarthy is gone.
So Jerry could say he didn't fire him.
Well, Jerry said this morning it's not a given. They don't bring McCarthy back.
Yeah, he always says stuff. You remember last time he told that guy, man, you gonna always be a cowboy. He was fired like the next day. He told Jimmy Johnson a lot of stuff, fired him. Can't believe everything Jerry says.
Okay, so that's the game here. What matters more? Jerry's saying Mike McCarthy could be back. Here, Jeff, tell Jalen to come get these headphones so he can hear the show. Shout out to Jalen, PA over at NBC4, wanted to come in and see how the rest of us live, and he's now watching this radio
Hey, Jeff,
show.
you like say hell with radio. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, dude.
Y'all in a damn jail cell.
Prison cell. All right, so Jerry says McCarthy ain't coming back, or McCarthy might come back. I don't believe him, but he said it.
He lied.
Well, let's check in on your boy A-Rod, B.
What did he say?
Aaron Rodgers was just on McAfee, and he said he's not deciding on if he'll play in 2025. It depends how he feels physically and mentally, among other factors. But if he does, his first choice is to do it with the Jets.
Okay, and if I'm the Jets, if he don't, I'm gonna give him a date to sign by. If he don't sign by, I'm moving forward with somebody else to build my team. I'm not gonna wait on that fool anymore. Because just like they did this year, right when everybody got ready to go to work, he had to go on a trip.
He went to Egypt.
Come on, man, please. Listen, Aaron Rodgers, yes, people, he's one of the best quarterbacks to ever play. But no quarterback is that good to put up with that BS all the damn time. But Pat Mahomes right now.
I don't even think. Bro, if I'm the Jets and you've now fired your coach, your GM, give me Tankathon. Where are the Jets drafting right now? It's got to be top 5 or something, right? don't think I want Aaron back. If you're a new coach and you got to deal with that,
a new coach
GM,
a new coach coming in does not want to deal with that.
Right now, the Jets would
By
have the
no
seventh
stretch.
pick in the draft. I don't think they
A
want
new
him.
coach is giving him my favorite, a one-finger salute, and tell him, get the hell out of here.
Dude, he turns 41 on Tuesday.
If he was 41 and still
No, he turns 41 on Monday.
with the passing ability he has, he was 41, but he was sane and not so damn selfish and stuck on himself, then I think at that point, I would probably want him back. But right now, he has shown you he is the most individual person in sports. I keep saying quarterbacks are the most dependent position in sport. If you are going to be that way, eventually guys will change on you. And say what you want, people. I've seen guys miss blocks on purpose. And I think he'll be getting some of those things like that.
Better chance McCarthy's in Dallas next year or A-Rod's a Jet.
A-Rod's a Jet, better chance.
But it's 0% and 2% to me. I think you're right. There's a better chance it's A-Rod, but I don't think it's happening. Do you think A-Rod's in the NFL next year?
What he is doing is slowly wearing out his welcome. You're getting older now, dude, and people are not going to put up with the BS too much longer. So yeah, he has to understand that. Now there are some dumb owners in the league. They might put up with him longer. I don't know.
I mean, if you look at the bad teams in the NFL, who would bring? Yo, I got you one. Although they might legitimately need a bridge quarterback.
He can go to Vegas. That owner is weird as hell. It's LA. I mean, it's Vegas. So that'll work for Aaron.
Now I think Vegas. So I'm just on Tankathon looking at their mock draft. Right.
I think AP might fight him though if he come on that team with all that craziness.
The draft right now would be Jacksonville, Giants, Raiders, Pats, Panthers, Titans, Jets, Browns, Saints, Bengals. Okay, that's your top 10.
But Aaron goes back to the Raiders and say, "Hey, I need Devontae to come back with me."
That'd be amazing.
And Devontae say, "Yeah, my hamstring's good now."
All right, the Jags aren't drafting a quarterback. They just paid $1 billion. In Tankathon right now.
I know they wish they could.
The mock draft, listen to this. Number 1 overall, Travis Hunter to Jacksonville. Hunter's a star. I get it. Take him. Number 2, Big Blue, New York Football Giants. Shedeur Sanders.
I saw some pointing towards
Who
that
would you
this
take?
morning.
So they got Shedeur going 2 to the Giants, Cam Ward going 3 to the Raiders.
I think Cam Ward is the better quarterback.
I do too. Okay, I feel better.
And I like
together on
Shedeur. I like what he's done, how he's come around now. But I think Cam Ward is the better quarterback. Now, I think people are kind of starting to shy and say stuff about Cam right now because Cam is very much like Caleb. Don't like to do stuff on schedule.
Yeah.
But he can do he has everything, dog.
I think I would lean Ward. It's funny, they're both listed. So Cam Ward 6'2", 223, Shedeur 6'2", 215. When I watch Shedeur play, it seems like he's smaller than that.
He looks smaller, but he's tall. He's tall enough. But Cam looks taller than me.
Yeah.
Than Shedeur.
Me too. I don't know, man. What I would not do if I draft a first round quarterback, even if you want them to sit the whole year, go find Jacoby Brissett, sign Drew Lock. I would not want Rodgers being my mentor to a first
he ain't
round.
gonna help him out anyway. He is not helping him anyway. He said that's not his job.
If I had to make a bet in some capacity related to McCarthy and Rodgers, and there is some irony that McCarthy's about to get canned by the Cowboys, Rodgers about to be out of a job in New York, and those two hated each other, but the most success they found was working
When
together.
they were together. Sometimes in business, man, you got to realize you don't have to like somebody that you're dealing with 100%.
Sure.
You better make damn sure that that person is better for your trajectory and you're better for theirs. Because if you want to work with everybody you like. Most people we like can't really help us. To be honest with you, we like them because they're cool as hell, but they probably can't do a damn thing for your profession.
Agreed. I think if I could parlay both to be out of the NFL next year, Rodgers and McCarthy, that's the only bet I'd want to make. What kind of odds you give me on that, Bees? Let me know. When we come back, I got a question for Jeff. I need I got a bout of old white guyness that I need you to explain something to me.
I already got a text. I hear you coming back.
I did get this tweet, B. Roman says, I'm so pumped B. Mitch is coming back. We know Eckler has number 30. What number are you going to choose? Also, you might be able to get some really
Damn, all my numbers gone. Number 1, number 11, number 30. Damn.
B, if you're coming back, Austin is wearing like 31 or something.
Hold on. Do you think Daryl would let you borrow 28 for a
I'll
minute?
take another number to make it. I don't mind taking another number and making it good now. I'll take number like a bad number, like a 41 or something, 43. No, 43 was that, right?
Yeah.
Take it there. Yeah, I won't take that. Hell, I'll go out there and just ride 51. I don't care.
Is anybody wearing like 38? I bet 38's available.
I'll take a bad number and make it look good.
What about 69?
Yo, yeah, be 69.
Jeff, no, you wore that number and you got beat down.
You want to hear something hysterical? So my wife and the kids were all signed up for the turkey trot Thursday morning, a little 5K, and I had to go pick up our kits, right? Because they give you the T-shirt and then you wear the little bib number or whatever.
To do what? The run?
For the turkey trot. Yeah. Guess what number I got?
What?
69. No lie. When we come back, Jeff's going to explain whatever.
What
the hell.
Lori got to say about that?
She said, I'm not wearing that, and you look like an idiot.
I'm gonna learn to play this on the guitar.
It's a hell of a song. It's a hell
I'm
of
just
a
learning
bit,
to play this little
Landfill.
part right here.
Did you play any instruments growing up?
Saxophone, drums, and the trombone.
Till what age?
My saxophone, I did that all the way through high school.
Did you?
Yeah.
Could you still get out there and
I
belt
went
one
and bought
out?
one not long ago, and a friend of mine's son was taking it, and I shipped it off to him. I bought one about 10, 12 years ago. I was going to reteach myself how to play it.
That'd be
They
cool.
needed more than I did.
You have my support. Terrence McClarence just dropped a picture. He says, exclusive first look at B. Mitch in his new number 69 for the Commanders.
Yes, don't make me choke you.
Mitchell will be playing for the vet minimum and
Wait,
vows
put this
to
at.
wear a tutu
I am not wearing
post-game
no damn tutu.
if the team can get to 11 wins.
I'm not wearing a tutu.
You're out on that?
He said I was coming back.
Right.
That's the difference.
I put the picture in there for you, B.
Hey, I put enough towels around to make it look like a tutu.
We have a real question. See if you can get CK in here.
Did he tweeted that, Jeff?
I just dropped it in the group thread. Jeff, before we get CK,
why does all Terrence friends come talk to us, but he never does?
Yeah, I usually see him, but not this week. I ain't see him this week. I saw his boys though.
All right. A lot of people are asking me if Jeff is going to go to the Exotica Expo again.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
When is it?
He needs
I think it's this weekend.
to use some of that energy. He's trying to
We're
turn
running
landfill
commercials
on
for
in
it,
there.
right?
This weekend.
Jeff, can you give us an Exotica review next week? You did it a couple years ago.
Yeah, no,
It
I
was
don't got no. I
fantastic.
just gotta see, like, if I don't have nothing to do, yeah, I'm with that.
All right.
Who's my plus one?
All right, not me, dog. I don't know who you're taking, but it's not going to be me. Jeff, I do need you to I'm going to be a very old white guy real quick. On what
That's what you are,
grounds?
dog. You don't have to be what you are. What?
On what grounds can Drake sue the record label? Like what? He seems like the biggest dork.
Yo,
am I reading that right?
Yo,
you can sue a ham sandwich.
You
dog.
know what Drake is? Drake is that cousin that wants to hang all the
They not like
time.
us.
But the minute he get hit, the minute somebody joan on him,
Oh,
he going
man,
to tell
sound like
auntie.
people we know.
Yeah, he going to snitch. Drake, I don't even want to talk about this no more, JP.
Yeah.
You don't go out sad like that.
Snitches get what, Jeff?
Especially when you come out under the greatest rapper ever in Lil Wayne, and you're taking someone to court over a rap beef. I cannot listen to you.
Yeah, they had
I
a
cannot
rap
listen
beef
to the
and
music
you
no more.
lost. You
Okay.
lost
I
the
can't
beef.
listen to it no more.
Keep moving, son.
Okay. That was my read on the situation. I'm glad I was
How
correct.
you lose a rap beef and then start complaining?
That's like me suing Scotty.
Right.
That's like me suing
That is
Scotty.
you admitting you lost the rap
defamation.
feud, though.
That was
He
defamation.
bit me.
All right. I
He
got
defamed the hell out of you.
breaking news on the fan. Great news. The best news. I asked CK, can we get Jeff passes to Exotica again? He says, of course. Let's go.
Hey Jeff, call me when you're out there, dog.
I got you, dog.
Where is it?
I'm
Is
not.
it
It's
Chantilly?
right by my house.
It's in Dulles Expo Center.
I'm not
That's what it's
going.
called?
It's right by B. Mitch's house.
Oh, yeah.
I'll meet you at Jollibee after that. I'll be eating that spicy chicken over there.
All right, bet. Nah, I'm
Jollibee's
I'm
good.
There.
Landfill. Telling you, dog.
It's good.
Jollibee's real good. And Landfill, now you putting stories out here, dog.
I don't know what you're talking about, B.
Oh,
He put crazy.
Exotica is December
crazy
6th
if true.
through December 8th.
Jay.
Okay, we got time.
I am there.
All right. So
Oh,
Exotica's the
boy.
bye week. You got nothing but time on your hands, Jeff.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
All right, so we're gonna get Jeff to Exotica next week. Shout out to Exotica. If that's your cup of tea, you should go check it out. It's at the Dulles Expo Center. It's the largest event in the United States dedicated to love and sex, featuring over 200 adult stars, wild live entertainment, super sexy seminars.
Wait. Yeah, live entertainment.
Sex aerobics.
I just
Yo,
gotta be there
at
to check it out.
Exotica. We gotta get it started there.
Hold on.
Sex aerobics at Exotica.
Just the wordsmith in me. Once upon a time, I did a little bit of editing when it comes to writing. If the event is called Exotica and it's presented by My Free Cams, and the first sentence says the largest event in the United States dedicated to love and sex, featuring over 200 adult stars, wild live entertainment, super sexy seminars, and over 100 exhibiting companies. Do you really need wild in front of live? I think everybody knows what the live entertainment's going to be like.
Nah, you gotta make it provocative. Get the people going.
Jeff, you should go Friday. It's ladies' free night. All right, give us the bets for last night. Let's make quick bets.
All right, we gonna put it plain and simple. Y'all all lost. You should have listened to your boy Mr. Jeff Walker for president, because the Ravens spanked that behind last night. And tonight,
I didn't bet on the Chargers.
Yeah, but you had a parlay.
With a basketball game.
Yeah,
but
you
Derrick
had the
Henry
over.
didn't score.
Oh, he didn't?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Derrick Henry didn't score.
Yeah. Tonight
there's football. Kent State, Buffalo.
Ooh. What the Wizards looking like?
Wizards, Bulls.
Oh, minus 4.5.
Wizards plus 4.5. Let's go.
I'm calling the alt cast. I don't think I can bet on that.
Give me the Bulls.
Well, don't do it.
Check out the alt cast tonight if you got nothing to do. I got Akron plus 9. Go Zips. Landini?
I'm taking the Duke money line.
Yuck.
They're playing Kansas.
Give me under Lakers and the Suns, and then I'm going to take the under in the Bulls and the Washington Wizards.
It ain't over till B gets his parlay in. Happy birthday to the great Landini. We're wishing the best of luck to Brian Mitchell and his return to the NFL. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Jeff Walker.
Don't dial my number asking about that, please.
Jeff's going to Exotica next weekend. Commanders host the Titans
They're going
on
to have
Sunday.
Jeff in one little tight leather and chain outfit.
I mean, B-Mitch is going to be at Commander's Park tomorrow.
They're going to have Jeff in one little tight leather chain outfit with the straps.
Sources, Brian Mitchell will be at Commander's Park on Wednesday. Sources.
Doing the show.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a ticket to Exotica.
I'm Rolf Forsey, and here's what's happening. Commanders have to find a way to stop the bleeding. They are reeling now, 7-5 after a third straight loss Sunday. Somehow, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders got to find a way to bounce back from that crazy, wild, wacky finish against Dallas.
Anytime you lose a game or you lose a game in that type of facet, it's very difficult, and it's tough, but it never comes down to one play. There's play throughout the game where little things that add up to big things.
A lot of questions. We'll see if they have any answers against the Tennessee Titans. Come to town, 1 p.m. kickoff Sunday in Landover. Commanders a 5.5-point favorite. Injuries a concern as well. Dan Quinn didn't have much a word on running back Brian Robinson Monday. It's an ankle injury. DQ said they'll know more about his status later in the week. Also, running back Austin Eckler, right tackle Andrew Wiley, both a big concern. Both are dealing with concussions. Monday Night Football, Ravens knocked off the Chargers 30-23, the Harbaugh Bowl there. This week, of course, Thanksgiving Day triple header. I'll start things off. Special Turkey Day edition of Countdown to Kickoff Thursday morning, 10 a.m. to get you started here on The Fan. Also, Capitals, they bounce back finally after the Ovi injury a week ago. Caps finally get a win, snapped a 2-game skid, beating Florida last night 4-1. NBA Wizards in action tonight, hosting Chicago. That's 7 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Rolf Forsey on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We will take you all the way up to 6:30 today. We will be with you tomorrow as well, and then we're off Thursday and Friday for Thanksgiving. So we will wish you guys the early happy Thanksgiving from us. And this time we actually, Thanksgiving's about to happen. We mean it. Unlike Dan Snyder, who just said it around
said it in January.
2nd of February or whatever it was. That was weird.
It certainly was.
Chris Trapasso's on the show at 5. CBS Sports wrote a piece on the regression of Jaden Daniels, dove in on the numbers to figure out what's wrong with the quarterback taking a step back. And Mateo Dunn joins us at 5:30. He is a school board member in Fairfax County. The decision was made yesterday by the principal at Hayfield to pull the team from the playoffs. Why now? How did this get so bungled and handled so badly? We'll talk to a member of the school board in Fairfax about the situation that swept the DMV coming up at 5:30 on The Fan. Daniel, you look good and refreshed.
Yeah, bring your brooms because it's a mess. That's where we're at with this Hayfield situation. Oh, buddy, I can't wait. Again, my barometer for have things crossed over from matters of sport to everyday life. I passed by 3 different pockets of conversation this morning at school drop-off about the Hayfield situation. Parents that don't care about sports, parents that do, everyone in between had an opinion, a thought, a question, something to raise. I'm telling you, it's everywhere.
It's Tuesday, which means it's time for Grant and Danny's Commander Survivor. Every single week on this show, on Tuesdays throughout the football season, you vote at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. You can go vote right now. You kick one player off the island. You give one player immunity beyond the next game. We are whittling the roster down to just a half dozen players left for the Commanders when the dust settles today. Danny, who is left? And who can people vote on to send home or to give immunity to today?
3 on offense, 3 on defense. Quarterback Jaden Daniels, you might have heard of him. Probably not his best overall game. Statistically ended up with pretty good numbers. A couple of touchdowns, a Hail Mary pick there at the end. But, watching the game, I think maybe tells a different story. Austin Eckler, who left the game towards the end, again with injury. Really, really scary. He won't be joining us today. Obviously, wishing him well, want his recovery to be speedy. But, wasn't, I don't think, had his best statistical outing. Terry McLaurin, who other than the 86-yarder was 4 catches for 16 yards, but he had the 86-yarder. Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, who is immune this week, and Jeremy Chin there on defense.
So Frankie Louvu is on to the next. He will be one of the 5 finalists in Commander Survivor in 2024. Otherwise, you could kick anybody off the island and you can give anybody immunity. I think Jaden Daniels, while it wasn't a great game, should probably be safe, right? But Luvu, Chin, McLaurin, there's some names on that list of guys who balled out and played really, really well. So it's getting tight now at this point. You did bring up Austin Eckler, and I do want to just say he will not be with us today. We will probably not catch up with him this week. Of course, he suffered what appeared to be a very serious concussion at the end of the game against Dallas on the final kick return. He gets slammed into the ground, lands on his head, and he was motionless on the field. Very, very scary scene. This is the part of football and the part of sports that is toughest. We talk about enjoying covering sport, and you and I having this game called a radio show and a job, right? This gig where we come in here and we talk about grown-ups playing kids' games. And it's pretty cool because we don't have to talk about serious stuff.
Yep.
That really matters a whole lot in the grand scheme of the world. This is one of those avenues where it gets scary, and we are thinking about Austin. Hopefully he will be on the show early next week when he's feeling better, and hopefully he and his wife and family have a great Thanksgiving. So thoughts are with him as he continues to recover.
It's the human element, right? Because it's very easy that you sort of are able to distance yourself from things as these guys are all wearing uniforms and pads and helmets, and you're just somebody that's up there. But when something like that happens, you're like, oh yeah, there's a human being in there, right? There's a person with a family and loved ones and all that other kind of stuff. And it's very easy to watch the spectacle because that's what it is. They're modern day gladiators, without the lions and things that you're seeing in the movie Gladiator or Gladiator 2. But that's what it is. It's for our incredible joy and amusement, the athletic feats that these guys put on. The amount of physicality just is incomprehensible to regular folks. And then when something like that happens, you're like, oh yeah, they're vulnerable, living, breathing human beings with full 360-degree lives. Things can change. Whether you're watching the Damar Hamlin incident, Eckler motionless on the field, it takes your breath away because you're reminded, oh yeah, there's a mortality to this. They're as fragile as anybody else.
Without belittling other injuries, whether that be an ACL or an Achilles or any of these other things that you see players suffer that are career-altering, awful setbacks where they've got to now go rehab in anonymity with nobody watching them for a year. There is just something different about the brain, I would say, in terms of, like, if a guy hurts their leg and they get carted off when their thumb's in the air and they're telling everyone, I'll be back, or even at the end of their career, if they're not going to return and play again after that, that's sad and that's terrible. But that's one of those things that heals. Whether you get back to 100%, you're as quick and twitchy and explosive as you once were or not, eventually that's not going to be a problem. That's not going to be something that lingers into the future. There is a real fear and an anxiety, correctly, about brain trauma in the sport. So when you see a guy who suffered a concussion against the Bengals suffer the concussion he did against the Cowboys, and I'm not a doctor, I can't tell you this one was worse. I just know that the optics were worse. This was not, you went down and you were a little jarred and you kind of walked to the sideline, and he told us after, started feeling things a couple minutes after. This was, he's not moving, and immediately all the players are calling to the training staff because he is laying lifeless.
It's that, oh no, right?
I mean, that's petrifying. We've seen it with Tua. We've seen it with other guys. That will never be an okay element of football. It is the worst part of the game that we all love, and so many of us, I'll speak for myself, are addicted to. I mean, it is an addiction. It is, outside of my family, probably the thing I like most in life is getting to watch football, and it's the worst part of it.
Yeah, I think that's well said. It's the, when you have to tear down that barrier or that wall, right, where these invincible supermen do so much, and then it's, oh yeah, that's right. There's that really scary element that they're able to compartmentalize and put out of their minds, because as soon as he's off the field, it's like, okay, here we go, line him up again. Let's play the next play time. Just really, really hard to get in that headspace.
What time do we want to do the annual Thanksgiving Day food draft tomorrow? I think it's important that we pick a time right now, and we let our listening audience know when they need to be listening to hear us moving and shaking, navigating the board. Clary and Darius trying to get their hands on the sides they want. Tomorrow, 4 of us, 4 rounds, Thanksgiving Day food draft. I'm thinking 3 o'clock, right on the nose. Square number.
3 works for me.
But does anybody have any issues? Is there something I don't know about?
Is there
on the
conflict?
docket tomorrow that will prohibit us from doing that? Darius, when should people tune in for the Thanksgiving Day draft?
I think 3:00 is prime time for us. I think that works out. Let's do it.
So that means by 3:03, Clary will have taken gravy, number 1 overall, for like the 3rd straight year.
I was thinking green bean casserole. He was
Okay.
going to switch it up this year. That's at least what the rumors are out there on the Twitterverse.
Do you guys have a game plan yet, or is that something you plan on preparing tonight? Like, do you know right now if you had to do a draft, would you feel good about it?
I could do it.
Do you have to sit down with your scouts and see what the 40 times were on some of the options?
We'll do our final prep because you want to be prepared with an A scenario, a B scenario, and then kind of, free for all. Like if somebody goes rogue and goes unpredicted, like I've got a feel for the other teams around me.
Yeah.
Depends on what, because I also don't know where I'm picking yet. We can't.
So I traveled the country, and I've got my own reports I've written up on various food items, but we have not put our board together. So our tradition on my team is that the night before the draft, we sit down and we kind of argue. We know everybody knows. We get a hotel that night. We're not going home tonight, okay? Eventually, you're going and you're crashing on a hotel bed near the facility, but the board will be assembled after a bunch of arguing at the end of tonight, and then we'll be ready for tomorrow for the most important day in show calendar, the Grant and Danny Thanksgiving Day food draft.
Now, do you color code it to identify who's a commander and who's not?
Oh, I do, yeah. So what you're thinking of is the commander tag. We call that the Paulson tag.
Got it. Right.
And there are only a couple foods that get the Paulson tag every single year, and they're the same foods. So if you guys have been paying attention,
you'll know those foods. Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of secrets on my draft board. You know what I'm coming for. You know what I want. You know what I don't want. Nothing's changed here. Every year. That's the one problem is we're drafting the same players. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And I'm starting to learn your proclivity.
Sure. Like it's the equivalent of, are you a Big Ten lineman? I'm probably interested.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, are you an SEC wideout? I'm probably interested.
This GM's got a thing. He really likes undersized linebackers. So he can, who are twitchy, who he likes to move off the ball, Clary, you have been the guy that has upset the apple cart, I'd say, most in these drafts the last few years. Very controversial decisions.
Yeah.
Do you plan on possibly playing it a little more straight tomorrow, or is all hell going to break loose?
I mean, in my opinion, I don't think all hell broke loose in the recent drafts. I do think we built like a really kind of solid foundation up front. And I think this year could be the year we really kind of move around the board a little bit and make some splash moves. So we're going to be interested in some trades. And that is a report coming directly from the guy who makes the picks. I am open for business.
Open for business.
He's looking for a deal. I know a guy, depending on the pick you
I
get,
know.
who might come calling.
See? And I might come calling to you.
Yeah.
So,
open for business, Claire.
Open for business.
Who needs Adam Schefter when the source is right here?
Yeah, just goes on the radio and tells you he's Jerry Jones over there.
Yeah, I don't need to be texting Rhino. He just gave away the business.
Jerry Jones went on 105.3 or whatever that station is in Dallas and said, we're willing to trade our picks.
So we're going to be giving them away. If you want to come steal from us, that's fine because I'm not competent. So give us a call.
Cannot wait for tomorrow. What I thought Clary was getting at there, he's going full Nats on us. It's like, yeah, we've established a nice foundation. We've made some deals. We've got some kids, but we're not winning yet. This is the year where we start to invest some funds. Oh, wait, I'm being told.
Hold on.
The Nats aren't even players in the Juan Soto sweepstakes. You see this today?
Yeah, of course.
Soto has met with several ball clubs. He has received offers by way of multiple reports now from 5 different teams. Those teams are, stop me when you hear Nationals, okay?
Okay, here we go. I'll stop you.
So you're listening for Nationals. These are the teams that have made Juan Soto an offer. Soto, by the way, who has said he'd love to play in D.C., loves it here, best performance of his career right here in the nation's capital. You'd stand to reason you want to get in on those sweepstakes. You have 0 payroll. You know who the highest paid National is on their payroll for this year? Luis Garcia, making $5 million. You know who the second highest paid National on their payroll is this year? I'll tell you. Just listen. Keibert Ruiz.
Here we go.
Making $5 million. They're not paying anyone. If they want to, they can go get Juan Soto. Now, they don't want to. And we knew all along they weren't going to get Juan Soto, and we've tried to let everybody know that was not going to happen. But 5 teams are at least pretending to be in on Juan Soto by putting up their paddles.
He's pretending.
Here are the teams. The Mets.
Yeah, you knew that, right?
The Yankees. The Red Sox.
He's going to say Nationals in a second. I know he is.
The Blue Jays.
Okay.
One more. It is a National League team.
Oh.
So here you go.
The
They did play in that Nats Dodgers division series in 2019.
One played in that series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Dodgers.
Damn it.
Mets, Yankees, Red Sox, Blue Jays, Dodgers.
Now, here's the thing. There's 25 teams that aren't raising the paddles because they know it's unrealistic. They know it's probably doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of team building to pay somebody that much money. They get it. You can start doing that with every person that plays Major League Baseball if they cost more than 17 cents. Are they in on anybody? And the answer is no.
That'll be the big question.
No, they're not.
But look, it's football season. We're coming up on Thanksgiving. Washington's got a 7-5 team that could be playoff bound. So the Nats are getting a little pass on that. But I will just say, as an aside, that it is absolutely time for them to spend some money as an ownership group. And if they don't, fans, and that means you guys should be irate. Because to my knowledge, they're not lowering season ticket prices. It's not a cheap ticket to get. It's not easy to go navigate Nats Park, right? The baseball operations staff, led by Mike Rizzo, and this is Mark Shalaba and Mike DeBartolo and that whole crew of guys that run that outfit. They have saved ownership's bacon with trade-driven efficiency in the rebuild. They're in a really good spot, actually, if they were to actually supplement with some star major league decent talent now. They're going to be interesting and middling as of right now, just based on the young core that they put together. But if they want to be good and competitive, they're 3 or 4 additions away probably. And that's where ownership has to come in. And the payroll with Luis Garcia and Keibert Ruiz as your highest paid players at this point is the tell. There's nobody on the payroll. They look like the Marlins or the A's, Danny, when you look up who they're paying. I mean, seriously, it's like Miami, Oakland, Washington. That's what it looks like.
Yep.
So the last few years of the rebuild, I'm on board. There's no reason to spend big. You're not blocking kids. You got to see who's good and who isn't. You got to give opportunities to your youngsters as they graduate. It's now time to do that. And if they don't, Nats fans, sports fans, people in this city should absolutely be livid. And frankly, the media needs to start, I'd say, beating the drums and sounding the bugles a little bit. Because if there's no pressure, if it's just this big, well, whatever, it's okay. They have a payroll of $40 million and they'll go out and they'll win 73 games. It's not okay.
No.
In the nation's capital.
No. And I understand how we got here. It's a lot of bad luck, a lot of things that's nobody's fault, right? Global pandemic happens the year after you win the World Series. That changed things. There should have been a huge cash influx. The TV deal isn't necessarily anybody's fault. I understand how we got here. But my point is, we are here. Nobody's saying you've got to do what the Red Sox and the Yankees and the Dodgers do, which is print your own money and go crazy. What everyone, I think, is saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I'm saying is, when you move on from Kyle Finnegan after not trading him, you just give him his walking papers. You could have got something back that's a human being. That's someone with a pulse. Maybe a shot at someone. If you're moving on from him because he's too expensive, you're going to get, and you're not going to fill that void. Like, all you're doing is being cheap. There's no longer there's a strategy behind it or whatever. Any type of move that's made simply to not pay somebody. It has nothing to do with being good, bad, or indifferent. If the move is, we can't afford Tanner Rainey. We were patient with that guy for a rebuilding team for years, for potentially this season where he finally comes back, removed from Tommy John, et cetera, to be good, and he's gone because he might cost $1.7 million on arbitration. What are we doing?
On Finnegan, by the way, I think this is an important thing to hit. Kyle Finnegan is now a free agent. He'll be leaving Washington very likely unless they get him back, I guess, on a cheaper deal than they would have paid him. He was not set to be a free agent. This is very different.
Yeah, arbitration eligible.
If a guy is contract's ending and he's leaving in free agency, that happens. They opted to let him become a free agent by non-tendering him instead of paying him for another year on his contract because he was set to make upwards of, say, $8.5, $9 million, and they probably view him more as a $7 or $7.5 million player. And from a baseball perspective, they are right. The counting stats, 38 saves last year, don't really match the underlying numbers.
That would entitle him to a pay raise. And if their point is that's an overpay, I happen to agree, by the way. But I don't think that's crazy.
But they're doing the Nats math of, well, we got to spend $12 million this year, so let's free up $9 million from Finnegan, and now you're only really paying $3 million. That's Nats math. The math should be, is Finnegan a helpful, good reliever? Then who cares if you're overpaying him by 1.5 or 2 million? And if the Braves or some winning team that has a real payroll and has actual money being spent on players did what the Nats are doing with Kyle Finnegan, I would say that's really smart. That team gets it. I like that data-driven approach because they know he's not quite worth it. But when the Nats do it and you're paying no one, and then you say, oh, this guy at $9 million, probably $2 million more than we think he's actually worth. No, we'll save that $2 million and we just won't pay him at all, and we'll let him hit free agency and reallocate the money. Forgive my skepticism. I'm not really sure if you reallocate the money. Again, baseball-wise, that's Rizzo and his group looking at this saying, this guy's not worth $9 million. They're not wrong. But if it matters that much to maybe be right on $2 million when your payroll
when you're is zero
is
outside of him,
nothing, we got problems here.
right? I mean, to me, and you might disagree with this, and I think that's fine, but I need an organization to know, hey, we don't think he's worth what he's going to get next year in arbitration, or we don't want to have the pay increase. There's a trade deadline. I know contending teams aren't going to go, he's worth, I don't know, our third best prospect in the org, and here's a trade package that you would get for Juan Soto or for Trey Turner or somebody that's legit.
Oh, no,
I understand
make no mistake about it. They botched it. They absolutely should have traded him in July. They screwed that up.
And that's kind of my point here. So if the baseball folks had any kind of communication with the ownership staff going, hey, this might cost us a little bit more, but he's a good guy to have. All he's ever done is the right thing here. He's consistent. He answers the bell every day. The metrics aren't probably worth what he's going to command, but there's worth having somebody that's done the right things. The organization rewards someone. And if ownership goes, you know what, it's probably too rich for our blood. We could better allocate elsewhere. Now I know that, and I can do a baseball move where I can trade this person for something else. I have no problem. Instead, they have nothing, and they're going to fill it with nothing.
Correct.
That's everything about that's wrong. I'm so upset about it. All I've wanted to do for days is scream about it.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we are. Also, it makes me worry that the communication from ownership to the front office either wasn't there at the deadline or has shifted. Like maybe they didn't know in July that they were going to have so little to spend, and now they need the $9 million that you free up with Finnegan so that you can spend elsewhere because you're not getting what you thought you would get. I mean, these are all my own theories. I don't know that I can back any of them up, but what I know is it's been a long time since they've spent any real money. That's what I know. And that they're in a pretty good spot because they've got a savvy front office that's made a bunch of really good trades. If not for that, they'd be one of the dregs of Major League Baseball. And it is time to open up that checkbook and to spend some money this offseason. Next, though, let's get to the Commanders. What is the biggest reason for their 3-game skid? They've gone from 7-2 to 7-5. What is the biggest reason for those 3 straight losses? That's next on G&D.
You know, it's crazy. That's fine because like we didn't really need we didn't need nobody to believe in us from the beginning. Like nobody ever did. So you know, it's always been about proving the haters wrong. You know, it's okay. You know, we know we've been playing we know we've been playing bad. You know, bad ball, and you know we know how to play good ball. You know, so it's all about doing that. You know, simple as that.
Running back Brian Robinson, as heard on the Junkies earlier today, right here on 106.7 The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Commanders back to being able to put their backs against the wall and kind of play the card of them against the world. Nobody's believing in them. You can't do that when you're 7-2 and your quarterback's an MVP candidate. But after 3 straight losses at 7-5, and now with folks jumping off of the bandwagon as far as them headed to the playoffs, you hear Robinson suggesting, hey, we're back where we started. We're comfortable here. Danny, what's the biggest reason for them having lost 3 straight? That is the question. We will open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you guys to answer that question at 800-636-1067 right now.
Lack of talent. I actually think that's true on both sides of the ball. But to me, scheme will get you so far. In other words, the design of a schemer or the plan of a schemer is to basically go, I'm going to get Grant Paulson one-on-one with somebody. That's the best you can hope for reasonably. Sometimes you get somebody unblocked. Sometitimes you get someone running free. When that happens, that's great. That's great design, great everything. But eventually you have to win. And as teams get tape on you, as other coaches and other programs figure out what your tendencies are, what you do and what you don't, there's got to be a time when your guy can beat their guy. And that has run out. Their second best receiver was cut by a competitive team. That's where we are. In terms of the secondary, they got a guy that was drafted to be a slot corner that's been their best corner all season long playing on the outside. Nothing wrong with Micah Sanders, by the way. I love the kid. But
he's going to be a great player for a long time.
He's really good. But the design was to have him be your number 3, right? Your slot corner. And he's been basically their ace. Now, hopefully, Lattimore comes and helps everything, and everybody kind of slots down more, in a more appropriate place. But they lack elite pass rush. They lack dominance on the defensive line. They're probably not unbelievable at safety. Like, to me, they're under-talented, and scheme has covered for a lot of it. And now that you get in some adverse situations, which is going to happen in football, you lose some of the turnover luck that you've had. Adversity strikes on your 3rd and 9s. Your guys can't win. People play man against you. You can't separate. You punt. That, to me, is what's happened. The lack of talent in a lot of spots. And I understand it. It's year 1 of this rebuild. They're trying to turn over the roster. Usually what happens is what happened to Ron Rivera. You're pretty much garbage in the first year after the old regime when you're cleaning stuff out. Here, this clean out has got them into a playoff race. I'm not complaining, just simply observing. When you leave $100 million cap space on the table, when you're not signing guys long-term, when you're not trying to transform everything overnight, things don't transform overnight, usually to this degree. So it's more of an observation as to where they are, but I think it's finally caught up with them.
And they didn't really have 12-win talent, and they were on their way to 12 wins.
Yeah.
And a regression's happening. But that doesn't explain away why they couldn't finish when they were up 10 against Pittsburgh, or why when they had a chance to take the lead in the 4th quarter against the Eagles, the game went the way that it did, or why you have a letdown game because they got plenty of talent as it pertains to beating Dallas, right? I mean, individually, like that makes sense when you're in the hot air balloon looking down at their season from several thousand feet up, but that doesn't work for me game by game. And game by game, how we actually got here with the 3 straight losses, to me, there's a bevy of issues. You could make a list of probably 10 to 15. The biggest one for me when I look at all the numbers is 3rd down on offense. I think on offense, they have a 3rd down problem right now. If you compare their 3-game losing streak to the Cincinnati game when Jaden Daniels was the best he's been all season long, it's a pretty substantial juxtaposition, right? In the Cincinnati game, they averaged 3rd and 4.3 over the duration of the game. In the last 3 games, they've averaged on 3rd down needing 7.3, 6.3, and 6 yards.
Mm-hmm.
At least a 2 to 3 yard difference. That is massive. Against the Bengals in that game, where Daniels was amazing, they had 2 plays of 3rd and 7 or more. In the Steelers game, they had 8 plays of 3rd or 7 and more. They had 7 plays of 3rd or 9 and more. They didn't have a single one of those against the Bengals. 0 plays, 3rd and 9 plus. They have had 7, 2, and 3 of those, so a total of 12 in this 3-game losing streak. So the issue, I think, largely is a lack of efficiency on early downs. They're not ahead of the chains. They are in second and long too often. In fact, I saw a piece in the Washington Post suggested that they averaged second and 8.1 this past week against the Cowboys, which was second worst on second down for what they needed to get all season. That same piece cited a stat on third and long that Sam Fortier wrote. Converted third and long opportunities, their rate up until the 3-game losing streak was 36%, which would have been the best in the NFL in the last 2+ years. The last 3 games, they're at 11%. So they've fallen off by almost a quarter of what they were doing earlier. And this would be worse than football. So they've gone from the best on third and long in the NFL over 2+ years to the worst. And the truth eventually will be in the middle. But this is the correction that we all knew was coming. You can't convert 36% of third and longs. That's not going to happen. And when you start not doing that, you start punting, which they weren't doing, the no punt offense. 17 punts in their first 8 games, 17 punts in their last 3 games. So I think, Danny, the biggest problem is on first down, they're not winning enough. Second down has not gotten them to third and short. In that Bengals game, do you know that their first 4 third downs were 3rd and 1?
I remember they felt short. I didn't know they were all 3rd and 1. Yeah.
3rd and 1. Like, do you know how easy it is to operate offensively if you're constantly in 3rd and 1?
That was the theme first half of the year, is they're doing that.
Incessantly, and they're not anymore.
100. So that's documented. That's correct. That's inarguable. And I guess where you and I differ is why that's happening. I think everyone's on to the scheme. I think everyone's on to.
Why do we differ?
Well, I think it's a talent problem. Like,
have I said I disagree with that?
Well, when everybody, that's how you started your soliloquy. But either way, to me, the word is out. It's been solved. There's no wrinkle. There's no counterpunch. There's no different, set of bag of tricks here consistently to get teams off of what they're doing. Dallas concocts a great pass rush, and Washington has no idea what to do about it because their scheme says X, we chip the edges, and this is how we chip the edges. Well, they go, fine, we're not going to have any edges. We're not going to bother with that. We don't care. And there was no answer to it. I think that's a theme of what's going on here. And to me, it comes down to the guys, the line where we're going, these guys are amazing. They're way outperforming. They're now getting mauled and pushed around. Now, you go up against good players. Jalen Carter had a month last week against Washington. Pittsburgh's had a bunch of guys that are outstanding up front too. So, okay, maybe it's that. Well, now Dallas is a bunch of bums that are looking to quit that threw you around too. And you go, oh, okay, maybe one-on-one we're not good enough anymore. And everybody's kind of onto it, and they're almost getting a head start with what you want to run and how you want to run it. So they're behind the sticks constantly, it feels like.
Yeah, I agree with you on the talent at certain positions for sure. The areas where it was pretty obvious in the offseason, where we're not breaking any news to say when you're starting a wide receiver that was the number 5 in Houston, probably needs some help there, right? I don't think the O-line is nearly as bad as everybody thought coming into the year. And I would point to kind of how this year has gone as evidence of that. But they are on my list right now just because they're so banged up. Like, we can say, oh, they didn't play well enough against the Cowboys, and you're out there just like Jaden Daniels, right? We can make the excuse of the rib or not, but there's an expectation when you play that you can help.
Yeah.
Tyler Biadasz has come on and off the field, and I've watched him on 2 or 3 straight home games go back to the locker room for treatment while the defense is on the field. Like, I don't know what's going on with him, but he's not 100% healthy like he was early in the year.
Yep.
Andrew Wiley missed games, missed another couple of quarters this past week, replaced with Trent Scott. They haven't had Cornelius Lucas, who was a starting left tackle at the beginning of the year, big part of the rotation. So you're talking about multiple tackles and your center being on and off the field. Allegretti has been kind of in and out at a couple of different times this year. So I do think they are banged up on the O-line for sure. And the other thing is, while we're talking about maybe a lack of talent or execution or whatever with pass catchers, they're dropping more passes.
Yep.
They did not really drop passes early in the year. Through their 8th game, they had 3 drops. Over the last month, they've got 10 drops. That's according to PFF. But if you watch the game, you feel like it's probably
even more than that. It feels like
more than 10. That's just the statistical, like, receiver-friendly version of how they grade drops. But that's a big deal. And they were not dropping anything early on. That was coming. Again, there's just going to be a correction. There's going to be a regression to the mean. But they've gone even beyond that. It's like, 3 or 4 drops here or there you're banking on. When it's 6,
right?
Now you're going,
when it's 3 times that, yeah.
Maybe settle down.
And same thing with turnover luck. They had incredible fortune, and now some of that's run out where they're turning it over at 3 times. They were record-setting, for God's sakes, through 9 weeks with a rookie quarterback. It doesn't happen with veteran quarterbacks, let alone a rookie.
A lot of what was happening was unsustainable, and we knew that. and the correction has come loudly, and it's all kind of at once. But it's even swung back further than I anticipated. You know, if it swung back and you lose to the two really good teams and you beat the Cowboys, that makes sense. But to go out and play the game against Dallas that they did is pretty shocking. But let's hit the calls on this next at 800 636 1067. You hear what Danny thinks. You heard my point. Where are you guys at on this? Why have they lost 3 straight? What's the biggest reason for it? You're locked into the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Coming up at the top of the hour in 12 minutes, our fastest 16 minutes in football will recap every single game in the NFL from this weekend. 5 o'clock, Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports wrote about Jaden Daniels' decline in his performance since the first 5 or so weeks of the season, and he was trying to drill down on what has led to that stepping backwards. We'll have him on the show at 5 to dive into some of the numbers he found. But the question for you guys right now is, what's the biggest reason for Washington losing 3 straight games? Danny says lack of talent. I'm drilling down even deeper. In game, I think they are not operating well enough on early downs, and it's 3rd and long too often. And that sets you up for failure. And they were kind of playing with fire early in the season and getting by. Like, that's just inevitable. You can't eat fast food every day and not gain weight. If you keep doing that, eventually you'll be an age where you're going to gain weight, and they got there. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
Hey, buddy.
What's going on, fellas? You kind of hit the nail on the head. This first down thing is a big deal, and I think they have to get this first down worked out. I think the system requires Jaden Daniels to be dynamic on every play, which I think in itself isn't necessarily sustainable. Not that he isn't dynamic, but it just puts it in a situation where he's going to have to do a lot. You saw that drive when they did an excellent job, and it was basically because he was moving his leg, which is cool, but it seems like the defenders, especially at the linebacker position, have changed their angle of pursuit on him versus trying to get to the sideline versus darting straight at him. You see, he does a little spin and he gets down. They've noticed that if you give him room, he's different than a Lamar Jackson. You don't want to run at Lamar the same way. When you run at Lamar, he responds differently, you know. So I just think it's a few things that first down has to be worked out, and you have to get more creative with moving 17 around.
I love that phone call. Appreciate it. He said something that jumped to me and it reminded me of something. It's been hard to quantify this, but it does feel like, I know it's not the same scheme, same everything, but just bear with me. It feels like early season Bears where you're basically going, all right, Caleb, do something incredible, buddy. We got some players for you, but it's up to you, really. It's felt like that a little bit lately. And when you play good defenses, you can't really get away with that for 4 quarters. Now, the Dallas one, I can't quite explain, but that's kind of been my feeling of late, where I think the caller said it best. When that first down run, that's not Jaden Daniels' fault that it goes for 1 yard, but now you're kind of going, all right, dude, be Superman, and that's not a fair ask to anybody.
So I'm looking at the first 5 third downs of the game this past week against Dallas. 3rd and 12, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9. 4 of them 7 or more.
Yeah.
2 of them 9 or more. What is how to make sure you don't sustain drives for 500, Alex? Right? I mean, that you can't live that way. Chris, Oxon Hill, what's up? You're on Grant and Danny.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Definitely appreciate y'all taking my call today. I feel like I kind of agree with you, Grant, where it's like, you know, I think that the offense isn't gelling right now. I feel like really honestly that they're not 100%, especially I don't think that Jaden has recovered fully from that Panthers game with the rib injury.
So, Chris, but how do you say that and watch him run for 75, his 3rd highest total this past week? He was every bit as explosive to me. He looked like the same guy from the Bucs game on Sunday against Dallas.
Well, the reason why I kind of feel that way is because I feel like he hasn't been as explosive as he was prior to when we were on that nice 7-game, win total.
Even this weekend, you didn't think?
Yeah, so I thought he was back to that this weekend. You didn't?
Well, this weekend, I would say if I had to grade him on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say he was at least about a 7.5 because I felt like there were some things that the offense didn't do that they have done in the past that look good. For example, Noah Brown, like you mentioned, Noah Brown has been passing a lot of balls, and the thing is that he's normally pretty good with his hands. So that's one aspect that I kind of go towards where I don't put all the blame on Jaden. So if it's sounding like I'm trying to blame Jaden, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. But
well, I didn't take it that way. Appreciate the phone call.
So there's a difference between how he played versus how he looked physically. That's what Grant and I were talking about. I think I don't want to put words in your mouth, but to me, I kept saying the same thing over and over the last couple of weeks. So I'm like, he just doesn't look explosive, twitchy, quick, gliding around the way he did early in the season. And I thought he did this past Sunday. I think that's now more conventional. I think a lot of folks feel that way. Yeah?
I 100% agree. He looked more twitchy than he had, but I don't think the rib was as big an issue from a passing standpoint over the last few weeks. It's part of why he was in the pocket more, I think. And we saw that. Like, he looked different, more explosive. He ran 7 for 74 this past week. But I don't think it really affected him as a passer. And my bigger issue, frankly, has been that part of it over the last few weeks. Not that he has been bad, but the passing game has been bad. He's obviously a part of that. Let's go to Nate in DC. What's up, Nate?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, buddy.
Good, good. I think this little skid. For one, I think we were lucky to only have lost 5 games thus far. We had the luck of drawing some very a little more simplistic defenses, but recently, I mean, the team has had the unfortunate opportunity to play some of the top NFL defenses. This was Jaden Daniels' first look at them. It was the entire team's first time playing against these type of defenses and coaches like a Tomlin. And then Jaden and company got the opportunity to be able to witness one of the most intense rivalries in sports, even though as Commanders and / Redskins, we've been on the losing end of that rivalry for much of the last 25 years. He was thrust into some very unfortunate situations and don't look down, but the Tennessee Titans have a very tough defense. So.
Yeah, they're top 5.
Totally, yeah, they can play.
I don't think there's anything about Washington and Dallas at this point that feels different when the game starts as a player. I don't think those guys, they're not seeing that navy blue and the Cowboys and going, man, we got to win this game. And they're not playing differently or harder. There's not any more animus. They've had chippier games this year, a couple of times over. So I don't think it was like, man, he wasn't ready for the rivalry or something. I don't think that is tangible or necessarily a real thing. People want to weigh in, so we can take your calls on this. What's the biggest reason for the 3-game losing streak? 800-636-1067. Also, Jaden Daniels has a tendency when it comes to where he throws the ball on the field. And I think that is particularly important based on where Cliff Kingsbury lines up Terry McLaurin. So I looked some of this up last night. I think this data is really interesting. I think you guys will want to hear this. We'll get to that next right here on The Fan. G&D on the Fan. We will get to the fastest 16 minutes from around the NFL this past week. Week 12's in the books. I'm a sucker for the Harbaugh Brother Bowl. I know that makes me a little bit nubby, Danny. You probably hate that about me. It's a lot of coverage. It's a lot of they shared a bedroom together and the parents are having an anniversary this week. It's a lot of Jim and John Harbaugh talking about how much they respect the other. Two brothers, same family, coaching in the NFL. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is amazing, but I'm also all set. Like, I was good in 2012 on that.
I've never been more sure about anything coming in here than that you were completely set.
Did you guys know that they were brothers? Has anyone heard that? Again, it is, again, it's remarkable.
Danny.
It's remarkable.
Two people. And I'm not acting like it's complete coincidence, right? I mean, there's such a thing as connections and whatever. But from the same family, have two of the 32 head coaching jobs in the National Football League. And last night they're going head-to-head for the third time ever. It's pretty cool.
It is. It's amazing. The odds are a trillion to one, probably more than that, but 10 trillion to one. It is remarkable. It is amazing. I'm also all set on the story. I'm good on it. What people should be doing every day is maybe two of the, I don't know, top of my head, two of the 15 best pass rushers ever to live are brothers. Grew up in the same household, and then the other guy's a fullback. Like the Watt family to me is a billion times more interesting than, Mr. Like, I'm going to attack this cereal with a passion of 1,000 burning suns, Harbaugh. You know what I mean? Like, it just, I don't know.
The Watts are awesome too.
Yeah.
I'll do Watt stuff. Yesterday, the Manning cast was two brothers interviewing two brothers. They had Owen and Luke Wilson on about two brothers coaching. And I thought that was genius from whoever did that at Omaha Productions.
Mm-hmm.
But Owen and Luke Wilson, oh, wow. We're on the Manning cast to talk about the Harbaugh Bowl.
Well, Rizdy, it's
which I just thought was great.
Mm-hmm.
Washington's continuing to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The sponsor of our show, the law firm Kennori and Murad, will help update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So I will share this data that I looked up yesterday, and then I want to get to the calls on this. And I actually want to give Craig Hoffman credit for this, because this is something we were talking in the press box about, and then he kind of gave me the idea. I saw he was diving into where on the field maybe Jaden Daniels liked to throw. But I looked up the heat map last night via, you could do it with, I use PFF, but I'm sure Next Gen Stats has it as well. And I just wanted to know, when Jaden Daniels throws the ball, where does he like to throw the ball?
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Daniels on throws at the line of scrimmage to 20 yards downfield, based on the math I did on his throws via PFF. When throwing horizontally out wide, okay?
Right.
So if he's not between the hash marks, he's throwing toward the sideline, left or right. On outside throws, he throws right 74% of the time and left 26% of the time. That is a pretty massive difference. That is a 3-to-1 ratio. Jaden Daniels drops back. He throws right way more often than he throws left. Some of that is, by the way, anytime he leaves the pocket to his right, you're obviously splitting the field in half. That's your predominant side. That's your throwing hand, whatever you're going to roll toward the side you throw with. But it's also been said by a couple broadcasters this season that defensive coaches have said, when he leaves the pocket and goes to the right, he's going to pass. When he leaves the pocket and goes to the left, he's going to run, which is a tell I'd say they've got to figure out and maybe make sure that that's not so stark that everybody knows about it. But again, I'm going to tell you the numbers. 74% of his throws outside between 0 and 20 yards are to the right, just 26% to the left, which in and of itself doesn't really matter, except that Terry McLaurin almost always lines up on the left. Terry McLaurin has lined up on the left on all but 27 routes this season. He has run well over 300 routes. On the right, he's been targeted 8 times. He's got 7 catches for 170 yards and 2 touchdowns, including that amazing game-sealing catch against the Bengals. But if you remember, Kingsbury came out and said that that was like a play that McLaurin and Daniels drew up on the sideline, and he tried to get a timeout because he couldn't flip the formation, and they ran it anyway, essentially. Meaning, like, he was trying to flip him to the left.
Yeah, he's like, I don't like him over here on the right side. Let's not do it.
And so he just went and caught the touchdown in the end zone. And maybe it's not quite as stark as, that Kingsbury was just some passenger. But that was kind of the way he told it, and they told it that week. But my point is just to bring up that McLaurin almost always lines up on the left, and Daniels' proclivity is at a 3-to-1 clip to throw to the right. Weird that Noah Brown has 10 more targets than McLaurin over the last month.
So it could be any number of things to contribute to this. Okay, so I'm going to chip away at it, then come back to the total point. I'm not going to lose the forest for the trees here. Let's say, for the sake of argument, Terry McLaurin all the time is a single receiver to the left, and there's more options that are to the right, which I think happens an awful lot. The strong side of the formation, the tight end, a slot receiver, an outside receiver, a running back leaking out of the backfield, often goes away from where the coverage is shaded, where you're going to win a numbers game. If you're throwing one of those quick hitters, it feels like more of them go to the opposite side of Terry McLaurin. I think that's one. Two, again, more receiving options over there. Coverage dictated towards Terry McLaurin, so other guys are open. That's maybe some more numbers going over there. Even with those factors weighing this number down, it's still George Stark. It's still Tony Stark. It's still,
Ned Stark.
Ned Stark even. Thank you for bringing up Ned Stark. I didn't know you had that in the file, but you did. Good for you. What does he say? What's his famous line? Ned Stark says,
"Winter is coming."
Look at this. Look at this game of Paulson over here.
Thank you.
I love it. I'm proud of you. Shake the tail when you walk.
I didn't know if it was that or take the ring to Mordor.
He was in both.
Okay. No,
he was in
wasn't.
both. Yeah.
Wow.
Now, he doesn't say take the ring to Mordor. He goes, it is a gift. We must wield it. And then they're like, you cannot wield it. There are none of us who can. Through a power, use me. That's the whole thing. Anyway, the point of the dude's story is there's some reason why you're going to go right more than you go left in this setup because of where Terry McLaurin is. The net, the end result is what you just said. Is the last part to me is the part I care about the most. Over the last several weeks, Noah Brown has more targets than Terry McLaurin. Nope, wrong, broken, fix it. Shuffle up the snow globe and do it again.
Well, Jay yesterday on our show was fantastic, and we didn't even really bring up the Terry McLaurin thing, just so we're all on the same page. It's not like I asked him, hey, we think Terry McLaurin needs to be moved around. What do you think about that? Jay was on our show, and I asked him about Kingsbury's offense, and he said, I'll just read the quote here. This transcript got a lot of play last night, passed around Twitter at Grant H. Paulson. He said, I think he does a good job in the running game, by the way.
What a time to be alive, yeah.
That's an interesting thing, right? Not the passing game. He says, but I think some of his passing game, if I had any recommendations for him at all, it would be move Terry around a little bit. You can't always put him on the left. Use the word Buckeye and have Noah Brown and Terry switch sides. It's not that hard. Line him up on the right side. Put him to the field sometimes, not to the boundary. Then, because just to clarify that, like the boundary meaning he's on the shorter side of the field a lot of the time. And so he's running some of these, there's a little less you can do with that. Where if you put him out wide and then you run the in breakers, he's got some more real estate. He says the slant to Noah Brown, let Terry run that slant and just say the word Buckeye and let Terry be the outside guy. But his point is this is a former play caller, coach, coordinator who had as much or more success offensively in the league as Kingsbury has had. And he's saying, this seems like a pretty easy thing you could do. And it's just not something, for whatever reason, Kingsbury, with his guys in the past, Hopkins, McLaurin, otherwise, has ever really navigated away from. I want guys to line up on the same side. And supposedly it's just based on tempo and the air raid and the timing of getting to the line and running as many plays as possible and not moving guys back and forth. But I thought that was fascinating from Jay Gruden. But when you actually dive into the numbers, these are just two facts. McLaurin almost never lines up on the right. Daniels prefers massively to throw to the right. And I'll add a third fact. When McLaurin has been targeted on the right, 7 catches, 8 targets for an average of basically 30 yards per catch and a couple of touchdowns. Maybe you'd try to mix that in just a little bit more. But the phones have blown up. The question for you guys is, why have they lost 3 in a row? Jim's in Spotsylvania. What's up, Jim?
Hey, guys, I'm going to pick up on what you were talking about, being behind on the yardage after first down, et cetera. This reminds me of a Jordan Reed situation. P. Robinson, we got to have an uncomfortable conversation. Great guy, incredible talent. But if you ain't between the lines, you're not helping us. And maybe it's time to start rethinking this moment, because now you got him down, you got Eckler down. What kind of running game are you going to have this week? I mean, I'm back in the Larry Brown days. I'm really old. That guy came on, changed the world for us. I'm seeing an issue here in the running game. Look at the beginning. Look at where we're at. That's the problem.
Appreciate you, dude. So, yeah, I mean, the success, the early down success of the run game has clearly dissipated. It was at an unsustainable level to start the season, right? Those, non-Tampa Bay division. But since week 2 through, what would you say, week 7, week 8, et cetera, they were basically it was 2nd and 4 before you blinked. Almost every time, 2nd and 8, they were getting first downs on runs. Everything was open. Defenses have now adjusted to some degree, whatever they're taking away certain gaps, figuring out your tendencies. I'm not smart enough to know every single thing that they're doing every time, stacking the box, etc. But it's also not as if the other first down plays are working. It's the little slip screens, the little, any kind of jet action or anything sort of quick towards the sideline. Nothing is working on early downs all of a sudden over the last few weeks. And that sets up these really bad situations that no offense would be able to deal with consistently.
Brian Robinson is injury riddled at this point. And I think part of it is his physical bruising style and his size. He's a big target. He takes on contact. Yeah. It's a violent position. There's a lot of collisions, and he's almost never running in space, right? He's running, think about it. It's between the tackles. It's where all the bodies are. You're getting folded up. You're getting crunched. But while he played mostly in every game last year, he's kind of one of those guys that's always got the Q next to his name. It's like
always
he's not
nursing
practicing.
something.
There's something going on. And I actually agree with you when you say there's a conversation that needs to be had. He's a very popular player, and he should be. But I think they absolutely, I said this yesterday, I think running back should be a need for them this offseason. Well, I like B-Rob a lot. I'd love a situation where he is a short yardage kind of battering ram thumper, maybe salt a game away second half type guy. But I want more speed. I want more twitch in this offense. I think they need a burner. You watch the really elite backs like Barkley, and if they get a crevice, they're gone. Robinson, on a perfectly kind of developed play, not even perfectly blocked, but like he broke a tackle, got through the line, nobody's around, and it's him in the open field. His longest run of the year for 40 yards got caught from behind. Like, that is a house call for a running back with legitimate strike up the band speed. And I think that's the way they got to go offensively this offseason, is look for some of that. Mike's in D.C. What's up, Mike?
Good evening, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
I have 3 things to say. De'Ami Brown, McCaffrey, and Sennett. We need to get them more involved. Jalen Daniels is running this show. He's not worried. He's sitting back relaxed. He's cool in the game. And one more thing. They're watching our films every week. We're running some of the same plays. And they need to put De'Ami Brown back on punt return. He got a lot of speed also. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you, dude.
He's a big De'Ami Brown guy.
Likes De'Ami Brown.
De'Ami made one nice catch this past week going up the ladder on a dig route inside, which I thought, was probably as good a catch as he's made this year, maybe other than the touchdown early on. But if your point is they're not using their weapons well enough, I think I could co-sign on that. They've given Sennett no chance to impact the offense. Bates gets more targets and more catches, which I think is pretty ridiculous. And I would like to see at least the opportunity for Luke McCaffrey to get involved. And someone could say, oh, well, if he's wide open, then they'd be throwing to him. Everyone says he's so open. Everyone's talking about the separation score. Let's throw him some passes and see what happens. Because until I see him either dropping passes or catching it and not getting any yak or not being helpful at a dependent position, I'm not going to blame him for the targets he's not getting.
With you.
Especially when the SEP score is pretty good.
Sennett's a second-round pick. And what they've done a couple straight weeks, Philadelphia, and then this one is sort of wait with different formations throughout, where John Bates comes on as a blocker, as a blocker, as a blocker. Then when you least expect it, here's John Bates as a receiver. And there's something to that. That's smart. Well, what it's resulted in is a plotting guy that should have easily gotten a first down by 4 or 5 yards that made it close. I actually thought he got it, and the call was bad, but whatever.
That was the Eagles game before the fourth down they never got.
And then a fumble this week. So, it's an awesome move to make teams, not expect something, second guess, whatever. That can be Sennett.
Yeah.
To me.
There is a role for him. Bates is actually a super helpful, good football player.
100%.
Awesome blocker. And as a third tight end, he can make a catch here or there if you're not looking for yak or rumbling or big plays. But when you're going to him, when your offense is sputtering like they did against the Eagles or like they did this past week, it's a tell. It is a screaming loudmouth into a microphone glass. Or maybe a megaphone saying, like, you're lacking weapons. But I would love to see Sennett, who was an animal in the preseason and who was one of the best weapons at his position in college football last year, just get a shot to get a target or a catch in the open field and see what happens. Let's go to James in Silver Spring. James, you're on Grant and Danny. We're asking what the biggest reason is for Washington's 3-game losing streak.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, bud.
I'm long time listener, first time caller.
Thank you for making
There we go. I think it's talent. Early in the season, our B players were going against other B players. And so now that our B players are banged up, they're basically C players. Now we're going against other teams' A players. What A player do we have on offense besides Jaden Daniels?
McLaurin?
Well, yeah, I would say. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't think McLaurin's an A player. I think he's a very good B player. He's an 89. That's almost an A, but it's not an A.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're going school grades. Yeah, I mean, look, I guess that's semantics a little bit. Like, where does he rank among receivers? Probably back end top 20. Is that an A? Is that a B? If you're saying you got to be a star. I mean, respectfully, Jaden Daniels has not played like an A player over the last month. Now, I don't think he's been bad. I don't think he's the problem. But you're just kind of chalking him up as an A player based on the early part of the year. Well, if we're only chalking guys up based on their best performance of the season, Terry McLaurin's had some A games too, right? I guess there's more sample size there. But look, you're not going to get much of an argument from us. And Danny, I don't want to speak for you. If you call in and say they lack elite talent, no kidding. Absolutely. I think they got some really good players on both sides of the ball. A few of them. Their best player this year, circuit to circuit's probably been Frankie Louvu, who's been outstanding. I think he would be a first division starter for any championship level team. The Lions, the Chiefs, they'd be lucky to have him. McLaurin would be a baller on those couple of teams, if that's the threshold, right? I think Jeremy Chin has played really, really well since the first couple of weeks of the season. He's been great. You could throw some guys into that conversation. Daniels at his apex, but they are lacking clearly like the really high-end talent. And some of the guys that we thought were that just haven't played like that. I mean, where is Daron Payne, by the way?
Yeah. That's been a huge one.
What is going on with Daron Payne? The Cowboys had 2 guards missing as part of the $100 million in cap space.
That should have been the Daron Payne game.
He had a sack on a play where Cooper Rush was trying to waste time and get sacked. So respectfully, I don't know how much I count that one to your 2.5 on the year or whatever. But there's just not enough impact plays. I think he's got 5 hits on the quarterback this year. Disco and Laurel, you're on G&D.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Hey, so I think 3 things. I think number one, I think we're seeing the real ramifications of the positions that we have consistently whiffed on in the draft and free agency. No William Jackson, no Jahan Dotson. We whiffed on Davis. There are a few others. So I think we're really seeing the consequence of look at the positions that we've drafted to be impact players, and they're not impact positions. Second, I think the league is not so much catching up to our scheme, but catching up to our personnel. Terry McLaurin is a very, very good player, but he can be taken out of games. And you don't have another player. You don't have other players. Okay, we're going to take Terry, but we've got this other guy. And then the last thing, Grant, and I totally agree with you, and I think we saw a lot of this with Mike Shanahan, is that why can't we have other players that we've drafted high? So why can't we scheme them up?
So
I don't
true. Shanahan did that. He killed me with that.
Yes. So my last point is, and I don't want to, well, I guess if I'm saying I'm putting it out in the universe, but Zach Ertz has, incentives in his contract, receptions and things like that. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but with the lack of personnel, the league has caught up to that. And one last thing, I do want to say, now looking at Jaden Daniels now, I thought that this front office has done a magnificent job thus far, but I do wonder if we should have been a little bit more aggressive with a receiver. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought so all offseason, and I had to shut up and eat it while their offense was scoring 38 a game for a month. But now I think, to your point, I think you and I are in lockstep on this one, Disco. I think it's now come back to kind of haunt them a little bit. You can get away with it a lot of times when you're out scheming people, bullying them, knocking them around. You're playing Carolina, who's looking for golf reservations. You get into the teeth of it as tape gets out there and teams make adjustments. I think then it comes time, a bit more mano-a-mano. I think they're suffering there a little bit.
So let's do this next. 800-636-1067. You want to weigh in? We'll take your thoughts on the biggest reasons for Washington's 3-game losing streak, as they're now 7-5 and a Hail Mary away from a 6-6 record. But which of these issues are actually fixable and correctable? And maybe we can isolate those as opposed to the
Like
things,
for this year, not long term.
Yeah, I mean, this offseason, they can start to make more of the opportunities in free agency in the draft and make up for some of the crimes of the Ron Rivera Marty Party past, right? Like, of the things they can fix, what does that look like and how do they do it? We're Grant and Danny. throws inside the 10. End zone. Touchdown, Justice Hill. That 51-yard touchdown run by Justin Hill put the game on ice last night for the Ravens in the Harbaugh Bowl. Baltimore got a 30-23 win. They led 30-16, though, with a minute to play before the Gus Edwards 1-yard touchdown capped an 11-play drive in garbage time. And because nobody can get onside kicks anymore, you couldn't get them before. Now you've got to tell the team you're doing it.
And now you really can't get it.
You couldn't a year ago. Now it's like borderline impossible. 3 for 34 teams trying to get onside kicks this year.
I'm surprised it's that many, honestly.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. There was actually one this week that hit a guy in the leg. I think the Vikings were trying to field it, and Johnny Munt, their tight end, was like trying to engage with someone, and a ball hit him in the leg. And the Bears got an onside kick and went and kicked a field goal. But we're talking about 8% of onside kicks being fielded, which is one of the lowest rates in a long time. I tweeted this yesterday. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny, and I've felt this way for many years. I always get a lot of pushback on this, which is fine, but I think this is correct. I think they need to get rid of the onside kick and do the 4th and 15 play from the XFL. They have gone to the kickoff from the XFL, now UFL, and it's gone very well, mostly. I mean, people are going to complain because it looks different, but there are more kicks returned. There are more kickoff returns of length. There are more touchdown returns, as we saw this weekend. Oh, by the way, backfired on us a little bit around these parts. But the onside kick does not work really to give you a chance. You now know if it's a 2-possession game with 2 minutes to go, you're going to lose. I don't think it should be easy to get an onside kick or to maintain possession. So like when I say, let's do the 4th and 15 play, everyone's response to that is, well, why do you want to make it easier for the team that's losing? They shouldn't have a chance. Well, then, okay, then why have a chance at all? Then you should just have to kick it deep. What I'm saying is I don't think it should be 50-50, but I think it should be closer to 50-50 than 8%. The game's over. Well, what is the point of that? Make it more exciting. I think the sweet spot is like, 25% of the time, 20% of the time, 18% of the time. So if you don't like 4th and 15, maybe make it 4th and 20.
Yeah, I would say like 4th and 17 or something that's beyond a regular penalty.
Whatever the math says at a 19 or 17% clip or whatever gets works, do that and add excitement to the game rather than the onside kick, which is now irrelevant and doesn't work.
Yeah, you know my view in general, and you and I will part company this way, but to me there are, let's say there's, I don't know, offenses each get 60 plays per game, right? There's 120 plays that look a certain way. Linemen, receivers, running backs, linebackers, cornerbacks, safeties, and it looks incredible, right? It's the best spectacle we got. And then they stop and do these things that almost have very little to do with that. When kickers trot on the field or punters, et cetera, and everything looks different. I would do more exciting football plays than less exciting ones. That eliminates kickers almost exclusively, right? So I don't want a kicker involved in an onside kick. I want the offense to be involved. I want the quarterback. That's my fantasy draft pick, or that's the reason everyone's tuning in every week, not to come down to a guy that was unemployed 6 days ago because the guy that's the starter pulled his groin. Like, that's not fun for anybody. So to me, it shouldn't be easy. I don't want it to be easy, but I want it to happen sometimes with the skill of the football players, less so than this random bounce that happens once every 25 times.
Come on over to 4th and 15 club or whatever number we want to make. 4th and 20, let's say. I don't care if it's 4th and 25. I think it's better than watching an onside kick that nobody can field. Let's go back to the Commanders and why they've lost 3 in a row. So looking for, Danny, something that you think is very fixable that's gone badly. I'll start with moving Terry McLaurin around.
That's my list.
Motion, getting him some better looks and free releases, and also throwing the ball to him. I don't care if he's on the left, the right, the moon, Jupiter. Don't give a damn. Throw him the football. In the last 4 weeks for Washington, their targets to players, Brown 27, Ertz 24, Eckler 18, McLaurin 17. He is 4th on the team in targets. There is zero excuse for that. So that's the quick fix for me to try to get this offense going a little bit more than it has been.
McLaurin moving around, I second that. The other thing I would add is Sinnott sometimes. Not every time. I don't want anyone benched. I don't want Zach Ertz shot into the sun or anything. I want Ben Sinnott involved as opposed to not involved at all.
Let's go to Han in Fairfax on Grant and Danny.
How are you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Grant and Danny. I'm a first-time caller. I fell in love with the team listening to your station, especially you guys. So.
Thank you, buddy. We're getting a lot of first-time callers this week. I don't know why that is.
It's been a theme, yeah.
But we've gotten a lot of them. So
it's like tremendous topics, probably. That's probably what it is.
Appreciate you, pal.
Yeah, and what I want to say is, we can look at injuries, but everybody has injuries, and the scheme and things like that have been done to death. But this is my worry, and it's sort of a low probability worry. What if Jaden Daniels is actually a warm weather quarterback?
This has been this is something that's been percolating among the Grant Paulsons of the world.
Well, no, I wouldn't go that far. I would not go that far. I wouldn't do it either. What I said after the Philly game was he looked completely uncomfortable and flustered and bad. He just looked terrible. Why? I was trying to figure out why that was. And one of the things that came up was it was the coldest game potentially that he's ever played in. Let's look into this. And we went back and looked at the other really cold games he's played in that are in the mid 40s or lower in college. And most of them were right around that Philly temperature of like 45 degrees. And in all of those games in college, he struggled. So it was just I'm not saying, I'm just asking, like, is that a thing? That maybe he just doesn't like the cold weather as much as the warm weather. That's not a crime. He's from California. He went to school at LSU and Arizona State. Whether he likes it or not, he certainly hasn't played that much in cold weather. And when he's played, he's struggled a little bit in cold weather. I don't think it's a thing. I'm just saying until he plays really well in cold weather, it's not the craziest thing in the world to bring up that maybe he's not himself when it's 39, 43 degrees.
So I was doing shtick. To me, it reminds me, honestly, of he can't throw over the middle. He hasn't done it that much yet. He will. It'll be fine. Like, he hasn't played a lot of cold weather games yet. That's not his fault.
In fairness, if you look at the numbers with him throwing to the middle of the field, down the field, they don't really do it. He throws outside. I mean, that's kind of carried over to the league.
Well,
now,
they do that more. But
yeah.
the idea that he can't, I think, has always been ridiculous.
Well, anyone who said he couldn't, anything, he is one of the great athletes on the planet. He's one of the most talented quarterbacks in the league. The idea that he can't do anything is wrong. The guy was an MVP candidate a month ago. But I do think it is true that in college, he did a thing and didn't do another thing. And in the league, if you notice, a lot of his throws are outside. That's not what he wants to do, is push the ball down the field in the middle of the field.
The general point is, I think he hasn't played in cold weather yet. So, like, once he gets used to it, I have no doubt he'll be fine.
Sure.
And it's not your fault that you're from Southern California, you played in the SEC, and you're to be forgiven that there weren't a lot of 20-degree days in Louisiana, Texas, Alabama, and Georgia.
So Darius is telling me it's going to be 40 degrees on Sunday. So let's put this narrative to bed once and for all on Sunday. How about it?
A high of 40 degrees, low of 24.
Wait,
so
it's that cold on this weekend?
Real feel 32 degrees on Sunday.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
At 1 o'clock?
At 1 o'clock.
Danny, what's happening here?
Oh, no. It's winter?
Do you think they're playing at Lambeau? Is he aware that it's in Landover? Landover, not Lambeau.
Hold on, let me make sure. That says Landover, Maryland.
Well, the field is very northwest.
Like,
Stick
aside,
if you
did
go up
you
to
know
the
it's
northwest.
about to be freezing?
No.
That's ridiculous.
I was very comfortable today. I didn't know it was coming.
It's like 80 a week ago. So 40 degrees, and it's going to feel like 30s. Let's put this narrative to bed once and for all.
Here we go.
He's going to be in his beanie and his coat on the bench let's just get out there and light up the Titans.
They're going to do all the treatment on his side, his cartilage, to keep him warm, right? Isn't that what he told people?
I didn't see them doing any of that this past
I
week.
didn't either. Did anyone notice that?
He ran for 74 yards this past week. Let's go to Ray in Herndon. What's up, Ray?
Go get her, Ray.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long time listener, first time caller once again. So.
Wow.
Hit that hooray! Hit that hooray! Hit that hooray! Yeah, there we go, man. Yeah, I think it's twofold, man, as far as things that we can change to help improve. One, Cliff Kingsbury's, he's got to make some adjustments, man. I don't think he's done a good job of adjusting to the defense's adjustments. You guys hit the nail on the head, man. We got to move Terry around. It's super counterintuitive to keep him on the left side if Jaden likes throwing it on the right side. I understand trying to isolate him, but at the end of the day, man, if we're not getting him the ball, then all that other stuff doesn't matter. So we need to fix that. And then on the defensive side, Danny, you alluded to it as well, or Grant, you did. Deron Payne, man, I mean, where is he?
Where you at?
You know what I mean? Like, he's our $90 million defensive tackle. And, half the time or most of the time, I don't even remember that he's even on the field. Jerzon Newton is our best defensive lineman, and that's a problem. We don't generate enough pressure, not nearly enough. And, that really falls on him along with the rest of the group, but he's got to do a better job. Thanks for the call, guys.
Thank you, Ray. A very good call. Call back sometime. Be a regular. That was a very good call for a first-timer there. How many quarterback hits does Deron Payne have in the last 4 games, do you think?
I wouldn't be able to hazard a guess. I'll say 2.
1. How many quarterback hits does Deron Payne have since week 4, do you think?
So what are we now? We're entering week 13?
Yeah, it's 8 games.
My
Nine,
God.
9 games.
That is, by the way, oh my God. I'll say 5.
2.
Ugh.
I just need more out of him.
Yeah. There's no, listen, oh, but he's double teamed. Oh, maybe that's not his role. At some point, other guys do it. You
When
know what I
you're
mean?
ready.
Like Cleveland Farrell's got more than you, bro.
This could be time for one of those old Chase Young, Jason Bateman moments.
Hey, bud.
Hey, pal.
Hey, dude.
Whenever you're ready, bud.
What if you get a chance, Kay?
Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. I have an update on the attractive haircutting lady that I tried to set my buddy up.
Oh,
with.
this is big.
A big update for you. You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. You can watch the show on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We are streaming live, and I guess it's called 4K.
Is it?
I like to call it high definition. I don't really know what that is.
Yeah.
But we're
It's
there.
the highest of definitions.
You can watch us there if you'd like. So I've got an update for you.
This is huge.
You want to just get people up to speed really quickly on previously on Grant and Danny.
On a previous episode of Grant and Danny in a world. So Grant goes to get his haircut. And at the haircut place
to be named later.
Yeah, it's not important where it is. The person happens to be a woman, and she happens to be really attractive. It's fine.
I would go as far as to
It's
say
fine.
really, really attractive.
Yes. Yes. Now, Grant, married.
Great at cutting hair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Grant's a married dude.
I am.
And what Grant does, the same thing that I now have done as a married person. There's nothing new for me. I've opted out. Right. I have no more eligibility left. I'm done. I've sacrificed it. I'm very happy. I know
There's
what I'm doing.
no open transfer portal in this game.
There's no NIL. There's nothing. It's just me and a commute.
You and
all right?
Dabo Sweeney at Clemson. You ain't going anywhere.
We got nothing. The next best thing is the assist. You got the single buddy. You want to toss that alley.
He passes to the man.
Boom goes the dynamite. So while Grant is sitting there having, if I can say this, excellent banter,
wonderful conversation
with this person, and not just
it becomes pretty clear that this person has
Mhm.
recently moved to the area. She is discussing the fact that she doesn't really know a lot of people. Seems very single.
Yeah.
Moved to the area for reasons that I would say make me think she is a decent human being. Like I like the cut of her jib. Right. I'm like, this seems like a catch here.
and easy on the eyes, you could say.
Is
that fair?
I have a buddy who's single,
and it meets the same criteria. A wonderful person. You can tell this guy is a loyal guy because he likes a dumb football team, right? He's not some fair weather dude.
No,
you know what I mean.
Good man.
He hates carbohydrates. Like he takes great care of himself. He's a
Yeah.
really nice guy.
Very fit.
Yeah,
His
Grant's,
abs and a V taper.
Grant's going. I just came off the screen.
Yeah.
This guy's in the dunker spot. Let me throw it up.
So I told him, and that was kind of the original part of the story that I brought up on the air. And the reason I felt uncomfortable was I had gotten out of the chair, and no sooner than I got back to my car, I texted my buddy, and I'm like, dude, you got to come get your haircut here. Ask for this person, book the appointment with her. And then when she cuts your hair, you got to try to get her number and like see what happens. Obviously not while she's cutting your hair and you're sitting in the chair.
Because
But
then she's trapped. Where can she
Exactly.
go? Yeah.
She's at work. You don't want to, that's like borderline harassment. And so you don't want to do it that way, but you can figure this out. You can connect some dots here. Now, I may have told multiple friends, which is probably a little bit of a bridge too far. I told 2 friends that they should go get their haircut from them, not to create some kind of competition or anything, but just because they're both looking for someone, if I could say that. And
She's someone. She's
she
a
could
someone.
be that someone.
Yeah.
And I would like for them if she was that someone, okay, as a good friend.
Mhm.
So that's where we were. Then the last update I gave you was that my buddy went to the place to get his haircut.
Haircut number 1.
He booked an appointment.
Uh-huh.
He went there. She was the only person cutting hair. He had booked through the website to make sure that she cut his hair.
Requested her and everything. Yeah.
He sits in her chair. I thought he would do the thing where he's like, oh, we don't see eye to eye. I'm not really that interested, whatever. He was very interested. He saw what I saw.
There's
saw a
interest
lot
there,
of the
yeah.
same attributes and things that we liked about her,
Yeah,
right?
Grant's is a cross checker. He's one of the higher rated scouts.
Exactly.
You know, he comes in. He's got a good scouting report.
GM agreed with my scouting report. Yes. So everything went well, but then they do the thing where she kind of walks you over to pay, but then there's someone sitting at the desk, and he thought it would be weird with an audience right there, and he didn't want to follow her back to her seat. So he kind of is in an awkward situation with, this person sitting there while he's trying to pay, doesn't say anything, leaves and goes home. And he has to call me with his tail between his legs to say, I got my hair cut. Everything went great. I didn't ask for her number. Didn't advance this in any way. So now we're going, you got to be kidding me. Where do we go from here? You got to go back and get your haircut. Well, Danny, here's your update. He was back getting his haircut yesterday.
He got his haircut again for the second time in 2 weeks.
Second haircut. And this time, everything went great. Sounds like the conversation was wonderful. He was still very intrigued. He did the thing that you and I had come up with, the plan.
Yes.
Really, my wife had kind of come up with it, but we hatched this plan where at the end, you go pay, you do the tip, you do all that stuff. There's this, third person that's standing there. Then she goes back to her chair. He follows her back over, and he just hands her a little piece of paper he had written his number on. And he says, hey, I hope this isn't inappropriate, and I hope that this doesn't make you uncomfortable. If it does, please forgive me. If you ever want to go on a date, I would love to take you on a date. My number's right here. And he handed it to her. And she kind of did like a blushy kind of smile and said, thank you. And he left. And so he called and told me that.
I think that's pretty good. Now, when like if I'm like, I hope this isn't inappropriate, it probably would be because I'm a gargoyle.
Yes.
He's got abs and he's handsome.
Handsome.
So it's not inappropriate.
The difference between inappropriate and wow, I'm so lucky that this guy wants to take me on a date is just, am I attracted to this person?
There you go.
So I thought this is pretty good. Now, the reason I love this is you put the ball in her court. If she's uncomfortable, she never has to contact you again.
She has to do nothing, yes.
And by the way, if she never contacts you again, never go in. You don't need to get your hair cut again. You've talked to her for the final
Or
time.
you can keep your every 2-week schedule just to see what happens.
Correct.
Yeah.
But if she contacts you, business is booming. A couple hours later, he gets a text.
Come on.
Gets a text.
Come on.
She says, hello, it's her.
The person. Yep.
You made me blush. And she goes on to tell him she's not really looking to date right now. But thank you very much. I hope you understand. And I'd like to basically continue to have you as a client. I hope this doesn't change our relationship. You can keep coming in. He takes this as this is really bad because she uses the word client.
Yep.
And she doesn't want it to mess with her business. So she's basically letting him down by saying, hey, we're not going to date, but please keep coming in and getting hair.
Every 2 weeks, it's great.
Because I love cutting your hair and we can have this business relationship. I take that still very positively because she didn't have to text him her number at all. If she wanted to just keep this on the client basis, you never have to reach out. You make that very clear by never texting him. And the next time he comes in, it's like nothing ever happened. He just sits down in the chair because, he's back for another haircut. You keep it professional and you never mention it again. He never mentions it again. I think even though she said, essentially, I'm not ready to date, she didn't say no. She open-ended, I'm not ready to date, and she texted you, giving you her number, which she didn't have to do.
Didn't have to do that.
So he's taking this as a massive L. I'm taking this as a minimal L. Ryan, you seem like you're chomping at the bit over there.
Yes, because I think it's not an L at all.
Oh, I mean, she literally said, I don't want to date right now. I want to continue to have this professional client relationship.
Yes, but right now. Not in a week
that
from
is
now.
important.
Right now, here's the thing. Like, I think he should keep his options open here. And
well, he's not putting all his eggs in this basket.
That's fair. You can put a few eggs in this basket while, keeping your other eggs wherever else.
Quote, I'm not ready to be dating right now. I have a lot going on.
Okay.
Here is, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ryan.
No.
You good? Okay. Here is my personal belief. This is merely can you just climb over this little obstacle?
There.
I'm not going to make this that easy where you can just get your haircut a couple times, waltz in, sweep me off my feet, and I'm that, readily available for you.
But see, this is where we get into a sticky situation. Whereas guys think this is some big game where the girl's like, I want you to break through this wall. And the girl's like, I'm saying no, please.
No, I literally put a wall up, leave me alone.
It's like and this really isn't funny, but it's a funny joke as a comedian tells it. But like
sit back here.
Bill Burr does this joke where he's like, they say no means no. He's like, no means no. And no means maybe.
Stop
You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
you're so bad.
in this case, I think we need to be careful with how we're reading this. But I guess my point is, if she's saying we're never going to date, I don't do that. She could have said, hey, I don't date clients. I would never do that. But I really appreciate the offer. It's flattering. And I hope this doesn't change anything. That is not the tone of this text.
I think it's simply a small obstacle course. That's how it reads to me. Now, obviously, if she says something more definitive and declarative, then you just pop smoke and get out of there and pretend it never happened and go get your haircut somewhere else. But to me, there is still an opening there where it's like, I'm not really ready right now. Well, maybe you could be ready. If we can have coffee, it's just two people sitting in the room together.
I told him to respond and say, if you ever want to get together, we'll go to a movie or go on a hike, or I don't know what skinny people do. Like do some weird skinny people crap. Like,
you want to do some sit-ups together?
Yeah, let's do some fit people stuff. What do fit people do? They could probably figure that out. So the next text is very important here. More on this as it develops. The Beltway Blitz is next. segment right here on Grant and Danny. A reminder that we're brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad, who want to help you with your last will and testament or a revocable trust for you and your family. To get a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today, go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Neither of these moves are a surprise. They're both notable, though. Austin Seibert is headed to injured reserve. Clearly, he came back from that injury, missed 2 extra points and a field goal, and the kickoffs weren't exactly what they would have liked. And so Seibert now to the IR means, I guess, Zane Gonzalez, assuming he's still available, gets back on the roster. They have to have him on speed dial, but they'll be in the kicking market this week. So you're in flux now as you get into the stretch run of your season with the playoffs on the line at the kicking position, which is never good.
Yeah, Zane is on their practice squad as of now, I think.
Okay, so he's in the building. That makes sense. That's good GMing by Adam Peters. And then Chris Rodriguez Jr. signed as well. Remember, they released him this past week. He was not on the roster over the weekend as they played, but then Robinson hurts his ankle. Eckler suffers a concussion. You're going to have Jeremy McNichols and Chris Rodriguez carrying the football this week, it looks like, with possibly another back, maybe Michael Wiley being elevated from the practice squad. So those are some roster updates for you from Ashburn. We're going to cover the Commanders coming up on the Beltway Blitz in just a few minutes. But speaking of the Blitz, let's talk Caps and Wiz and start off on the ice. Bailey Johnson of the Washington Post covers the Caps. Bailey, that felt like a big win last night for the locals. They had not won in 2 games without Ovechkin. They were up by a goal into the third period at a good Florida Panthers team, and then they get a couple of empty netters late to make it 4-1. But that was hard-earned, huh?
It was hard-earned and definitely their most complete effort in a while. I think, honestly, really dating back to probably before the Columbus game at the beginning of the month. Spencer Carberry hasn't been totally in love with how his team is playing, even when they've won games over the last several weeks. He really wants them to control play and not have to do the kind of hang on and survive that they've done a lot lately. Even those wins in Vegas and in Utah at the end of the last road trip, they were good wins and they were dominant on the score sheet. But as far as the actual flow of play and the shots, I mean, Logan Thompson had to make 25 saves in the third period of that game against Vegas on the 17th. He only had to make 6 saves in the third period last night, which really sums up the difference in how they were controlling play.
Yeah, Bailey, not a ton of goals since Ovechkin goes out, which is understandable, leading the league in goals. But last night, I know they got the 2 empty netters to kind of change the eye line. Even though they only scored 2 before the empty netter, I thought that was the best their offense had looked. Kind of throughout start to finish. Connor McMichael probably could have had 5 goals last night by himself, was robbed several times over. I actually liked the way that they pushed offensively last night. That was the best since Ovi had gotten hurt. Agree?
Agree. They tweaked a couple things with the forward lines. They had Tom Wilson playing with Alexi Protas and Dylan Strome, and then moved Taylor Radish to play with Connor McMichael and Pierre-Luc Dubois, which was the third different set of combinations in the top 6 they've tried in what was their third game since Ovechkin got hurt. Definitely was the ones that have worked the best so far. I thought Wilson paired well with Strome and Protas. He played with Strome a lot last year, so that was some familiarity there. Taylor Radish is new to the team, but his skill set seems to click pretty well with Dubois and McMichael. He made a couple plays. Like you said, McMichael could have had a couple goals. Those were usually coming off of plays that Taylor Radish made to kind of get things started for that line. So I agree. I thought that was the best their offense has looked. Found a little chemistry. The third line with Lars Eller, Hendrik Slapierre, and Andrew Mangiapane was the best it's been in a while. Eller got the first goal and then one of the empty netters. So definitely the offense started to look like it has a little bit of life and a little bit of spark for the first time since Ovi's been out.
Bailey, I am a sucker for the dad's trip. I think it's one of the best things about the NHL and hockey. I don't see it in other sports. Tell people about the tradition and how the Caps are celebrating it this time around.
Yes, I believe it actually was started by Barry Trotz a while back, not when he was in Washington, but before that, invited his players to bring their dads or someone who's important to them. That's why the Caps call it the mentor's trip, because not everyone's brought their dad. Some guys have their grandfather or their brother or their father-in-law, but really they just get to bring someone who's important to them, someone who most of them were important in their hockey careers as far as either, paying for things, driving them to practice, being there at all the games and everything when they were growing up. So it's sort of a way that they can give back and show the people in their lives what their lives are like and bring them along for the ride. The dads and the mentors have a blast. I mean, it's kind of just a 4-day party for them in a lot of ways. So they have a lot of fun. It usually gives the team a little bit of a lift to have these, have their folks with them, and they want to show off well, obviously, when they've got an extra big group of people in the building. So it's a really fun tradition and one the Caps have fun with. I remember last year on this trip, they got a huge win over the Bruins in Boston in February. So kind of similar vibes last night with the way they played in Florida, and we'll see if they keep it going here in Tampa tomorrow night. But a really fun trip, one that I know the guys look forward to every year, and one that they have a lot of fun with.
Bailey, quick one. I know it's probably not fair just to pick on one particular power play, but I think there was one power play last night where I don't know if the Caps got it into the offensive zone. It was like, everyone sort of looking around, trying to do nuclear fusion with chopsticks at one point. I know, again, it's not going to be the same without Ovechkin, but I know even they got a power play goal last night from Jacob Chikrin, but it just didn't look right. The operation wasn't terrific last night, and it's probably going to be a struggle for a while. How do they tweak that? How do they fix that? Any room for improvement there?
Yeah, I wouldn't be overly concerned. I know the power play you're talking about, and it definitely doesn't look great. I think one of the notes I wrote down when I was, taking notes during the game was power play still an issue.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something they're still trying to find their footing with without Ovi, but they've also had moments. They've had power plays in the other games that have looked okay and just haven't found the back of the net. So I wouldn't want to overly pick on that one. You again know which one you're talking about, and they looked a little bit out of sync, but it came early in the game when they were still kind of finding their footing overall. Once they found their footing at 5-on-5, they got that power play goal from Jacob Chikrin in the third period and looked more cohesive. So I think the way the offense played in the second and third periods will help the power play in games going forward.
Bailey, fantastic info on the Capitals. Thanks much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Last night sure was big for them to get 2 points without Ovi. Next up for the Capitals tomorrow night in Tampa against the Lightning, a 7:30 puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. Let's keep it moving. Our guy Glenn Consor, Wizards Radio Network. Of course, you've seen him all over town talking about the Wiz for many years. And Glenn, there's more youth and there is more of a plan this time around. Doesn't make it any easier, though. They are 2-13 as they get ready to host the Bulls tonight. 7-11 Chicago is coming to the district. What have you made of these first 15 games?
Well, I've been very impressed with the young players and also some of the veteran guys like Malcolm Brogdon has come back and he looks good. Valanciunas has probably been the most productive per minute guy on this team. I mean, he just comes in and gets stuff done. The young guys look really good, and it's really incredible what we're seeing here because you got 4 young players: Bilal, Keyshawn, Bub, and Alex Sarr. All 4 of those guys are under 20 years old, getting over 30 minutes a game. So, that is rare to see in the NBA, and these minutes are very valuable, and they really perform very well.
Let's go to Kyle Kuzma here for a second. I think understandably, Glenn, when you put the ball in Jordan Poole's hands most nights, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Kuzma to be able to kind of get off and get going offensively. It just feels like he hasn't quite fit in just yet. I know he's working back from injury at times as well. What have you seen from his game? And, there's for someone that's that big and strong and athletic, hard for me to stomach him getting 1 rebound the other night. And I know his teammates got more, but just feels like he's not in it yet.
I think he's going to be fine. He's a prolific scorer. He could really score. And I think what you're seeing with Kuz is, they're asking him to play a lot more off the ball this year than he had in the past. So that's an adjustment that he has to make, and he'll figure it out. I mean, he could really shoot it. I think he's defended fairly well this year, and I think he's been really helping the young guys get better. So he's been selfless in that matter, and I think, he'll get his rhythm back. I think it's a rhythm thing with him, and you know what? Playing with young guys like the Wizards are playing major minutes. The young guys are making adjustments, and the vets are making adjustments with themselves.
So just speaking of the young guys, you referenced Alex Sarr. I thought he had a really good game the other night. He's still so young, and I know, man, some of the shooting percentages aren't where people would like them. I don't care about that, frankly. Someone that's that big and that athletic, that moves around the way that he does on the basketball court, let's figure it out ultimately. What have you seen from him, and where does this thing go in terms of where Sarr is going to end up?
First of all, he has really started to play very well. He had 17 points and 14 rebounds against Indiana, and he's 19 years old.
Yeah.
Now, if I know you, Danny, well enough as like I do, the shirt you're wearing is about 20 years old.
It's pretty much true. Actually, it's about 10 years old.
Okay, I think it's 20, but you don't want to say anything. But he's 19.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, he's 19. He's 4th in the NBA in blocks, not amongst rookies. He's 4th in the NBA in blocks overall. He's learning. He's getting minutes. He needs to put on weight. He needs to get stronger, which, 19-year-old bodies, this is what it looks like. So, I think the minutes he's getting now and getting some tutelage from Valanciunas, who's been tremendous, it's only going to help him. His upside is really good. And, he hasn't shot the ball well, but his shot's not broken. He's not afraid to get it up. He's going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn Consor on the whiz as they get ready for the Bulls tonight at Capital One Arena. How about Chicago? What do we need to know about them? Bit of a slow start. And I got to be honest, I'd rather be the Wizards, where you're at least committing to a rebuild. You're in a bad spot in the standings, but as a means to an end. I mean, the Bulls are kind of in a more middling territory. What have you seen from them?
Yeah, I mean, they're a dangerous team. They shoot a lot of threes. They lead the NBA. They're second in the NBA to the Celtics in three-point field goals made. They got multiple players like Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine's played very well. Who knows how long, he is going to, keep shooting this well, but he's shooting 44% from three. They got Josh Giddey on the trade with Caruso, Vucevic, who always is, he's like one of the most underrated big guys in the NBA. He's shooting 46%. And Kobe White they got 4 or 5 guys shooting over 40% from three. So they'll get it and go. They'll want to push the pace. They're they're second in the NBA in pace. Actually, they lead the NBA in pace per 18 games. And pace referring to the total number of possessions a team uses in a game. So, they get out and run. That's not fast break buckets. That's just, possessions. So they lead the NBA in pace. And Wizards, I think, are fourth. So it's going to be an up-tempo game. And I think from the Wizards standpoint, playing against this team, they limit their turnovers, the unforced turnovers, and don't settle for threes. You got a chance of beating them.
Glenn, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
All right, guys.
See you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder. We bring on Eric Bickle to talk about the local 53. EB, two things. One, I spit out my coffee this morning in my vehicle when you said, and I quote, "Is Blue Short still alive?" I don't think I've laughed that hard in a long time. Second,
I'm sorry, I just haven't heard from him. Is he okay?
I think he's okay, but I can't confirm it. But that made me laugh harder than I've laughed in months.
I was texting with him today. Blue Shorts is doing great.
Okay, good.
I mean, almost tears in my eyes laughing so hard. Secondly,
yeah.
Why are people disrespecting your boys? A lot of people picking the Titans all of a sudden.
Yeah, listen, I get it, but people have lost confidence, right? And I guess I have a little bit too, but I still just have tremendous amount of faith in this kid. I think he's a superstar. I think we need to put a little bit more on his shoulders, not less. And I think he's dealing with some guys that aren't quite as talented as he is. And we need to let this kid do his thing. And I just have total faith in him. I think that the legend of the Titans defense is crazy. Who cares? They're the Titans. I'm taking my boy. And I'm just tired of the disrespect. I still think we're an okay football team that should beat teams like the Tennessee Titans.
Where are you at on Cliff Kingsbury right now?
I'm hot and cold on him. Now, listen, I'm the first one to admit that these guys are all 100 times smarter about football than me. They know way more than me, right? That's a given. I stipulate to that. But, I don't know. I thought he babied him a little bit too much at the beginning. Then I thought he had it going, right? Obviously. And now I think when he was hurt, I don't know, things just started to dissipate a little bit, and I just lost a little confidence. I don't know if it's because Terry always lines up on the left side or, certain concepts that he runs. I don't know that stuff. I'm not sophisticated enough. But I sure would like to see a little more protection for Jaden so that he can complete some intermediate throws. I don't like this idea of run, screen, run, and then a shot to Terry or something. I just think that's weird. This kid can do it all. He can make all the throws. Let's protect him. Maybe let's do a little bit more in that area. I know a lot of times they chip with the tight ends and a running back. Let's try to do that maybe as often as we can. And let's just let this kid execute. And if it's not there, let him take off and go. That's where he really lights this place on fire. I don't know. I think it's impossible to ignore the Cliff second half decline. I don't want that to be true. It's kind of embarrassing for him. But when you got like a decade plus of data all pointing to the same thing, there might be something there. I'm not smart enough to know, but I sure wouldn't make fun of it when they ask you a question about it in the press conference.
How much will Marshawn Lattimore help if and when he comes back?
I think he'll help a lot. You know what's amazing? I don't actually think Benjamin St-Juste is the worst corner I've ever seen. I actually don't think that. He's oftentimes in good position. This guy in what, 40-some career NFL games and 30-some career college games, he's got one career interception. He's the worst ball awareness corner I've ever seen at this level. I've never seen anything like it. So do you agree? I think Lattimore will help a lot. But I think there's a role for St-Juste somewhere for a big corner, just not guarding number ones.
Yeah, totally agree with you. No, completely.
Yeah.
I think he's in the. I mean, you look at the PI penalties, the physical penalties he has. He's often the coverage is decent. Now he has this year at really bad times been beaten deep now a few times here over the last month, so it's harder to defend him on those. But yeah, I think by and large the narrative and the actual play up until the last few weeks probably wasn't quite even. Hey, before we let you go, are you on the golf course? It's a little windy. Where are you?
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm sorry. No, I'm on the golf course. I thought I'd be done, but it's starting to get bogged down. I'm lane 18. I'm playing terribly. I'm not drinking. It's not a good day.
When did you get? I mean, you used to be steamed up for golf, I feel like, but then you weren't. Now you're like obsessed again. Is this the most into golf you've ever been?
Most ever. Because as my kids, you'll see this. As your kids get older and they start to kind of graduate from you got to find your life again, right? So I need to find something that I can major in again. I can't major in chasing two of my kids anymore.
So do you go out by yourself in golf, or do you have buddies you'll meet?
Oh no! I got buddies, and I joined a very modest local club that's awesome. And so yeah, I know guys, and I got a little group. I highly recommend it. Best thing I ever did. It's relaxing. I don't know what you do for relaxation. I think you go to like Wizards games or something.
Capitals mainly.
Pretty much. He sits right on that glass, Eric. You'd like it.
I love the Caps games.
Yeah.
Now, you know what I am? I'm a huge movie guy. I love going to the movie theater, eating popcorn, and just drinking a Pepsi Zero or Coke Zero and watching a film.
You don't go there like JP and get like a steak at the movies, do you?
Oh, I've never ordered food at the movie. Like people do these, even nachos or all the chicken tenders. No chance. I eat before I go, and then I pummel popcorn.
Dude, when they pump the smell of that popcorn in, and as soon as it hits you, you gotta get the popcorn.
Oh, it's the best.
I mean, yeah, gosh, yeah, it's amazing. Until the tummy ache kicks in about halfway through the bucket.
That'll get you. That'll happen.
Yeah. You're in one of those humble Bethesda golf clubs, one of those like low cost options. I didn't want to let that line pass.
No. I mean, it is. It's a modest club. It is. And I'll tell you. I mean, people know it's a modest club, Danny. It is. It's nice. It's great food. It's modest. It's not. It's probably not something. It's nice. It's fine. It's fine.
Eric, go finish strong, buddy. We appreciate you hopping on the golf day.
All right, I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay, buddy. Have fun.
Don't be sorry. It was good.
Doing us a favor, yeah.
You sounded good. I just could tell you were out and about somewhere. There's Eric Bickle of the Junks. Listen to him at 6 a.m. See you, brother. Tomorrow morning with the Junkies right here on the Fan. That there is your Beltway Blitz. We want to try a segment next we haven't done on the show, but I think it could be fun. So the idea here is going to be summed up, I think, pretty easily in the title. Okay, we're going to play. You guys don't want to hear this, but. So you're going to come up with a take you actually believe about the Commanders, player on the Commanders, whatever it is, that maybe people don't want to hear, but that's right. You don't want to hear this, but Commanders edition. We'll do that next. We got Chris Trapasso at 5 to talk about Jaden Daniels' struggles. We got Mateo Dunn of the Fairfax School Board to discuss Hayfield football being out of the playoffs again at 5:30. You're listening to The Fan. Beltway Blitz in the rearview mirror. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to try a segment out here. We're going to call it You Guys Don't Want to Hear This But. This is the Commanders edition of You Don't Want to Hear This But. So we'll give you some examples, and then we'll open up the phones for you guys at 800-636-1067. So this is probably, if I had to sum it up, I would say maybe a take that isn't going to be loved by the fan base. Something that isn't going to go over well, but it's true. Little truth serum kind of take here. So, Danny, why don't you go first? You guys don't want to hear this, but.
You guys do not want to hear this. And I'm going to catch some Eric Blank for this.
Okay.
But they really botched the second round of this draft this year. They got a guy that can't get on the field for an offense that's struggling who plays offense. They got a defensive tackle for a defense that can't stop the run. That second round cornerback, Mikey Sanderson, will help them. That should have been the only guy on that side of the ball they drafted. They missed their chance to really improve an offense that now is in desperate need of playmakers.
Ooh, okay. You guys don't want to hear this, but the offensive regression that we're seeing right now is the best thing that could have happened to this team. Because Cliff Kingsbury is not going to be a head coach anywhere next year if this continues.
He will get more. That's
He will be back as their offensive coordinator, and Jaden Daniels will have consecutive years working with Kingsbury in the same offense without any major changes. You don't want to hear this, but they weren't winning the Super Bowl this year anyway. So you might as well come back to the pack, a little dose of reality, be what you actually are, not play above your head, and not lose your offensive coordinator to a head coaching job.
You guys probably don't want to hear this, but they botched this Austin Seibert thing. He was rushing back from injury, and you let him do it. There should have been more patience and more calm, right? Because he's got someone breathing down his neck now, and old Zane Gonzalez kicking from the practice squad or whatever. They did a Brian Dable kind of bit where they go, this injured guy, I'll take him at his word for it. Now he can't kick it out of the end zone. I don't want to say it lost you a game. What lost you the game was you weren't as good as the Cowboys and a million things went wrong. But some of those mechanical things about not being able to kick the ball out of the end zone, some of the botches, now the guy's on IR 48 hours after the final game, they didn't handle this kicker situation correctly.
You guys don't want to hear this, but if you're just looking at the last few weeks of football, Jaden Daniels might be the fourth best rookie quarterback playing over these last couple of weeks. Now, he should be the rookie of the year as of the whole season. But if we're just looking at the last couple of weeks, Bo Nix in Denver, Drake May in New England, Caleb Williams with a new coordinator in Chicago. If you're ranking the quarterbacks based on their last couple of maybe 3 games or so, I think Jaden Daniels is third or fourth. Now, that's a very, very small sample and may not matter, but it's been a little while. You guys don't want to hear this, but September was a while ago, man. October, middle of October was a month ago. It's time to get Jaden Daniels back on track here because we are headed toward kind of a half and half year where he's been electric, unbelievable, historic, amazing for about half of the year, and the other half has been very fine. I'd like to get back to the electricity and the fun and the let's talk about him as an MVP stuff.
I can't prove this one. I just read this before. I've done this dance before. I've seen it. You guys aren't going to want to hear this, but this Marshawn Lattimore hamstring thing ain't going away. We're going to be doing this dance for a while. Limited on Wednesday, Thursday walkthrough, tried individual drills, is on the Curtis Samuel treadmill on the memorial bike on the side. This thing is not going anywhere. We're not just going to all of a sudden have him, and then he plays great.
You guys don't want to hear this, but Brian Robinson gets hurt too much, and they need a new RB1 this offseason. They need to go get someone with some speed who can stay on the field and prove a little bit more durable. I like B-Rob as much as you guys do. In fact, I love the kid. 25 years old, what he's overcome. He's done some really good things. But you're going into a week against the Dallas Cowboys, easiest team to run on in the National Football League, and he gets banged up on the first play, and it's 5 for 13 after he got rolled up on. It was a gruesome, awful-looking thing. I can't believe he wasn't more seriously hurt.
Same.
But here we are. He's got 2 100-yard games this season. They're too good a rushing team when it's right for that to be the case. All right, the segment is called You Don't Want to Hear This, But. It's Commanders edition. Clary, what do you got?
You guys may not want to hear this, but Terry McLaurin ain't going to be a wide receiver 1 on this team making a playoff push. He's good. He's a wide receiver 1B. You need a Justin Jefferson. You need someone who has Sam Darnold throwing him the ball and he's still going to get 130 yards and 2 touchdowns. And sometimes Terry just ain't that.
Wow. So hold on. Let me double click on this because you're right. I don't like that very much.
Yeah.
I didn't like hearing that.
I'm not saying you said anything wrong. So you're saying to make the playoffs or to like make a playoff
Make
run?
a playoff push. Like
Okay.
in the playoffs. So, yeah.
So to go on a run, they need basically a better receiver than McLaurin and then let him be the 1B.
Yes. And then you are set.
I think you're right about 2 things. 1, people are going to hate that. And 2, they'd be a hell of a lot more explosive offensively if that was the case.
Now, he's 4th in the league in receiving yards. However, he's the only guy that's played 12 games on that list. If you go to yards per game, it's a very different story.
Well, he's having a great year.
He's had a very nice year,
statistically.
yeah.
He's had 5 100-yard games for the first time in his career. That's never happened before. But, I mean, we see it. He's the number 1 receiver in, like, contested catch category stuff. He has to make a lot of catches with dudes draped all over him. He occasionally does get open deep vertically down the field. This past week, he had a guy beat, and Jaden Daniels basically threw the ball out of bounds. Darius.
You guys aren't going to want to hear this, but Jeremy Chin, he's made a lot of fans this season so far, but he might have played himself out of a contract here. His price tag might have increased way too high for the liking of Adam Peters and company. I don't think Jeremy Chin's re-signing here next year.
Oh, how about that?
I do know he was flat-footed on that touchdown that went right over his head in some sort of cover in like a middle third of the field.
Well,
I didn't like that.
We weren't going to talk about that.
I mean, DBs are going to have bad plays. He's been mostly awesome.
I think so.
Even in this game, by the way, he had a couple of huge plays and big moments. The hit he levied on what should have been maybe a fumble. I think it was 83. I think it was that guy I had to look up, Jalen Brooks. My God, that was Sean Taylor-esque.
Those kind of hits you don't see anymore.
I know. You really don't.
Awesome.
I love Jeremy Chin. I need him. I want him to get a long-term deal. Darius is talking some S here saying maybe he's played his way out of Washington with a big old payday and they don't want to pay another safety. They got Quan Martin. You guys don't want to hear this, but 800-636-1067. It's a Commanders edition on G&D here on The Fan. The segment we're doing on Grant and Danny is you guys don't want to hear this, but something that you think is true that Commanders fans may not necessarily be happy to hear. A little truth serum on G&D after 3 straight losses. You're locked into the Fan. By the way, top of the hour, Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports wrote about the regression over the last several weeks of Jaden Daniels. He was playing at a level that was unsustainable. One of the great rookie stretches, begins of a year that we'd ever seen. He's just been okay here recently. Overall, it's been a really, really good rookie year. Looks like he's the answer. Looks like Washington has found their man. But we'll talk to Trapasso about what's going on here during this decline. And you'll want to be listening at 5:30 for sure. Mateo Dunn, Fairfax County School Board, one of the few people all along that's been trying to do an investigation into what was going on over at Hayfield with a recruiting scandal for football, is going to join us. Hayfield pulled their team out of the playoffs. The principal did, who was originally, allegedly, involved in the planning of bringing over the coach and all the players and this big plan that got hatched. Well, the AD is the one that's fallen on the sword here. He's out. Contract terminated reportedly today. Already took a leave of absence. And the principal is pulled the team out of the playoffs. So we'll talk to Mateo Dunn about what's going on here and what this means for high school football, not only in Fairfax, but in all of the DMV. But let's get to the calls. You don't want to hear this, but Kevin in Arlington, what's up?
Hey, fellas, you don't want to hear this, but, and I'm looking at you, Grant, and you, Danny.
Oh, no.
The last 3 games have proven to me, and when we get to the offseason, the shopping list doesn't start with, let's get 1 or 2 more passing game weapons for Daniels. We need line of scrimmage play. We got Jags on the O-line, and we got underperformers on the D-line. And we're going to have to invest again in the D-line, maybe 2 positions, maybe richly. And I love Brandon Coleman. I was high on him. He's at best a right tackle. Okay, well, those are more important, sadly, than the weapon that we lack opposite McClure. Those 3 games, we got bullied. Ron Jaworski came on with Mitchell and Finley and talked about it. We have to fix our lines of scrimmage.
So the only thing I'm going to disagree with, Kevin, it's a good phone call, buddy. We're locked and loaded, so we're going to keep it moving here quickly, is I think Brandon Coleman has been mostly really, really good. There was a regression there. Certainly the Philly game, the Pittsburgh game weren't great. He had the best blocking grade among all left tackles in the NFL this past week against Dallas. And as a 3rd-round pick who's still kind of getting his feet wet, I've seen enough there to feel like he's more than a project. Like, that could work. But otherwise, I think you're right. They probably need more on the O-line, and they definitely need to get more out of the D-line. I wonder if D. Payne could be a trade chip. It's a huge contract, but I wonder if there's some thought there, because I don't think Allen's coming back.
Yeah,
either.
and maybe someone would look at it and go, oh, he needs a change of scheme, change of scenery, change of something to maybe get back to that production.
Let's go to James in Silver Spring. What's up, James?
Hey, guys, you all don't want to hear this, but offensive talent is not that good. Dallas has 1 A player, and we could do nothing with him, and that's number 11, Parsons.
Yeah, I don't think many people would agree.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of been the point since the offseason, right? Now, on a good day, you look around and you go, Daniels, baller, McLaurin, stud, Eckler, legit, Robinson, solid, legit, and Sam Cosmi, dude. That's not a bad foundation. But if we're looking for stars, where are your stars? Let's go to Dylan and Sterling. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, so y'all don't want to hear this, but this offensive meltdown could not have happened at a better time. If we had come out and beat Dallas 34-10, then we'd be saying, oh, well, they just played 2 good teams, and he was chilly, and it really was the rib. But no, Dallas figured it out, the worst defense in the league. They have no choice but to go back and to go to the drawing board. But we're already 7-5. We're ahead of schedule. I'd rather them figure it out now than going into a playoff game. You know, get it figured out. You've got Tennessee, a bye week, New Orleans.
That's a good call, man. I appreciate it. Didn't mean to cut you off. That's a smart way to look at it, honestly. Right? Where I'd rather find out sooner than later on whatever it is. Any bit of information I wanted ASAP.
I hate that loss, and I wish it didn't happen. I love the point, though.
It is a good point.
Which is, if they aren't who we thought they were, let's just get to the bottom of it now.
Yeah, let's do it now and not January 2nd.
Let's not heal with a late win against the Cowboys and and walk around with our chest out like at 8 wins, you're on your way.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Shane in DC. What's up, Shane?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
Good, buddy.
Happy Thanksgiving to you all and your family.
You too, buddy.
Hey, look, you may not want to hear this, but Jonathan Allen and D. Payne is not going to be on this roster next year. That's a fact. And good riddance for Payne because, he's since that contract year, that's all he's had. And he got his money, and now he's not even performing. Just make a play. He makes one play a week, and that's it. I think them two are off this team next year. And you know what? CNR. Good. And by the way, let me throw something out real quick. How about my boy Dalton Connect right now in the league? Got to give
He's
him
a
props.
bucket.
Dalton Connect can get buckets.
He is such a good fit, by the way, with a couple different guys that are handling the ball and dominate with it.
Now,
LeBron,
he wanted
Anthony
the
Davis.
Wizards to take him at 1, or excuse me,
Or
at
two.
2, which I still would say I'm not going to do that. But
Now, he
Dalton
wouldn't be
Connect
doing
can
that
play.
here if he's number 1 on the scouting report, but I'm telling you, look it up. He is a bucket.
Let's go to Jay in DC. What's up, Jay?
I got some truth serum for you. On the Thanksgiving food draft, can I remind you that 2 years straight, people have had to call in and tell Darius to keep it real? Potatoes au gratin, green bean casserole, strawberry pie. Come on, man. No one should be
So
Googling
Ryan's
food.
the one catching too much shrapnel, you think?
No, Ryan is the best. Ryan is the best part of the show.
Wow.
No one should be Googling Thanksgiving food.
Wow.
And you should be thinking back to the past and ranking your favorite dinners. No one should be pulling prime rib out of their tuckets.
Well,
I did that. That was the prime
Your
rib
point
thing.
is Danny every single year goes outside the box, plays by his own rules, and ruins everything. Then the answer is yes. That's totally true.
Yes, that and Darius is faking. Just choose the stuff that's on the table. And Ryan is the best part of it. It's so much fun that he drafts stuff like that in places that he probably shouldn't.
Yeah, he makes
That's the
terrible
most fun.
picks.
Stop trying to change it.
You know
Thanks,
what?
Jay.
That's some good truth serum. I think we needed to hear that before tomorrow's
So
draft.
this is by the way, it's a running theme where
3
we're like,
o'clock food draft.
we're like, Ryan's never seen any movies, and Darius just sits there not catching any shrapnel.
It's true.
You know what I mean?
I mean, Darius's drafts have been abhorrent. Remember John Carlson, like, just eviscerated you to the point where last year we had him on for some reason around the holidays, and he's like, is Darius the one that answered? Can you apologize to him for me again for last year? Remember that, Darius?
I remember him being incorrect about it, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was a terrible take from what I remember.
Interesting.
Yeah. And Jay always keeps me in check, so shout out to Jay and DC.
Just a bad plate for my guy, Darius. There's no doubt. 3 o'clock tomorrow for the annual Grant and Danny food draft the day before Thanksgiving. Matt in DC, what's up?
Gentlemen, I want to, you guys aren't going to hear this, but I got to push back on the notion that Jaden Daniels hasn't been the best rookie quarterback the last few weeks. I don't think any of those guys have had a stretch like Jaden did at the end of that Dallas game.
That's not what we're talking about. Oh, you mean at the end of this game? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you.
No, yeah. No, that's
okay.
fine.
Gotcha.
I mean, that stretch was last few, none of those guys.
You mean the
have
last
had
5 minutes of the game?
Yes. When
Against
he,
the prevent
Joe
defense?
Montana,
Okay.
like when he just brought us down the field twice.
Twice is doing some heavy lifting. One of those was Terry McLaurin catching a ball in front of safeties and then running through
Good ball.
everyone
He threw a good ball.
like he was going through a corn maze. Okay, so if that's
that is absolutely
if that's
true.
taking them through that's not true.
He said
that's true. That is true.
Okay,
Absolutely,
okay.
that is
Yeah,
true. But
I mean,
that was a
so
great
if we're giving Jaden Daniels credit for that, cool, I guess.
That was a very good pass, and
to the
like,
wide
the guy
open
is very-
receiver. Yes, it was. It was very good.
No, I mean it was his. I mean he had people all around him. Remember how it was
About
sort
10
of like
feet in every direction. He did.
it was sort of like an apparition. Like the Cowboys apparently couldn't see him, but
It's wild.
No, the other thing I want to say is about Brian Robinson. I'm not comparing him to Saquon Barkley, but that kind of thinking, players get dinged up for a couple, here and there. That kind of thinking is part of the reason the Giants let Saquon go. And I'm not like the only reason of comparison is that this guy is a good, like first and second down grinder. He doesn't fumble. He's had a couple of monster games this year. Along with it's like having this offense bring out the best in him.
Well,
So
here's
just-
the definite truth, Matt, and it's a good phone
Appreciate
call,
you, Matt.
buddy. Thanks for making it. Appreciate you hopping on. Have a good Thanksgiving. I would just say when he's healthy and rolling, the offense is good. When he's not, it's a different story.
Yeah, you keep looking at your watch. When does that happen? We're missing, parts of games, entire games. When it's there, it's great, but it's not always there.
That segment was a winner. Let's jot that down. That we got to do it again.
You may not want to hear this, but that segment was good.
That was fire. We'll do it again. We got Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports coming up on why Jaden Daniels has not been playing at the same level here recently, and then Mateo Dunn of the Fairfax County School Board on the big high school football drama that we've been talking about on the show. All coming up this hour on The Fan. Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan as Washington builds a foundation for success on and off the field this season. It is time for you to plan for your future as well. The sponsor of our show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They will help you update your last will and testament, and they'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. On the guest hotline, we find our friend Chris Trapasso, CBS Sports. We've had him on over the years many times to preview the NFL draft, does some good deep dives for CBS, and he recently wrote about what was happening to Jaden Daniels. Analyzing the Commanders quarterback's sudden decline was the headline, and he dove into a bunch of numbers. Chris, you are on in the nation's capital, buddy. Thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing very well, guys. Thanks for having me on to talk some Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, always appreciate it. Quantify what we saw to start the season and now what we've seen here of late, because overall the numbers are still pretty impressive, and we have all those great memories, but it hasn't felt the same lately. What did we see early, and what are we seeing now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's good to keep that just in the proper framework, that this is not someone that's suddenly, we're talking about as a bust. I mean, he's still operating at a pretty high level, especially relative to how most rookies operate. Early on, the scheme was getting guys open. I wrote in my article that whether you think it was just natural ability or that scheme from Cliff Kingsbury, in the first 6 weeks or so, when really the Jaden Daniels train took off, the Commanders had 4 wide receivers in average separation score. There's a new analytics website out there, fantasypoints.com, that they're watching all the film, assigning a grade based on how open a receiver is on a given play, summing them up and averaging them by how many routes they've run. We had Luke McCaffrey, Diami Brown, Terry McLaurin, and the third one is escaping. Oh, and Noah Brown were all in the top 25, and that was the only quarterback that had that. So the scheme was working well, and credit to Jaden Daniels and his understanding. Maybe it's some of the VR that he's utilized. Maybe it's his vast experience at the college level. He was understanding where to go with the football and throwing very accurately. Now, lately, I think, like it really is the case with any quarterback in any situation, defenses are starting to adjust. They're starting to take away that first read. There's not as many open receivers underneath and at the intermediate level. And like we saw late in that game against the Cowboys, the first 3 quarters were not that spectacular, but late was. Daniels is still able to make some of those impressive throws. But those layups aren't there to get him to the, 70, 80% completion. The yards after the catch for his entire team have kind of diminished over the last couple weeks, these 3 straight Commanders losses. So I think more so than anything else, and I kind of summarized my article with this, that let's see down the stretch here with the Commanders certainly in the thick of the NFC playoff race, if Jaden Daniels can elevate those around him, and if it's not a wide open Noah Brown on a dig route, or the seam shots down the middle to Zach Ertz that were netting big gains that haven't been there of late. Let's see if he can do more beyond the scheme and beyond, those first looks in this offense. I think he has the natural ability to do that, and I think he elevated those around him at LSU, but I think he's just not able to rely so heavily on the scheme like he did in the first 2 months of the season.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, Chris. And it was great to see him running the ball again as well and explosively as he did against Dallas, because I think that could open some things back up. That had been basically a huge part of his game that completely went away over the couple of weeks before Dallas. And then he went 7 for 75 on the ground. But you point out he's completed 61% of his throws for about 6.4 yards per attempt, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions over these last 3 games, which just doesn't even look like numbers that would be assigned to him based on what we saw previous to that. I'm curious, though, how much of this is him versus, like a Kingsbury thing with the offense, where we talk all the time about the second half Kingsbury regression. You pointed out if you take out the last 5 minutes of the Cowboys game, and I think that's totally fair to do because the first 55 were different, and then all hell broke loose, and it was just a wild card of a whirling dervish of maniacal football play. But they're 27th in EPA. They've been number 1 all year over a 3-week span, prior to those last 5 minutes against Dallas. 27th out of 32.
Yeah, and I think that is a very fair question to ask. I'm sure you guys have talked about it all week, and there's, the the history there with Cliff Kingsbury as an offensive coordinator in Arizona, that down the stretch, you can even go back to his Texas Tech days, that, a lot of hot starts and then teams would catch on and then the adjustments maybe weren't there. For as much as, and this is interesting, for as much as Cliff Kingsbury has the NFL experience, he has the play calling experience at the collegiate level with Patrick Mahomes, cross paths with Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, of course. He has that experience, and Jaden Daniels, insane amount of experience at the collegiate level, but is only a rookie. I'm not necessarily much of a believer that all of a sudden Cliff Kingsbury is going to just totally drastically alter his scheme and make an insane amount of adjustments. We have the track record that we know he has not done that. I actually have more faith, like you're mentioning, in Jaden Daniels starting to utilize his legs more when that first and maybe second read isn't open, that he understands he's usually like the fastest player on the field. Maybe the rib injury is a little bit in the rear view mirror. And we know that, Dan Quinn has mentioned it hasn't really held him back, but he hasn't been able to practice as much. And I think all the practice reps you can get as a rookie are really important. So I actually have more faith that Daniels himself can make something out of nothing more frequently than hoping that Cliff Kingsbury is suddenly just going to be this great November and December play caller, because he just never has been that type of play caller in the NFL or in college.
Chris Trapasso, CBS Sports with us here on G&D. So, Chris, all offseason, I was screaming till I was blue in the face. Grant was sick of it. Everybody listening to the show was probably sick of it. I'm going, they're missing an opportunity. They are not doing enough, giving Jaden Daniels enough weapons. And for the first, 9 games, I looked like a horse's ass as this offense was scoring 36 a game pretty much every week, and they're running up and down the field. Now, all of a sudden, it looks like maybe I was right as people have kind of caught up. Give me just your thoughts on that, and then use the separation scores part of this as maybe a window into what's actually going on here with the offense of late.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And I actually wrote near the end of my article that, and this is kind of paraphrasing my own writing here, but that Washington is realizing that its scheme might not be brilliant and its pass catching options might be good, but maybe not great. And to your point, that's kind of the general consensus, not just what I thought. I mean, Terry McLaurin, we've all thought has been like a budding superstar, and we've seen him be that de facto number one in most games. He's the go-to guy, whether it's the 86-yard touchdown last week, the catch against the Cincinnati Bengals early in the season on that early Monday night game. He's been that guy. Besides that, we all did go into the season thinking, okay, like what else do they have? Like Zach Ertz, I think has been a pleasant surprise at his age. Luke McCaffrey's athletic. I liked him coming out of Rice, but I wasn't expecting him to be a big part of an offense. Dimey Brown, splash plays here and there, but never really consistent enough. I actually haven't checked what their average separation scores are lately, but I would assume they would have to be lower, because in watching the film those first 6 weeks, again, I don't think it was all 4 of those guys were just running these amazing routes, getting open by themselves. The scheme was getting them open underneath at the intermediate level. And Daniels was doing a great job understanding, again, where to go with the football. So I would assume that those numbers are down a little bit. And when you're a quarterback, you're not going to always have those wide open receivers. So again, it goes back to Daniels. Can he and collaboratively Cliff Kingsbury come together and get the most out of what is probably a average at best skill position group in this entire NFL?
So I'm going to read an excerpt, and I just want you to expound upon it. And it goes into what you were just talking about in terms of the talent at wide receiver. Through the first 6 weeks of the season, Washington was 10th in football in YAC per reception at 5.6 yards. Daniels was the only quarterback in football with 4 receivers in the top 25, which you've talked about in separation score. But this idea of yards after the catch that have gone away, is that a ball placement thing, or does the YAC typically come from openness? Is that why you reference it and link it to separation score, that theoretically the YAC came from guys being wide open and that part has gone away?
So I've watched all of Daniel's dropbacks this season as part of this. Every Tuesday, I come out with a grading article for first and second year quarterbacks. I've been doing it for like 5 or 6 years now. I haven't noticed Jaden Daniels like, oh man, his ball placement, like he had say wide receiver open on a deep over, but he threw it behind him so he gets tackled. I think it's more scheme related and just player skill related. And again, when you look at this skill position group, McLaurin, because of his pure speed, that he's that low 4.3 guy, he's not going to make a ton of guys miss, but if he gets any type of runway, he can really go. Luke McCaffrey is also very fast. Noah Brown, Diami Brown, not really yards after the catch guys. Zach Ertz was never really that type. So I think it's more, again, the scheme is not getting these receivers not just open for Jaden Daniels, but open with space to pick up, to change a 5-yard slant into a 15-yard gain. We just haven't seen those, not even just the splash plays down the field, but those intermediate, the 10 to 20-yard gains that I think were so prevalent in the first 2 months of this season.
You mentioned the grading that you do on the young quarterbacks, which is a piece I always love. So what's been the high water mark for Daniels, and where is he at now? Presumably, Nix has kind of caught him in the Rookie of the Year race. It seems like Daniels is the favorite and Nix is right behind him going into week 13 now. But I'd be hard-pressed to imagine, just body of work full season, Daniels wouldn't still be the number one of this class. But I defer to you here. How do you kind of see that with your rankings now?
Okay, this works out because I'm on a Washington radio station, but I really mean this. I'm giving my objective analysis here. Jaden Daniels should still be light years ahead of Bo Nix in the Offensive Rookie of the Year race. Like, watching them, and I'm talking about scheme, and Jaden Daniels has been really relying on it. Bo Nix has been probably 3 times as reliant on the scheme that Sean Payton has given him in Denver. It is swing pass, screen, wide receiver screen, tunnel screen to the tight end, RPO. Like, he has not been asked to do very much as a quarterback. The defense has played well in Denver. They've won a couple games against some lesser opponents. And the touchdown numbers are starting to get relatively close because a lot of yards after the catch there in Denver. In terms of Daniels, high water marks, I'm looking at the grades now. Week 3, I gave him an A+, week 4, A-. And then really it hasn't tailed off considerably. During this 3-game losing streak, I gave him a C- in week 10, a D+ in week 11. But then this past week, even though the numbers weren't good and the offense was stagnant, I still gave him a B. I thought individually, as a thrower, he didn't really put the ball into harm's way besides that screen pass that was just a great play by the defensive lineman. And then, like we mentioned, even though it was ugly the first 3 quarters, what he did in those final 5 minutes was, nothing short of spectacular. So I don't think the sky is falling or the league has completely figured out Jaden Daniels in terms of what he can do on the football field. I think a lot of times when he is taking off, he's still surprising defenders with how fast he is. The arm strength is still there. And like I said earlier, I don't think that he suddenly has this accuracy issue. It was not a problem at LSU. And in the first 2 months of the season, it's just that he's not getting more out of those throws that were the 5-yard passes that were going for 15 yards like he did in the first 2 months of the season.
So what are you seeing from what's being taken away? I guess, in other words, tape gets out, defensive coordinators get paid too, obviously. Really smart football players are there looking like they understand what Kingsbury and company want to do. So what's available that he's missing? You see where I'm kind of getting at, right? Where I'm watching the ship sink and I'm going, is there anything we can do? Or are we just going to sort of go down like Terminator 2 style with the thumbs up heading into the lava? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, no, good point. That's a good visual too. I think middle of the field at that 10 to 19-yard range that kind of the analytics department or the analytics industry would call the intermediate level. So many of those dig routes where you would get a vertical from the slot and then a dig right in behind it, whether that was Noah Brown, whether that was Terry McLaurin. Teams are taking that away. They're sinking that, one of those 2 off-ball linebackers to kind of take that throw away. Down the field, we haven't seen certainly we saw the 86-yarder kind of in desperation mode against the Cowboys, but early on, there was 3 or 4 early in the game, deep strikes down the field where you're still getting like what I think Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Justin Herbert get a lot of, that too high safety shell where they're saying, yeah, we're going to let you complete it underneath. And like I mentioned earlier, when they were 10th in the league in YAC, they were taking those over the middle slants, RPOs, comebacks, shallow crosses, and they were turning into positive gains. They were moving the football. They were moving the sticks. They had, so many drives in a row that were not punting the football, or they were scoring points on like every drive for a couple games. Teams down the field and at the intermediate level, those chunk plays haven't really been there as frequently. We've seen Zach Ertz still produce a lot of those touchdowns late in games over the last 3 weeks, but he too has kind of been taken away from being that rhythmic guy early in games over the middle for Jaden Daniels.
Chris Trapasso of CBS Sports. I guess we'll go a full circle here in the final 30 seconds or so. But if you were the GM of the Bears and there was a redraft today, Daniels goes 1, or would you not say that?
Ooh, that's tough because, again, I'm very fortunate that I have this unique perspective of watching all these quarterbacks. The last few weeks, Caleb Williams has played some really, really good football too. And the arm talent is there. The ability to escape defenders also there. I would still probably say that Daniels goes 1 because what I think is kind of a sneaky point that we've been mentioning here, the scrambling ability of Daniels is ahead of Caleb Williams. He is just a faster, more explosive athlete. We knew that coming out. And I think anything that Caleb Williams can do as a passer, Daniels can do as well. But when it comes to, hey, turning the corner, Caleb Williams, pretty athletic, could maybe run 7-8 yards. Jaden Daniels can turn the corner and turn that into a 30 or a 40-yard gain. So I think that's the difference between the two, going from college and then what we've seen so far in the NFL.
Chris, great with us, man. Awesome piece as always, man. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, go read it. It's fantastic. CBS Sports is where you can find Chris Trapasso's work. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, we're going to be joined by a member of the Fairfax County School Board. There is a ongoing and seemingly ever developing
so many twists and turns
out of Hayfield High School, which is over in the Alexandria area in Virginia, where a coach and allegedly 24 players followed him to Hayfield so that they could go try to win a state championship. He'd won the last 2 state titles at another school at Freedom Woodbridge. Well, AD, based on some leaked text messages we now know, knew about the plan. Sounds like maybe the principal did as well. He's the one that just pulled them out of the playoffs after they were banned, then put back in the playoffs. They won in the first round. Now we're into the second round of the playoffs, and the playoffs have to be sorted out again. It's just been a mess. We'll talk to a school board member out of Fairfax who's got some intel for us next on G&D. Welcome back to G&D. Thanks to Earl Forsey for the update. It's not very often we talk about prep sports on this show, but there was a story that caught our attention a couple of weeks back that we've actually logged a lot of time on, and that is the controversy in high school football out of Hayfield High School, where a state championship level coach who has a ton of success on the field, one of the most decorated and accomplished coaches in high school football in the last few decades, based on the programs he's put together, came to Hayfield, was followed by and or recruited, right, allegedly, maybe upwards of 24 players. That was the big debate. Were they recruited? Weren't they? Were rules broken? And so we talked about this quite a bit. But it's been a fiasco where initially nothing happened. The superintendent in Fairfax suggested that she had done an investigation, but didn't show any of her work and said everything was fine. Well, since we last spoke about this a few days ago, text messages have been leaked via the media and a journalist where we now know that the athletic director knew to some extent that everything wasn't on the up and up. He's taken a leave of absence and I believe has since been terminated, it sounds like. The principal at this point has removed Hayfield from the playoffs. So even though the VHSL tried to, Fairfax County stood with Hayfield, got them back into the playoffs on this judge ruling. They're back out of the playoffs and everything is thrown up in the air again for the remaining teams. And so to get more on what's going on now and how we got here, we've got a member of the Fairfax County School Board, Mateo Dunn, on the show. Mateo, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. How are you?
I'm doing well. Trying to, escape from this never-ending scandal.
I mean, it is unbelievable.
It's incredible.
So let's just go back to when you first heard about it. And how is it possible that with all of this happening and the investigation being done by the superintendent in Fairfax County, it wasn't really until the final week of the season that a punishment was handed down that ended up getting reversed anyway? But the reason that everything got so screwed up was that nobody acted until the very end, and now we've gone back and forth on the punishment. What took so long?
There are more questions than answers here. And I have to say, while, there are many great things that have been accomplished under this superintendent, this scandal has been handled fairly incompetently from the get-go. And, there were rumblings as early as February when this coach was hired that there was something amiss, right? I mean, the football community is a small community and people tend to talk. And we see from these text messages that the athletics director was indeed talking to people, freely disclosing his plans, right? So it wasn't exactly a well-planned conspiracy by all reports. And then we had no action taken really until the summer. So why did FCPS wait so long to start a serious investigation? We don't know. And then when it finally did, as a matter of course, routinely FCPS hires outside law firms all the time for matters of much smaller scope and magnitude. But here you have what might be the biggest local sports scandal in Fairfax County history, maybe the history of the Commonwealth. And you have 31 kids coming from other schools to Hayfield, and we don't hire an outside law firm. We try to do it in-house. But here's the thing: we don't have an in-house detective agency. We don't have any capacity or expertise or experience to do an investigation of this magnitude. And so what was done was sloppy, slapdash, really thrown together at the last minute.
And was that
means
the superintendent's doing, Michelle Reed, or why did it happen that way?
That was a decision for the superintendent. I called in August for an outside investigation because when she finished her investigation, it was so sloppy that I said, there's no credibility here. I heard from my constituents and I said, we need to bring in an outside law firm to really get to the bottom of this and make recommendations how to fix this before we get too far into the football season. But my motion lost 9-3, and there was just too much deference to the superintendent. And now here we are with new allegations, new revelations, like hour by hour, day by day, and we seem to be in a tailspin. And so that's why I and two of my colleagues yesterday called for an independent investigation. That's also been called for by the City of Fairfax School Board, and it's been called for almost universally by our constituents. We need to know what the facts are and chart a new course forward, because I've even called for the superintendent and her legal counsel to be recused from the investigation, because I just have a complete loss of confidence and her ability to navigate our way out of this scandal.
So there's a lot that's crazy to me about this. So I almost said the craziest part. I don't know that you can rank those as you said, new twist and turn every day. The initial report, it seems like there wasn't much interest in finding anything out. I don't know if you're a movie fan, but it reminds me of The Naked Gun, where Frank Drebin is in front of the burning building with all the explosions saying, there's nothing to see here, and everyone was supposed to buy that, when everybody with half a brain could see that something was, at best, the most unusual thing you'd ever seen in local high school football, going all the way back to the springtime, to your point. What's the motivation? That's the part I don't quite understand as to why, the information or whatever was coming forward or coming out, people didn't seem to be interested in that at the superintendent and school board level. Your thoughts there?
I have said since the beginning that there are two facts that are irreconcilable. One is we have 31 players transfer from other schools to Hayfield. And while it's true that for decades there have been one or two players transferring at a time, there have been rule violations in the past. There's a difference between one or two and then 31. That's driving a truck through the loophole, not just, skirting around the edges. So that's one fact. And the second thing is the conclusion that the superintendent reached, that there's nothing wrong with that, right? As you said, common sense should have guided us from the beginning that when an internal investigation, that sloppy slapdash, finds there's nothing wrong with that, well, the only conclusion is there's something wrong with the internal investigation. Or if, people say it looks like a cover-up. And at this point, if it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, maybe it is a duck. I mean, I'm always hesitant to call conspiracy or cover-up, but what else can we call it at this point when we're unwilling to open the door, let in some sunshine, and have an impartial third party come in and tell us what's what, to interview relevant witnesses, look at relevant documents, and make recommendations how we can restore the integrity of our athletics program and rebuild public trust in our FCPS leadership.
Mateo Dunn is a school board member in Fairfax County, joining us on Grant and Danny. We found out yesterday Hayfield was pulling itself from the playoffs. And I have that correct, right? This was not that the superintendent actually, after the text messages came out, said, oh, well, now there is a bit of a smoking gun here. We're going to do something about this. The principal actually made the decision, correct?
I don't think the principal would have made the decision without the approval of the superintendent. That's not how our school system works.
So you think that the approval of is different, though, than her saying you should do this. How do you think it happened that they're out of the playoffs?
I think the superintendent made that decision. There's no way that principal made that decision after everything that's happened previously. I don't have any reason to think that he's suddenly going to try to back his way out of a scandal that really started under his leadership and by his decisions.
So as far as the future goes, like, there are people listening right now, and for the record, I don't agree that this happens everywhere, because I can't find and don't think there's ever been one case of a coach bringing 30 players or whatever the number was in one off season to a program to kind of build a champion, right? You see players transfer in to be quarterbacks at power programs all over the Commonwealth. You're, I know, very specific to Fairfax County, where the laws and the rules are you either live near the school or you don't go there. But with sports, there are transfers. There are people that come and go from different programs one at a time. And there's even this idea that, if I want to go to a theater school and I'm a theater kid, I can transfer and do that, but I'm not supposed to athletically. What do you say to those people that argue that? And also, how do we clean this up going forward? Obviously, there's not going to be another school probably brazen enough to try to have an entire new starting lineup, but there are kids that do this year in and year out, going from one school to another.
Oh, and I'm in full agreement. Let me be clear. There have definitely been rule violations in terms of onesies and twosies, right? But I'm not aware of any other scandal in our history where 31 have, and almost, half or more of an entire football team have tried to transfer, not just in one season, but in 1 month. It all happened within a few weeks in April of 2024. It's just, the brazenness of it, as you say, is shocking. And where we are right now, people say, oh, well, VHSL acted on the eve of the playoffs. Well, they were giving ample opportunity to FCPS to clean house. FCPS hasn't cleaned house, and so VHSL had to act. And meanwhile, you still have these rules that some people criticize as vague, but no one else had trouble complying with previously, right? So maybe we do need to clarify the rules just to say, hey, you can't do something that's blatantly illegal, and also strengthen the enforcement regime so we get VHSL to actually impose penalties, hold schools accountable on a more expeditious basis. But frankly, this is something that FCPS should have cleaned up last spring, far in advance of football season. There's no reason that we should have delayed until now, trying to hold that director of student athletics accountable. And we'll see what other heads roll in the coming days.
So, Mateo, I'm a Fairfax County resident, and my children go to Fairfax County schools. And here's a part of it that I care about, I think, a lot more than most folks do, okay? Just for example, the school where my kids are, there are too many classes in trailers. They could probably use a little bit more floor space or, another roof or an expansion of some kind. But I don't think that's unique to us. What I don't like seeing is what looks to me, and whatever word I have to use to excuse it or to don't get sued, is made up jobs for parent boosters or people that are in very cozy with this coach who gets an extra security guard salary. That, again, doesn't seem to be like that, may not be requiring all that many hours in the day, always setting up a million football camps. And then these Cash App donations to be part of the football program. Where's the accounting on that? That sort of stuff to me reeks of shadiness at best, to be the most kind. And I know everyone's concerned about the recruiting element of things, and that's fine. But to me, I'm kind of going, we should be talking more about this part. Your thoughts there?
Well, one of the most disturbing things that were in those text messages that were published in the newspaper the other day, to me, was when that athletics director said, I want to win and I want to make money. And that caught my eye because I said, he's an FCPS employee. He doesn't get a cut of the gate. How does he make money? And, we can all speculate. Is it like a gambling situation? Is it like a boxer taking a dive in the third round, right? Or is it a situation where he's going to get a cut of some corporate sponsorship? I don't know the answer to that, but it raises a lot of questions. And, there are no good answers at this point, which is really why we need an independent investigation, because as you said, there are just more questions than answers, and we need to get to the bottom of this so we can restore, the integrity of our athletics program, which really is, it's an important part of our schools, but we need to focus on providing a world-class education, not in trailers, as you said, but in permanent school buildings so that every kid can realize their potential. And right now we're failing in that mission because all we can talk about day in, day out is this scandal, which is of ever-growing proportions, going from what was a very local news story to now national, right?
Mateo, we've been trying to get people to talk on the record about this for a couple of weeks, so we appreciate you returning our call and coming on the show. That the people willing to speak about it on all ends of the parties here are few and far between. So thank you.
It's my pleasure. Have a great day.
You got it. It's Mateo Dunn, who's a school board member in Fairfax County, joining us on Grant and Danny. To his credit, he called back at the beginning of the school year for a full investigation independently into this that's just documented.
Yeah, wouldn't sign this blind letter of support.
Voted down 9-2.
Absolutely.
He's like, wait a second, this investigation, there's no one showing their work. We have no idea what she did. She's not an investigator. Like, why is this good enough for everyone?
It was the NFL, the equivalent of the NFL oral report that, yep, everything's fine with Dan Snyder and company.
And if they would have listened to him, maybe the outcome would have been better for everyone. And I mean everyone, because now you've got kids that did things the right way at Hayfield that are getting screwed. You've got the 2 plays the 3 tonight. Lake Braddock plays West Springfield, and the 4, Fairfax, meaning seeds, is now getting a bye until the final to come out of this little region here. So the 2 versus the 3, the better teams beating each other up, then short week play the 4, who gets a bye because Hayfield's booted. I mean, everybody has lost every which way the entire time. The kids have been really on the wrong end of this. 800-636-1067. I believe we've actually got a parent of a Hayfield player who wants to join us in just a couple of moments. But what do you guys make of what you just heard from the school board member and, where we're headed in high school sports? What was Hayfield not getting to compete in the postseason a step toward maybe a future where there's less of a transfer portal at the high school level? And is that necessary? You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back to G&D on the Fan. At the top of the hour, right at 6 o'clock, Dan Orlovsky on Jaden Daniels yesterday went through the tape, had some observations. We'll let you know what he had to say about Daniels. We'll play some of that audio for you, but we've been talking a lot about Hayfield. You know, they dominated everybody all year, outscored them 600-13. They were running a DeMatha level program in a district where the teams are not on that level.
Yeah, they're just simply not there.
It's probably the worst football district in terms of like the quality of play at that level, Division VI, I think it is, in the state. And they're like, let's go run a good counselor, DeMatha there. And so they were just waxing the floor with everybody. They're told a week before the playoffs start they're not going to be in. The day of the playoffs, by way of a judge, they get back in, and now everyone's ready to play in the playoffs, and a team that was a playoff team gets bounced. And you know, at the concession stand at Lake Braddock and all these places where they're planning for a game and have spent thousands of dollars on food, there's no game 2 hours later. It's just been a fiasco. Well, now Hayfield's back out of the playoffs, and a parent, I believe, of one of the players on Hayfield joins us now, Chris in Alexandria. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing very well. Thanks for the call.
Listen, bottom line is this guy got hired. He recruited players in. There's no doubt about it. They've been unbelievable students. They've been unbelievable people to kids that were here, like my son. But what we need to understand, and I went to Hayfield. I graduated in 2001. Had a kid early, no doubt about it. But people have been recruiting kids for a very long time in this district. It used to be a district that composed of Robinson, Lake Braddock, Hayfield, Annandale, so on and so forth. But people have been recruiting for a long time. And yes, we turn a blind head to it. No doubt about it. And if you want to call them homeless, you want to call them whatever, these kids had nothing to do with it. And the fact that school district board member, whatever he is, said, we have a lot of questions. For me as a parent, if you have a lot of questions, we shouldn't have been pulled out until you have all the answers. That's the bottom line.
So I have a few questions for you. I mean, so your son is on the team, yeah?
He is. He's
okay.
a freshman.
So first of all, I do want to say I do feel awful for the kids. It sounds like your son that did nothing wrong, and even the kids, frankly, that came in that now don't get to play in the playoffs. I don't think they're the bad guys in this story. I think they're victims, and I feel awful, and I hope they're not dealing with. There's a lot of media coverage and things, harassment, and
it ain't fair to anybody,
and people being untowardly toward them. But I guess my question to you is, what lesson does that send, and what is to prevent anyone from doing this in the future if they are allowed to go win a state championship? Because you said, well, this has been happening. There's a player here and a player there where somebody moves or has an address or whatever. It has never happened before that dozens of kids and a head coach come into a program, not like a pillar program like a Stonebridge where you're going, or Madison baseball where you're going because they're the best in the area, but a program that's never won before to go win a championship. So let's say you're right, that speeding happens and people go 75 and 80 miles an hour. Well, they're going 200 miles an hour. What should we do? Nothing?
Okay. So let me give you an example of a program that has 5 players. 5. Kara Lawson lived in the West Potomac district and played for West Springfield. She averaged over 40 points a game at West Springfield her senior year. She benched 235 as a female. Tell me that doesn't change a program.
Well, it does, but I'll tell you, though, Chris, what my dad told me when I would fail a test, and I'd say, so did Jeff Howe. He'd say, I'm not Jeff Howe's dad. So my question is, that was wrong and should have been dealt with. But right now,
it didn't get dealt with.
This car.
You're right, it didn't.
It didn't, and that's wrong. But so should do nothing now? Again, this is the most public opportunity. Everybody's paying attention. What if they do nothing? Why wouldn't another school do the same thing next year? Do you think it's good for high school sports if teams keep doing this?
It's the NIL following down. It's just flowing down. And if you don't get that, it's how much can I take? If you give me 100 yards of a leash, I'm going to give you 1,000 yards of a leash. They're going to try it until they get tested. Do I like it? No, my son didn't get to play this year because, listen, those boys were ballers, and I'm
they're
just
so good.
Yeah, they're great.
Sports. Yeah, I love sports. And how do I teach my son? You got to work harder. That's the lesson I have to teach, because this is where we are. But if you think that this is going to stop it, they're going to try another way. The NIL, if we can pay players, it's just going to float down. We have to understand this is the new day. When the NIL started in college sports, this is just the
Chris,
beginning.
let me cut you off super quick. I think you're
bigger.
probably right about the big picture and the grand scheme of things. There are rules written down. There were violations here, it seems, right? So your big picture is probably right. That's not what we're dealing with right now, though, isn't it? Don't we have something on the books, and don't we have some pretty brazen nose thumbing at those rules? So nothing should happen.
I'm not saying nothing should happen.
Gotcha.
I think something should happen. Obviously, the AD has already been fired. Honestly, the principal should be fired.
Mm-hmm.
The principal acts like nothing is her fault. It's on her watch. But at the end of the day, as the individual you interviewed last said, we still have a lot of questions. Again, we're making decisions before all the questions are answered. That's all I'm saying.
Well, but I don't know. Are the questions ever all going to be answered, in fairness?
Well, we haven't done a full investigation, so.
Well, so that part, if you're asking me to get the back of the Fairfax County School Board and they're heel dragging on this, I'm not going to. You're right. The 11th hour,
They screwed it up terribly.
That's a total screw up. That's 100% true. And to me, once you let this, toothpaste out of the tube, I would have just let the guys play, and then I don't know what else to do about that. But to me, it was back in February when the violation started that it should have been done. So I'm with you there. But there are no winners here to me.
Before that, some of the violations happened before that. Students were in September and October and November.
There you go.
That's where, if you're going to call them violations, and we'll see which ones are violations and which ones aren't, we'll see.
Well, remember, several players
day,
got ruled ineligible initially based on the addresses not working, right?
Right.
So, I mean, that is some evidence that, at least initially, that it wasn't all done in a way where everyone had the right address. No.
Again, you're not gonna catch me telling you that's not right or wrong. My son lives 2 miles away from the school, and I'm upset that he didn't get to play this year. But I also turn around and say how impressed I am with the kids that showed up, that they went to class, that they got good grades. I still wanted my son to play.
Of course.
We're not gonna disagree on that point. But what I will tell you is these students, no matter where they're from, no matter they call themselves homeless, not homeless, they had a home, whatever, they let them start playing, you let them finish playing, and then you deal with it after the fact. The way that they're flip-flopping, they let schools out of the playoff because they let Hayfield in.
Totally botched.
Chris, I completely agree with you that when the season started and they did basically the superintendent was like, oh, we did an investigation, it's fine. Then the week before for the VHSL to say they're out, then the day of for them to be back in, now for them to be out again, that's all ridiculous. The back and the forth is, I think it's absurd. It's absolutely egregious.
Yeah, the yo-yoing is ridiculous.
I totally agree with you on that.
But my bigger point, fellas, is there are kids there that have been there, and there are some seniors there that have been there for 4 years.
Yeah.
And you are taking it away from them. Make a decision or don't make a decision. The wrong decision was made this week to pull Hayfield out. Once you put them in, because the kids that were there have nothing to do with this. Because you screwed up, because you kicked the AD out, that's all irrelevant.
So I agree. Chris, let me say this real quick, and we got to let you go in a minute, but I appreciate you calling.
Sincerely appreciate
And the
it.
reason we're keeping you so long is it's fascinating to chat with someone who's on the inside of this. The only thing I would say is I totally agree for your son and so many other kids there, the new kids, the old kids at Hayfield, that this is not fair to them. But if they continued to play and just absolutely destroyed West Springfield and Lake Braddock and everyone else they played in their path, how is that fair to those other kids, and what message is sent?
Well, technically it's not fair, but at the same time, for a 5 seed to have a bye is not fair either.
Totally.
Well, yeah. I think it's a 4 seed
Nothing about we're not looking at fair anymore.
I agree.
We're not looking
fair
at
got punted.
Is, Fairfax as the it's not fair, they got to buy. They didn't bring in 30 kids. So, if someone's getting screwed, it might be the team that violated the rules.
Well, let's define violating the rules. Again, there's loopholes and everything. Let's define violating the rules before we define the rules.
So you think
We never
everything that
defined
happened
violating the rules before?
Do you think everything that happened was on the up and up then?
I'm not saying it was.
Okay.
But are there loopholes?
Well,
And
then we got
Grant,
nothing to
are
argue
there-
about.
Are there loopholes?
Yeah.
Are
Well, I
there
appreciate
loopholes?
the call. We're way late. We're going to get in trouble for being late, but thank you. We got to get to a break.
Appreciate it.
Great to hear from a parent who's in the thick of things. And again, I hope everyone's leaving the kids alone because they, on all sides, you know, the Hayfield kids, like this is not about them. If I'm being frank, a G&D on the Fan. off the field, you've got a plan for your future as well. Our sponsor, the law firm Kondori and Murad, can help. They'll get your last will and testament set up for you and give you a revocable trust for you and your family. If you need that as well, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. It's kmlawyers.com. I do want to get to this audio of Dan Orlovsky in just a couple of moments. The ESPN NFL reporter and former quarterback, who's an analyst on all things QB play for them, broke down Jaden Daniels' film and had some observations of his game against Dallas that I think we should react to. But a couple of people are on the hold, want to chat with us, 800-636-1067. We've talked to a member of the Fairfax County School Board. We've had a parent from the Hayfield team that is now back out of the playoffs call in. And it feels like, I think we're back to where we were a couple of weeks ago, Danny, which is his point is this is happening whether you like it or not. By the way, he kept saying NIL in college, that the parent of the Hayfield player. NIL is now in high school as well. There are actual players benefiting from NIL. So it is happening, and the transfer portal has largely been open, and there is shadiness behind the scenes. I think anyone who's been around the high school game can tell you that. But what I always come back to is this is a very obvious, larger version of it. And if the point is just, well, people do something like this in a small scale all the time, that's not a good argument as to why you don't do anything now. Yeah, I believe that if you do nothing, and this should have been done at the beginning of the year, not at the end of the year to screw over all of the kids. Yeah. But if you do nothing, then there's another school that does this next year. Because why wouldn't I?
Yeah, because the juices, of course, becomes worth the squeeze.
Just open season. Yeah. If this AD and principal were to leave Hayfield and go to another school, then you just bring this coach and those players, and they just hop around the state.
Well, it's literally what happened in Office Space, the movie, the scandal, to be able to take a penny or two from the give a penny, take a penny jar, and you do it a couple of million times. You do it once to make exact change at 7-Eleven, not a big deal. But you do it a long times, it's grand larceny. It's theft. That's the point here, the escalation of it, right? Where it's so brazen and everything else. And again, the part that I keep hammering, that all the recruiting's going on everywhere, people that keep yelling that part, adorable. What about the shady business practices? What about the first person that speaks up at Hayfield High School gets involuntarily transferred? What about the team mom asking for money via Cash App? Who's in charge of that money? Where's that money right now this minute? If you paid that money as a member of the Hayfield community, where is it right now? Do you know? Did it go to McDonald's? Did anything go to anybody's pocket? That's not normal. That's not what's supposed to happen as part of something that's in public like this, right? I mean, again, these are all reported things that nobody seems to dispute or even care about. They want to yell about the recruiting part of it, and everybody's doing it. Well, everybody ain't asking for a couple $100 every other month via the Cash App for quote-unquote meals and a T-shirt. What are we doing? They what look to be very shady practices, again, allegedly, whatever I have to say, but just cushy jobs. It's like old school recruiting at the college level, where all of a sudden the dad's got a job in the community and they have a house and they're driving a new Range Rover, and his high school AAU coach is now on my staff. It all doesn't look real good, and nobody seems to care about that part except for me. And that's the part that's my rebuttal to everybody going, other people recruit too. Maybe they did a couple times. Not everyone does that.
So I understand some of your frustrations and curiosities there. I don't have enough information and haven't dug in on all of that enough. And I'm just not comfortable on that. The part of it that I have read about, studied, dug in on, whatever, is just the sports part of it. I've talked to enough people in the state, all over the place, who have a feel for the climate, the culture. And so that's why I stick to that part. And I don't know what I don't know otherwise. And, things can look one way and be another. In other words, I don't know that anybody did anything wrong in any of those regards, but I don't think it's a crime if he's got a team mom that he trusts who runs things. Now, you can't do it on Cash App. That's a given. But I think that's actually probably a better way to do it than some of the ways that schools do it. It's just, hey, I trust you. No one's going to be upset every time that we say we need you to go do this. No one's going to be angry when I tell you we got to go grab this food on this day, whatever. But you got to do everything on the up and up. I'm going to assume that they did behind the scenes. What I'm talking about is just the transfer portal at the high school level. It feels like something that I think the vast majority of people would say is a bad idea. And if you just say, oh, it's fine, you could do that, then it's open season. Or you can push back on this case, which was very brazen and large scale and very public. It's been all over the place. Every TV station's talking about it. You either stand up to it now or you kind of let it slide, and you've changed high school football in the state forever. So they had a decision to make. Let's go to Marisa in Alexandria on G&D. Hello, Marisa.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Danny hit it on the head. Actually, my son's school is Edison High School. Edison and Hayfield are rivals. And
Well, in
of
fact,
course, this whole
Hayfield just
thing-
knocked Edison out of the playoffs. So we had a parent calling in, Marisa, who was saying, that basically the Hayfield kids are being screwed by not getting to play, which is probably true, except that, the Hayfield team, the Edison team just got waxed by, the Hayfield players that may or may not should have been at Hayfield.
Absolutely. I heard that parent. And actually, ironically, last year in 23, we actually beat Hayfield in a normal football game, 24-10. And then, of course, this year was completely ridiculous. And, the Edison team, what happens? Like, they get screwed too. This whole thing has infuriated us since day one. And Danny's right. Like, we've been watching this. I have dear parent friends at Hayfield, obviously Hayfield and us at Edison talk. And this guy has single-handedly ruined the brand and character of Hayfield. Like, you hear, you talk about Hayfield where, and they're like, oh, it's the scandal. And last week at the game against Edison, there were not a lot of people at the playoff game. And even I have parents that are at Hayfield. I asked them, were they going to the game? And so many of my dear friends said no, because what was the point? How would you think about not going to your school's playoff game in a normal setting? They were like, no, what's the point? We're not going to go see this mess, because it's not right. It's literally not right. And, of course, the ending was 75-7. I think the only parents that were in the stadium was the parents of the players.
It was 75-0
photos
at halftime. Thank you for the call. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I pointed this out last week when we were talking about this. What is a conference, right? A conference is a group of like-minded and similar philosophied schools that have similar student bodies, usually similar socioeconomic backgrounds and everything else, and they get together for a common set of rules and abiding by and playing games that are supposed to be on the level. When somebody throws it that far out of whack, I don't care what other schools are doing. It's wrong. If a second school in this little district did this, it'd be wrong too. If 4 schools did it, now you have a huge imbalance. Don't be the imbalance. Don't be the people that throw it out of whack. The other part of this, again, that I seem to care about, nobody else does. The previous coach was actually doing a really good job here. Took what was a Morebound program that really struggled, had them winning this district a couple different times. They're not 11-0. They're not going down to, I don't know, name your powerhouse and beating them up 50-0 or something like that. But in this little engine that could district, where nobody's that great, they were playing pretty well. And then when it came to state playoff time, they were cannon fodder. To be honest with you, that's probably what it's supposed to be. This ain't what it's supposed to be. I don't care who's recruiting when. If everyone else is not doing what you're doing and you're marching to the beat of your own drum and puffing your chest out that somewhere else, somewhere, there's NIL or some kind of crap, it's delusional. That's what it is to me. Everyone should be ashamed of themselves for going, this is fine. It's not.
The 2 versus the 3 play tonight, because remember, because of Hayfield getting back in at literally 2 hours before the kickoff of all the games a few Fridays ago, they canceled the first day of the playoffs. So then they had to make them up starting last week on Thursday. Well, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in that region, I guess it's called, all advanced. So the 2 and the 3 are playing today. Well, because Edison was not Edison, they got beat, but because Fairfax was the 4 that advanced and they were going to play Hayfield. Well, now Hayfield's been bounced, or the principal pulled them out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the 4 seed that isn't nearly as good as West Springfield or Lake Braddock now gets an automatic bye to a game on Saturday, I think it is. Whereas Lake Braddock and West Springfield will beat each other up tonight as the 2 superior teams, the 2 and the 3. And then on very short rest, after playing on Tuesday, you turn around and play the rested team on Saturday. Just one more time where the whole thing has been botched and bungled beyond, what we've been talking about as the theme here, and whether or not anything happened that was untoward. Although with an athletic director having now stepped down and been terminated, and the principal pulling them out of the playoffs, I think that speaks for itself. Let's go to James in Alexandria. What's up, James?
Hey, guys. First time caller, long time listener. Love you guys. Thanks.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for the call.
This, great.
Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
Yeah, great topic. One of them thinking about a lot. I'm a West Potomac father here, former football father. And there were, local in the same orbit as Hayfield. They just moved the districts. They switched them around recently. But we are in the district here with them, and we would have played them had we won. We lost to Fairfax, so Fairfax, would have been playing them. But, want to just comment on a couple of things. The number of layers to this issue is just traumatic. I mean, it's traumatic. The one is, this is systemic, right? Like, Grant, I think you keep saying, how's this going to stop? Well, it starts with policy. It's also the policy that works. And I think that's what Mateo is talking about. You got to, and they've been talking about that, right? They got to relook it. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's start there. And that has to be, school board needs to be involved. And that's gonna.
But what's
help.
that policy look like, James? I mean, how do you prohibit? And I think, like, if I'm a theater kid, I could go to the best theater school. You're not supposed to do that in athletics. But how are they going to in the future? If I live, could they just say, unless you live there, you don't go, which is the rules in Fairfax County now. But then you've got, if I have the money, I'll just buy an apartment. We don't live there, but I got the land. Now all of a sudden I can go there. I mean, it's just, I don't know that you can ever get rid of all the loopholes.
Yeah. So fair point. I don't have a good answer for you.
So here's my point, and thank you for the call.
I don't think anybody does.
Well, there's no perfect solution. And people will say, because there's no perfect solution, we should do what? My point is, you do the best you can. This ain't it. This is not the best you can do. This is, there are rules in place that were, nose thumbed at, again, allegedly, whatever I have to say, and nobody was interested in investigation for months until the 11th hour, and everybody, all the adults that were supposed to be in charge to handle this sort of thing, failed. Full stop, period, end of story. You have rules, you enforce the rules. You do, if you want to change the rules, let's get together with the committee and change them. But the idea that you're just supposed to go, well, the rules are on the books, but they're not really going to enforce them, so let's go light speed ahead here, said Hayfield and Hayfield parents. Wrong. Like, the rules are on the books. Let's enforce the rules. When something shady happens months ago that at best is bizarre, at worst is, a direct violation, let's look at those things instead of just turning a blind eye and then pulling them out at the 11th hour.
And you got Robinson, who was a playoff team for 2 weeks, then gets bounced because Hayfield's back in. Now you've got two other teams that in the same region who have to play, and then on a short week play a team that has a bye, that it was a lower seed than them. You've got Hayfield, who's not getting to play at all for the kids that were already there and did everything the right way, who were seniors, let's say, on that team. I mean, who hasn't lost in this thing at this point? Bobby in Calvert County, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, bud?
Of course, you guys know that this is going on everywhere. I live in Calvert County. We've had 2 investigations earlier this year. We actually have an investigation going on right now with the team down here. It's not right by any stretch, but they need to close the loopholes. I mean, they're actually not, well, Hayfield's actually not wrong because there's loopholes there. So if you're taking advantage of a loophole, you're not technically wrong. Morally, it's absolutely wrong.
Well, let me push back on that a little bit. Pretending kids are homeless, that's not really what we're supposed to be doing. That's not a loophole. That's
absolutely not.
Yeah, but I know maybe it's semantics, and I know what you're saying in general, but there's a difference between saying, hey, if these guys live in our district, we can have them go, versus let's just pretend a double-digit amount of kids are homeless. That doesn't seem like the right thing to me.
It doesn't. It's absolutely not right.
But he's going back to, you're saying, Bobby, kind of what I was saying a couple weeks ago, which is this is more about like a moral issue than a rules issue if you can't prove it. Now, the text messages that came out with the laughing emojis from the AD when he was told they actually have to be homeless kind of tell you that they broke the rules, which is where this thing turned on its head.
Right. Now, we have one situation, like I said earlier, we had 2 investigations former where a parent actually owned, like you said, more property. And the other property was in the other school districts. It was in the other school district. So what did he do? His son moved into the house.
Yeah, I mean, there are examples. By the way, I mentioned this a few times when we talked about it last week. There are parents who up and bought townhouses and up and bought apartments and up and bought single-family homes who I've seen like do YouTube interviews in their houses and said, we were following this coach. My kid loves him. He's great to my kid. He's going to get him a Division I scholarship. He's known him since he was 7 years old. He's a fantastic coach. He's making my kid a better man. We're following him. And so they did it the right way. They went and they bought the house and they, or moved there. And I think in that case, not only is there nothing that can be done, there's probably nothing that should be done. It's okay for the kid to really want to play for this coach and for you to move into the area and go to school there. Mike's in Fredericksburg on G&D. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny, first-time caller and long-time listener as well. Hey, I'm an alumni of Edison High School, and I don't live there anymore. But this irates me to no end to think that my high school, which never was traditionally good in football when I went to school there, had an opportunity, and it was taken away from them. They were down 75-0 at half. Where's the justice for those kids? That's my point.
Yeah.
Not just for a good point, but for the first time
To
call.
be clear, I don't think we're cheering his point.
Jim Zorn doesn't cheer good
a
points.
little bit late, but on Jim Zorn there. But having said that, 75-0, man, in a playoff game. There's just a discrepancy. You know, when you are running a DeMatha, basically, in a district where they're not on that level, that's going to happen. But what I don't understand is, and maybe it's as simple as, well, they weren't preparing or they said no. They should have offered Edison the opportunity to play Fairfax. I think that's what should have happened. Edison got eliminated. Fairfax gets this automatic bye. Why? Now, if you're going to lose to them, that's fine. But, like, go, you get to play another game. After Hayfield pulls out, they beat you. You should be able to play in the game this week. I was surprised that they didn't do it that way. Let's go to David in Centerville on G&D. What's up, David?
Hey, guys. How's it going? There's so many levels to this. You know, it's like peeling back an onion, and you're like, oh, and what
There's
about
always something
this?
else, yeah.
And what,
Yeah, each time we
So,
talk about it, we think we've talked about it for the last time, and then another story or two will break.
you know, there's a mercy law in the VHSL. So when you're up by a certain score, the clock runs. So when the offense has been getting on the field the last couple games and through that playoffs, it's my understanding that when the offense gets on, they just take the delay a game.
You mean for
So
the
that they
opponents?
can't- Yeah.
So that
Hayfield
has
can't
happened.
get back
It's
on-
in a story we discussed a couple weeks ago, where basically, you know, for the teams
They're
that were
just
getting
standing
beat
there.
so badly that, yeah, they would just take these delay of games so that, you know, Hayfield wouldn't get the ball back. But I will say they were up 75-0 at the half, and then the opponent Edison didn't do that, and I think they scored 0 more points. I mean, I said, I know that they could score 100 pretty much every time out in their district.
They could score every time.
They chose not to
Yeah.
a few times too. So I give them credit for that.
I wonder about the regular season now too. You know, my son plays in the county, in the high school, and in the spring when they made this announcement, because they're on like groups. They have offensive line groups. They have this and that. He's showing me this stuff about what's happening at Hayfield. Like he knew about it before, you know, and the kids knew about it when they do their combo camps.
Yeah, everybody knew.
June.
Everybody knew.
That's the amazing thing, I think, Danny, is this was not really a secret. It was well known in the summer that this was all happening. These text messages that got leaked where the former AD was laughing about how many new starters they're bringing in, and the suggestion of, you know, the kids are going to be homeless and that's how we'll get them in. That's the loophole. This is basically what got them caught.
Yeah, word gets out real quick, right? I mean,
but those texts were from last spring.
Yeah,
that wasn't even the summer yet.
Like my buddy's kid plays at West Springfield, for example. I heard from him, and he's like, yeah, he's like, hey, they're talking about this on the radio, talking about you and me. He goes, Uncle, fill in the name. We knew about this back in the springtime, the rumor of all this kind of stuff happening. Like before this school year started, before the summer started, everybody knew. So again, when that's the case, and the adults that are supposed to be protecting this, supposed to be the watchdogs, supposed to be the rulers, that not I don't mean like iron fist, like king and queen, but the people that make rulings on these sorts of matters, either turn a blind eye, cover it up, whatever you want to say, until it becomes untenable. Then they make grand gestures like, we're taking this very seriously. After the fact, they've just failed entirely. And this to me is on leadership more than anybody else. Somebody breaks the rules. We're supposed to have a system in place to stop those sorts of things. Yeah. Hey, you broke the rules. Here is what's the normal course of events. Here's the punishment. There are going to be some fallout there. Some of the kids that did nothing wrong, they're going to get screwed. Sorry about that. That's life. That's the example. This process is an embarrassment for Fairfax County. An embarrassment.
There's plenty of blame and plenty of shame, I'd say, to go around, right? If you hatched the plan, Fairfax County Public Schools and the superintendent, I would say VHSL, but I really genuinely do hope that the kids at Hayfield and their program is not like being attacked, right? I mean, verbally and dealing with that, because you know how social media is now, and just everybody being mean. This was allowed to happen because adults botched it.
Yep.
This really, to me, is not about the kids. But it's a shame. I mean, we've said this a lot of different times, but everybody has lost in this thing. And now the playoffs continue tonight. And with a cloud hanging over them, the 2 plays the 3, and then they move on to play the 4 who has a bye on short rest. So figure that one out. The whole thing is just in shambles. Grant and Danny on the Fan, thanking you guys for listening. It means a lot. We appreciate it. Tomorrow at 3, our annual Thanksgiving food draft on Grant and Danny. We will also let you know tomorrow who got booted off the island and who got immunity on Commanders Survivor.
Thank you for coming.